gosh. It was so fun, though, and so cool. And all the conversations we had with so many great people. And what is it like? I think Monday you called me and said, hey, that radio or the TV station in Fresno would hit you up and said, hey, what do you think?
KKDJ.
Maybe coming back on and doing another little thing on Friday. And of course, that turned to, hey, we should call so-and-so. And hey, how about this guy? And oh my gosh, there's so many people we couldn't even get in last week, and just things that had happened. Wi-Fi is not always great all the time because everybody's home now and sucking up all the bandwidth.
Yeah, so a lot of people couldn't get in. There was people like Dee Snider, who we talked to, who just we wanted on the original broadcast. He just couldn't do it that day. So here it is, your makeup test, man. If you missed it, people we couldn't get in, we're here.
And I love the graphics that Melody Myers made. She made it look like a school yearbook, right? We posted on Instagram and across the social media today. So everybody's got like their yearbook page. And it was a very, very cool.
Me and David were voted most likely to host an online streaming fundraiser.
Pretty likely. And here we are. Yeah.
And here we are with our friend Zach Galligan from Gremlins.
Hey, Zach. What's going on, buddy? How are you? Good to see you again.
How you guys doing, man? I'm doing good. Doing real good.
He wasn't supposed to be here till later, but he just popped in. He was hanging out. There's a little backstage lounge here where I can see everybody. They come in early. And I was sitting here by myself, and me and Zach just nerded out for like 20 minutes about music and Gremlins while you guys were waiting for us to start. And just staying with us. Come on in. So we get some extra Zach time. So yay for that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Hey, I had a couple of cool things happen this week, too, that was actually fun. In fact, Tom, you and I were just talking about last night. We went online. Tom actually hooked up this, I forgot the name, Roswell Publishing. So these fans wrote a book. This is a cool way to do an autobiography, right? Skin to our teeth. The fans wrote their own autobiography about what Megadeth means to them, which I thought was pretty cool. So if you're ever wondering about an idea for a autobiography, just collect all your friends and write your stories. And there's one. So I thought that was very cool. And also our friends over at Strung, we send in a lot of our used guitar strings from tour, and it's really great because a lot of these companies now are doing this, and Strung has been one that I've been affiliated with. Again, it's really awesome. Where is it? They got really cool stuff, jewelry for guys and girls. They make it out of guitar strings, used guitar strings, and they donate to the I've been donating stuff to Music Cares. We're going to do some donation here now to the David Ellison Youth Music Foundation. So Get Strung is their handle on Instagram and on social media, and they got some good stuff going on. So a lot of great supporters out there that have really been supporting this. So part of this, of course, tonight is entertainment and just having a good time with a lot of our friends like Zach and a bunch of people coming in. And LFC.
Boy, do we ever have a lot of people coming in, by the way. Unbelievable people we have coming in.
And Ellison Youth Music Foundation is the host page. The Grammy Music Education Coalition are I hate to even call them sponsors because they're really our partners is what they are. So they've been so kind to be part of this. We're broadcasting tonight on Facebook.com/David Ellison, YouTube.com/David Ellison, Grammy Music Ed on Twitch and on YouTube as well. So they've just been really wonderful in supporting this, and little donate button. I think Tom will be putting some little raffle link. We are raffling off still tonight a new bass. We got rid of one last week.
We did. Kendra Alstein from Iron Mountain, Michigan was the lucky winner, and she should have that in a couple of days.
So we have another one here that we're going to do tonight, and some other really cool stuff coming down the pike. We'll keep you posted on that as it's coming in. And what else? There's Sleeping Giant CDs, I think, right? And
Sleeping Giant CDs, vinyl, books, I think, some coffee. So weird to have to do this back. I love this label, by the way. I just went to the roaster and picked this up yesterday. Here in town, our roaster Expressions Coffee. That's actually our new label, but that was the ones we made for EMG Coffee. Ordered a bunch of custom roast in peace. And I thought just for fun, the last time I ordered labels as a little Easter egg, I actually ordered the EMG labels. So the last orders that went out, they got the cool little limited edition EMG roast in peace labels on them. So
yeah, I love it. Hey, Donna's saying that I see the three of you as a photo.
I don't know.
How about that? Why is that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I do not know.
By the way, EMG.
She probably needs to refresh it.
Yeah, maybe your EMG are the pickups here on the basses, and so I have a signature model of EMG. I've been using EMG since 1994, since the Megadeth Euthanasia record, and have a signature set with them. But that's what we did. We did some coffee for them, which is kind of a cool thing. I think it was back at Christmas time, I think, right, Tom, that we did that.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. They did it as a little. They actually had a special little fancy Christmas label that Melody did too.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
our friends at Vocal Zone, which is what keeps me and Tom going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
These really are the bomb, man. I didn't even know about this.
Screaming, what keeps me talking, what keeps me singing, all of it.
These are just great. So they're awesome. I've been blazing through mine. I got to open a new box here pretty soon. So yeah, good stuff. A lot has happened this week, and we appreciate everybody's donations. It just helps to go to keep our instructors going with the lessons, and lessons are certainly picking up big time this next week here. So the whole point of this is to the Schools Out initiative is so that students 18 and under can get the lessons for free all around the world. And that's what we're doing. And Simple Truth, our song that we dropped last week on Bandcamp, is now available everywhere on all the digital platforms.
Yay!
Today, as of today. Yep. So Spotify, iTunes, everywhere. And all the proceeds from that we are donating to the Italian Red Cross, to the COVID-19 Relief Fund over there. So thank you for that. Very, very cool. So David, why can you only get that color base through Jackson? Well, it's funny. When we created this base, we designated that this Quicksilver would be exclusively for me, and that you can't get this color in the other models of bases, only under my signature. And part of that is because in 1987, and I want to tell this story a little bit later when one of our guests comes on, a little bit later tonight.
There's the old one.
There it is. That is the original. Yeah, moving down a little bit, Tom. Move it down.
Let's see, I'm trying.
I know, it's hard, isn't it? That's the original bass right there that Grover Jackson made for me. And in fact, probably move back, that guitar that Dave's playing is probably, there it is. So those are the first two guitars that Dave and we drove out to Jackson Guitars, which is out on, I think, Milliken Avenue, way east of East LA, off the I-10. We went out there in 1987, and Grover might have even been 87, I guess. And Grover Jackson, when he still owned the company, he made for Dave that guitar, 24 fret Flying V, and he made for me my first 4-string Jackson bass. And so we've retained that Quicksilver color as part of that whole thing. So that's the origin story of that.
That's great. And back here we have the new modern reinterpretation. It's so hard, man.
I know. Dude, you got to do it. You got to grab that bass back there, because there's a story behind that bass. So when we were doing this album cover, which literally is right like 500 feet from here. It's with a cul-de-sac in my neighborhood is where we took this picture. And we shot the video for Sleeping Giants. So that bass was a bass I had here. Tom and Melody came over and they made these stickers, the PMRC sticker, the Dead Kennedy sticker, and the combat helmet, to basically recreate what's on the So Far So Good So What back cover there, which was taken in December 1987. We did some warm-up shows right before that record dropped. And then Tom,
that was so much trouble.
He has that bass. There it is, right there. So
headphones are tangled on my chair.
What are you doing, dude? You're getting tangled up. We can kind of see it faintly in the background. It's because that chair is so rad. It is definitely
This is so much work.
I know. Well, we believe you. We see the bass sitting in the corner. We see it sitting in the corner. Isn't that it back there?
It's right here. I got it. It's right there.
There it is.
No, that's actually my mistake acoustic back there, but I got it.
What's that, Zach? What are you saying?
We're all looking forward to the day when everything is wireless and just wires don't exist anymore.
I know. Bluetooth. There it is. Yep, there it is. Yeah. So that's it. Right there, that bass. I saw Tom looking at me with his puppy dog eyes. I said, all right. You can have the bass.
We made the custom decals. I found the same.
Yeah. So there it is. That's your bass. Yeah. So anyway.
All right.
So that's the origin story. Like Tom says, every time you release something new, it's like a Marvel you always have to go Marvel movie. You have to go back and tell the origin story. So there you go. Now you have
That's
the
right. When
origin
we
story.
wrote our new book, I said, hey, we got to retell the origin story.
Yeah.
And
so
we
there's
did.
the origin story. Back to the Megadeth, So Far So Good, So What, Grover Jackson, origin story. And now here we are in 2020. Locked down. Not playing any concerts at all. Zach, what are you doing, dude? What's going on? What are you up to?
I did kind of a cool horror movie that has a metal kind of a tie-in. Did this movie down in Georgia. It's called Bad Candy, and it's like a horror anthology, and it has a wraparound story in it that takes place in a radio station. And myself and Corey Taylor from Slipknot play the two radio DJs.
Nice.
So it was the first time I met him, and we got along really well, and it was just kind of fun because I love rock or metal, and he loves horror, and the two of us got along really well.
Corey's
and it turned
great,
out pretty good.
Yeah. Corey's
Yeah, he's
awesome.
super nice guy.
Super good, yeah.
And like I've worked plenty of times with people who you would say are non-actors, or maybe that not necessarily like trained actors, but Corey has just performed in front of so many people for so long that he was, he's not gonna be nervous in front of 30 crew members,
Right.
Not when you play Rock in Rio. So he was super chill and super relaxed, and we just had a really good chemistry thing going. And the movie, I think, from what we saw, it turned out kind of cute, and that's gonna be probably coming out. I would guess they'd probably want to do it, Halloweenish, if I would get,
Cool. Great.
marketing wise. So that, yeah.
So that'll be
Fine.
coming out where? Is that like in?
Oh, I think that would probably. This is probably going to be
Like a
no,
VOD.
I think it would be like video or
Yeah.
Netflix or when you pay for it immediately and down
Like-
just movie on
like-
demand.
Yeah,
Voodoo.
VOD, Voodoo.
Hey, speaking of which, so I was seeing something like AMC is like closing down theaters, but they're doing kind of a digital thing, right? I mean, and are they offering box office releases?
Yeah,
Like-
most of Voodoo, Amazon, most of them now have all the movies that were in theaters. They're supposed to be in theaters.
Mhm.
I mean, they have them all. You can basically buy them all for $20 now, or rent them for $20. I mean, yeah, pretty much across the board, they've all been doing that for.
Which is cool though, because I mean, again, theaters are closed, so we can't go to them. And so I would think that instead of closing their doors, they would be trying to figure out, much better. Hey, Donald.
Look who we
Don
found,
Jameson.
Don Jameson.
Hey, what's happening? Speaking of box office hits, what's going on?
Speaking of renting for $20.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Good to have you back, dude. What's happening?
I come back for an encore and I get attacked. All right.
I love you, Don.
We're
How are
happy to
you?
have you, believe me. No, we were just talking about movie theaters are closed, and I was just saying AMC movie theaters. I keep getting these emails, I guess, because I'm a member. When I was in Nashville, me and Dirk and Kiko, we'd go see movies at the AMC in Nashville last summer when we were working on the Megadeth album, and so they're pushing out advertisements that you can stream, or I guess watch them or buy them or something, because I mean, who knows when movie theaters are going to be open, but who doesn't want to watch first run box office movies, So
Sure.
I was just asking the question because I don't know.
Well, now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
I'm a big horror movie fan, so I was, listening when Zach was talking about the film with Corey, which, I know Corey as well. We all do, and we know what a big horror fan he is. And so usually when people talk about movies, my first question is Vincent Price in it? If not, I'm not that interested. Because I love old school horror, and I like horror movies with a sense of humor to them. So, anything that comes out that's like that, I appreciate.
We were also just talking before about how Zach was in Hatchet 3 and how we did all the stuff with Adam on Victor Crowley, the 4th Hatchet installment. And the world is small, and it keeps getting smaller.
And don't forget, I mentioned the fact that that Dee Snider's kid is in Hatchet 3 too, Cody.
That's right. See?
It seems there's like a lot of connections, really, and I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, if it's our personalities, but between horror and metal, there's there's so much crossover there. There really is.
There's always been. I mean, look, even Shocker and Trick or Treat, and the Friday the 13th movie that Alice Cooper and Kane Roberts did. There's always been that cool connection between horror and metal, and it's still alive today. I mean, as long as horror has really been around, they've been sort of intertwined. Especially through the 80s and the 90s, and I mean, it's always there's been so many. How many killer just horror movie soundtracks have just been all metal stuff, Yeah,
I was trying to think of that. What was that movie remember Cheap Trick had a song in it? And God, I was probably like 16. So, I mean, Cheap Trick, I was just getting, Cheap Trick was the Heaven Tonight album had just come out. Remember, what was that? They did there was a movie that came out and it, it never was in the theaters, but I remember Cheap Trick had a song on it. Do you remember? Does anybody remember what that is?
Cheap Trick had a song in every movie that came out between 1977 and 1986. You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
So let's go. Let's do 1978 and see if maybe
I was 3, so I'm probably out on this one.
Don, Zach, can you help me out here? I don't know what it was.
What was the movie? What was the movie about? Kinda. Do you remember?
I don't remember because I never saw it. All I remember was Cheap Trick, and I was in a movie. And I bought the soundtrack specifically because it's probably one of those things that was on like KTEL Records or something, right? And you bought it because Cheap Trick's on it, awesome, and then it was a song. It was okay, it was an okay song, and it's now I know making records, you always make extra songs every time you record an album. If you're only putting 11 or 12 on a record, you record 15. Just for that reason, because Japan wants one, because to get ahead of the bootlegging, they always want to release a week earlier or put something on there. So that has a special release, a special song for them. Now, of course, Walmart wants a song, Target wants a song. Everybody wants sort of their exclusive release, And then you've always got one or two left over that it's like, all right, look, we can have this one for a soundtrack somewhere.
And now there's another cool conversation going on in the comments talking about Rob Zombie, which is true, man. That's another cool thread between horror and somebody said Rob's movies aren't funny, but they kind of are. I mean, they have that kind of ironic, they're not like ha funny, but they're like clever and funny, and so. But I think
at that time, David, when Cheap Trick put that song in the movie, I think I was too consumed with Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park.
The best, the absolute best. Star Child, right?
You're looking for someone, and it's not Kiss.
Yeah,
look at that.
Hey, God bless them, man. They did it, though. You know what I mean? Now look what we have. We got The Dirt. We got the Twisted Sister movie. We got all kinds of great stuff, and it all started with Phantom of the Park.
Rob has been a great supporter of the horror genre.
Yeah.
The Lords of Salem, which I have in book form.
I actually went to the premiere of that movie with Michael Berryman and Ken Foray, and it was awesome. Like, wow, it was really cool. It was really cool.
And even the stage show, and I'll show you this picture from his photo book. That's me and Jim Florentine and Eddie Trunk on stage.
That's awesome.
With Rob in New Jersey.
Nice.
And they did it almost looks like an illustration, but it's a photograph.
It does look like an illustration. You know what the best part? We did a summer run with Rob. It's funny. Years ago, we did it was Megadeth, Pantera, and White Zombie as the opening band. Is right when they got signed to Geffen, I guess. And then years later, of course, Rob. The best part of touring with Rob now is he's got like the best video screen ever because it's basically like movie quality. It's like the ultimate drive-in movie theater. And he's got all of his own content, from his film. So it's not even like he has to go to a vault or have anybody make it. He just pulls it out of his own vault of all the great films that he's made. So he's got all this great content, and so it's super, super good. So
speaking of Rob Zombie movies, Lou Temple's joining us later from the Devil's Rejects too, a good buddy of mine. And somewhere I actually have a picture. Somewhere I have a picture, a whole cast picture with the whole Devil's Rejects cast. They did it at some convention I was at 20 years ago, and I snuck in and got one. It's so cool.
Yeah, the horror cons are cool, man. It's funny, I doing the Comic Cons, there's a lot more, that Comic Con brand seems to be a lot more kind of Star Wars and that whole thing, whereas the horror cons are obviously exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's where people like us hang out.
It's all sci-fi It's all sci-fi and fantasy in the Comic Cons. And the real difference between Comic Cons and horror cons is that the Comic Cons are really all about what's happening right now, as opposed to the horror cons, which are all about like how great stuff was in the 80s, like Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th. And, there's a lot of retro stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's a good,
Like
yeah.
me.
I'd say that's a pretty cool observation. Yeah.
Exactly. So something I wanted to talk about. So we have some of our other friends waiting. So somebody just asked if we still sell Ellefson coffee. Yes, we do. Absolutely. You can get it at ellefsoncoffeeco.com. But some of our friends have a store called Rockin' Gelato in Florida. Me and David went there and did a signing. We did an event in Tampa. They came and sold our coffee there. They've been a huge supporter, sold our coffee basically as long as we've had it. And they make amazing stuff. It's like a bakery slash, it's great. But so look, like everybody else, they've gotten hit really hard by this COVID thing and the effect on small businesses. And they're actually close to having to shut down. So I invited them to come on tonight, show off their cool shop, show off again. And I just wanted to take a minute to kind of talk about the plight of business and what's going on with everybody. And I figured, what a cool way to do it by bringing in.
Are they here? Bring them on.
They are. Look, here they are.
Do it. Hey, there they are. What's going on? We did a ribbon cutting for you guys. What's happening?
The Yeomans.
Yes. How are you? Are they live? Can we hear them? They got audio there?
We don't have any audio.
Can't hear. We can see.
And he's wearing your shirt too.
He is. And unfortunately, we can't taste because we can't eat over the internet yet.
Yeah, I like that none of us, but though, because we're watching the news, none of us have books in the background like everybody else on the news.
I have
my books are over here.
Somewhere I have some books. I don't know. They're back there somewhere, I swear. They're all like, it's like the Art of Derek Riggs and David's first book. And
right. We all have guitars and instruments and posters.
All of our books have a lot of pictures in them, not so many words, right? Tour books.
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, you guys muted your mic. You need to unmute your microphone. That's what happened.
But I will say this: I'm a big believer in small business. I live in New Jersey in a small beach town that's a half a square mile. The couple weeks before we all got shut down, just kind of knowing stuff was coming to a head, but not knowing. I was out trying to eat dinner every night at a local restaurant, and so it's so important that we support all these small businesses. Now, right there is big business over here.
That's big business right there.
Look at this snuck in. I just see this guy hanging out in our backstage.
See, right as you're talking about supporting small business, Steel Panther comes in.
Hey, Satchel supports his local.
Of course he does. What's happening, buddy? How are you? Oh, we can't hear you. Are you on? 3 minute. Click your check on your
single-handedly kept Trojan
cam mic right there. It'll give you where you can see your audio and your video right there.
It's kind of funny just watching him though. He just point at stuff, pantomime. Do you know sign language, Satchel?
He just looks
Steel pantomime.
Yeah. Funny, I remember when Steel Panther first came out here to Phoenix. When I forgot it was. There's a little club here called Club Rio.
We'll bring Satchel back in a second.
Yeah, just go look under Cam Mic right in there. That's when you bring up. There's an audio check right there where you can check your.
We'll bring you back in 2 seconds. Let's check in with Kathy and Gene. Did you get it working now?
I don't know.
There they are. Yes, we can hear you.
Yay!
Nice.
Can you smell the Rolo brownies?
Oh, see, that's how they got on. She bribed me with Rolo brownies. I'm like, you have to mail me some Rolo brownies, and then you can come on.
It's the one of the senses that we have not yet perfected with the internet is taste and smelling. So well, good to see you guys. Thanks so much. How's everything? Anything we can do to help you down there with your business? You guys have been very gracious to us.
We're just chugging along. It's been tough, doing with the quarantine and just kind of the town itself. And it's been hitting. It's growing. We're up to over 300 here in the county now, and I'd say like 4 weeks ago it was 7. As far as cases,
What is the exact town that you're in? It's a Tampa area, but what is it? Bradenton, yeah.
I remember it was actually a haul. I think it was like an hour from Tampa or something. I remember it was kind of a trek, but it worth every minute. I dream about your baked goods. I do.
Are you still open? Do you do kind of the curbside thing where if people come, you can serve them with some kind of social distancing?
Just scoop and you got to go. type.
Nice.
And, but it's strong. You know, we're probably around 15-20% of what we were doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it happened overnight. You know, that's.
I know. Nobody saw it coming, man. It's unreal. It just was upon us like nobody's business. Wow. Well, good.
If you're in or around Florida, please go support our friends. I know you guys have a GoFundMe and stuff too, I think. So feel free to post that on our socials. I'll share the link later too if anybody wants to contribute.
Yes, we would really like to be here for people in the future to come and do acoustic sets, to do book signings, CD releases. That's always been something that we wanted to do, and we hope to keep the lights on and be here for everybody.
Yeah, well, thank you for. We'll get you some more Ellison coffee too. So we'll
do anything we can to help you.
We know a guy.
Okay,
so
I'll send you some brownies.
Yeah, we got some right over
there. Right over here.
Nice. Thank you. All right, you guys.
What's your
much. It's awesome.
What's your website and social media and everything where people can find you?
Yeah, we have rockin-gelato.com. If you'd like to go in and support us on our GoFundMe account, you're more than welcome to do that. I will ship brownies anywhere. I will ship cakes anywhere. So.
Nice. Well, that's the magical word right there. Ship brownies anywhere. All right.
There you go.
Go
order something from our friends. Support small business. Thank you guys so much for coming and joining us.
Hey guys.
And get my brownies in the mail.
All right.
Thank you guys.
See ya.
Okay, now let's see if we can get Satchel back. Oh,
sure.
we don't.
God,
have
I want a
Satchel
brownie
yet.
now.
Look at this guy hanging out, creeping back here in the green room. Look at that. Anybody know who that guy is?
That looks like Mark Tremonti of Alter Bridge.
Yeah,
is that Mark Tremonti? It is Mark Tremonti. Hey, buddy, what's happening?
What's going on?
What's up, Mark?
Florida's in the house.
Right?
Look at this technology.
Isn't this
I
great?
know.
Great. This is great.
We need a little light over there, though.
You know what?
He's dark and mysterious.
I'll turn on every light I can do.
There you go. Now you look good, man. You're a dark sort of individual.
You know, I like to be mysterious.
So where are you at? You're kind of
Right as it gets in my
Orlando.
house.
You're Orlando area, right? Isn't that where you are?
Yeah.
Nice. What's going on, man? Were you guys on tour when all this came down, or were you home, or what was going on?
We just finished a tour the last day of February.
Literally days before.
You were in Europe, or where were you?
We were on the West Coast, and then when I got home, I turned on the news, and all these people in Washington were dying. So it was kind of it was stressful. Then I actually caught the flu for 8 days, so I might have had this thing. I have no idea. But that was about a month ago.
You know, I was kind of wondering the same thing. You know, we got off the mega cruise, and Tom and Melody were really sick. You were here in Phoenix for a couple of days, and then we went to Europe, and I got sick. My wife got really sick when we were over there. I know you don't know. I mean, no one knew what to look for, so you don't know if we had it. You know, but I'm kind of almost of the belief that who knows? We may have actually been exposed to it. You know, who knows? So
yeah, I did the mega cruise with you guys.
I know tons of people in California, like in December, that were sick, and you kind of wonder if they were, sick way back months ago.
My feeling is it's been around longer than we know, but that's just me. Just because there was some strange stuff going around, and you go around the world and you travel and you're exposed to all kinds of stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just the flu, but.
So we're actually not ready for Mark yet. I just wanted to bring him in to say hi, but hang up, Mark. We'll be back.
He's here. Are we just going to have him hang out? We're going to send him backstage.
Look, there's Satchel.
Satchel, what's going on, buddy?
Now.
How are you?
Are you guys? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yay, Verizon. We can hear you now. Nice.
I have so many things to say, and I want you to hear them.
And we want to hear them. We want to hear them all.
Dude, it was good to see you over in Oslo when we were over there with Five Finger Death Punch, Megadeth, and it was great. You guys were there. You were playing in Oslo, I think, the next night or something, right? We were kind of.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure I was just getting over my first bout with COVID-19 right when I was shaking your hand that night.
I appreciate that. Thank you. A true friend.
We've all had it, I think. So
nice.
You know what? It was great. You guys were amazing that night. You sounded great.
Thank you.
It was very, very cool. That was, believe it or not, that's the first time I've ever gotten to see you live.
Yeah, I've never seen Megadeth. I'm kind of curious what they're like, but I've never seen them.
They're okay.
It was an
They're
amazing
okay.
Which is good, because if I do, that means I'm not in the band, so it's probably good.
Yeah.
But hey, by the way, thank you for playing on me and Frank Bello's record, Altitudes and Attitude. You absolutely crushed that song Leviathan, and I finally got to tell you that in Oslo, and I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that and say that, because Jay Rustin, our producer in LA there, he helped hook us up with a lot of people. And it was just one of those moments where when you sent it back, I was just blown away. I mean, I just had this bass riff and I didn't even know what to do with it. We couldn't put any words over it. And then you come back with this thing that turned it into this, full blown freaking Michael Schenker album one.
Thank you all. I appreciate that.
Incredible.
I love Michael Schenker, and the album is awesome. So
it
was a pleasure to play on it, and really, really glad that you liked what I did, because I kind of just sent it back and crossed my fingers, and that's kind of how it is now when you're a musician and you're in the studio, and somebody goes, "Hey, you want to play on my album?" And it's like, yeah, of course. They just send you a track, and a lot, other musicians are usually, they give you a lot of leeway, so it's like you want to do the best you can, and hope that they like what you do. And I'm really glad you dug it, because I really loved the whole record that you guys did. It was awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I know, it was just a weird moment. Turns out me and Frank had a whole bunch of songs that we needed to do something with. And he had some great nylon string chops, which is just incredible. It's just so good, man. So we'll really, really appreciate that. It was when did you guys get home from Europe? Because you were over there with us. You got home in February? You were safe, you guys?
Yeah, we got back in like late, mid to late February, and we've been back ever since. And we had gigs like every band, right, scheduled, but almost everything got canceled. Things keep getting canceled, as we go, like into June and things like that. But I've been I ran out of toilet paper about maybe 3 weeks ago. So I've been using the leaves on that fake plant over there. But it's working out.
We'll see if we can do some sort of a relief fund for you and send something over.
Everybody send Satchel a roll of toilet paper, please.
It seems like the kids have already started toilet papering my front yard, so I don't know what kind of neighborhood this is.
You kind of wish you had all that toilet paper back now. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So, Mark, is it your birthday? Everybody keeps saying happy birthday. Did we blow it? Is it your birthday?
You know what? It's my birthday at midnight.
Wow!
Hey, dude.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, dear Mark. Happy birthday to you.
We are the latency choir right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Mark, you don't look a day over 53.
Yes.
I'm
Talk about sending files over. That's what we did with Mark, and you're a good sport when we sent over some tracks from Hammer Comes Down on the Alice Sleeping Giants album. Thank you, dude, for throwing. So you and Chris Poland, that was a fun moment for me, because I knew you grew up liking parts of Megadeth at least, and so it was fun to have you be part of something like that.
That was one of the most epic things in the world. Chris Poland's one of my all-time favorites, so that was sick. Thanks for letting me participate.
And Mark, actually, people don't know this yet, but Mark wrote a song with us for our new record too, so that's pretty killer too.
I was surprised when we were on Shiprock together last year, just how heavy your solo stuff is. The Tremonti stuff is. It's just I just stood in front of the house and just took in most of the set and heard you sing. It was just incredible. You know what I mean? Because it's.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pent-up frustration. I was always in these rock bands, and all the guys would look at me funny when I played metal riffs. So this was the time for me to do it.
I remember seeing you guys with Creed when you came through, and you sold out, like everywhere. And I remember leaving the show. I was just kind of walking out trying to beat traffic, and you're like playing Slayer licks. I'm like, what the hell's going on back there, right? During these Creed ballads, and you're like playing demonic, diminished arpeggios. I'm like, whoa. So I knew there was.
Mark is a very metal dude. We have had lots of conversations about Megadeth and Metallica. We did a cool interview for the book, More Life with Death. Shameless plug right here.
Oh yeah.
And we talked a lot, you know. I actually interviewed him for the Chris Poland book I'm writing too. And yeah, Mark is about as metal as they come.
Yeah, it was.
I loved growing up on metal, man. All the, you know, you had the two schools. You had the guys that listened to like Ted Nugent and Van Halen. Then you had the guys that listened to Slayer and Venom. And I was kind of in that camp.
Yeah. And you grew up in Michigan, you said, right? In the book, I think you were talking about that, right? You grew up in Michigan and then moved down to Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. I lived in Detroit, Michigan until I was about 15.
Nice. Another Midwest kid.
I like all this cross-pollinating with the metal musicians, because that was always the hip-hop thing where this guy featured this and this other rapper featured this rapper. Now you see it so much more in metal where, you know, Mark played on your album and Satchel played on Altitudes and Attitudes. Mustaine played on my comedy album. Satch, he wrote a song for my quinceañera recently. So, you know, it's a lot of fun.
Hey guys, we got to swap out Don. We'll have Don back. We'll have Don back in a second. But look at this guy hanging out over here.
Uh-oh. We're gonna let him in. Look at that crazy character. Hey, dude, what's happening? How are you?
What's going on, guys?
Where you at? You in Nashville?
I'm in Nashville. What's up, Mark? Happy birthday.
It's happening.
Do you know Zach Galligan from Gremlins, our friend here? Zach, head from Korn.
What's
Satchel?
going on, Zach?
We got Satchel over here. We should do a screenshot. That's a pretty metal screenshot right there.
Right?
That is very, very metal.
Pretty friggin' metal. I got to figure out how to screenshot. I did this. I love you guys at Steel Panther. Are awesome, man. You guys just know how to like. Oh, I'd screenshot. It's taking me over to like a printer app. All right, I don't know how to do it. Tom, you know how to? Someone know how to screenshot? We can.
I did it. I got one. We're good.
Hey, Dave.
So I was just. Yeah.
So I was talking to Mark at the Shiprock as well, and I was telling him that me and my daughter was a big fan of Tremonti. I had like 2 or 3 CDs, like actual CDs in my car door. And each time I would go visit her, because she lived at a different place, me and her would just rock it. When she was, you know, when did you start the band? When's the first album? What year?
I think it was about 7 years ago, I think. Around, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore. The years just go by so quick now.
I know.
I know the last month has felt like a year, hasn't it?
Yeah, man.
Yep. I just remember she was young, and she's almost 2. So
I'm working on a new one now.
Hey, so
Right
I saw
on,
you on. I saw you on Instagram or something. You were out mowing the lawn recently, Brian. Is that part of it? It's pretty metal, dude.
You know, it's funny. That was this. So I'm totally like remodeling right now. I mean, this couldn't have been better. I mean, look, all you people out there, I hate that this is going on. But as far as me and my tour, we ended 2 weeks before the shutdown. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna chill at home. And so I'm remodeling with some guys. I went over to my dude Ed's house and to see what kind of remodeling he's done. And he goes, "Hey, you want to ride my lawnmower?" That was it.
I used to do that all the time.
Code for something?
What's that?
That's not code, I hope. Every time I ask somebody if they want to ride my lawnmower, it means something completely different. So,
well, when you're in Steel Panther, everything means something different.
That room looks like an Ibanez paint job.
Yeah, I actually had Steve Vai paint the walls in here.
Is there a handle?
It's Jim Green.
Where are you? You're in LA?
Like nothing else. I rode his lawnmower. That was it. So just to let you know.
Yeah, I grew up on a farm. I used to have to ride lawnmowers like that all the time. I thought I was very commendable. I thought it was a very metal moment, you know?
It was fun, man. It was fun.
Yeah, I was just on a great chat yesterday, Berkeley College chat, and Ray Luzier was on there. Who's that? Well, he's a drummer. You probably wouldn't know him. It's funny. It's funny with that. We did. Remember, it was probably 2016, I think. Right? We were in Europe together. We played that big arena in Warsaw, and you guys were headlining. We played before you. Remember, Nikki Sixx was there. It was 6 a.m. And we were just standing out there watching. And man, when Ray did the drum solo, and then he went right into the like the little, the ride cymbal intro to the tune was just, dude, that was so cool, man. That was a memorable moment of. You remember moments of shows. You don't always remember everything, but you remember a moment, and it was just super awesome, man. took me back to like 1995 when Megadeth and Korn were out. I remember every time you guys would start the show that song, we were like, these guys are so whack. They're either going to break up tomorrow or they're going to change the world. And
maybe a little of both.
It did the latter. Yeah, it was awesome.
It's funny because my singer Jonathan, he was in a band called Sex Art, and he wrote that song with a couple guys. So we brought it to our band. They wrote it on like the string A, right? And we got our 7 strings, and we deep tuned it to play it on B, and came up with that that you just mentioned. And so we were just texting with the guy who wrote it with Jonathan and me, and he told us something on text, and I was like, hey, didn't you grab some of our publishing, And I was just joking with him, but that's a lot of history with that song, actually. And we totally just ripped off Mr. Bungle and said, let's just do something very weird to start the song. It ended up being a career-long, like, jam, so.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Cool.
So were you guys the first ones to start using 7 strings back in the 90s?
Steve Vai credits us, for.
That's right. Steve Vai did have a 7-string guitar, right?
Yeah, and I guess from how he says it, we were going. It was. I don't know if they were going to continue it, and then Korn blew up, and it just went through the roof. Then everyone wanted 7 strings for a little bit, So
well, here's
it worked
how
out good for everybody.
Here's how I remember it. No one knew about Ibanez, and Mesa Boogie was only known to Metallica. Once Korn came out, you guys changed the world, right? And then suddenly everybody played Mesa Boogie and everybody played Ibanez. That's the way I remember it. So it's amazing how one or two people can change the entire scope of the NAMM show.
Yeah.
Just because they get so huge, And I guess Mark could probably be the same with you with PRS, man. And when you came out especially with your Tremonti model, it was like a game changer. Chris Poland, remember Chris Poland walked into a Megadeth show. I think we were going to play L'Amour in New York with Slayer, and Chris walks in with a PRS, and Dave's like, gives him the scowl. He goes, "You're not playing that guitar tonight, are you?" And so he sheepishly put it away in exchange for the BC Rich, but he couldn't wait to break that guitar out. So I remember the PRS, and that was probably like, 85, 86, something like that. So funny how years later PRS became the thing, and you, Mark, you became the poster boy for it.
PRS was always one of those guitars at the guitar shop that was on the top rack. That was way too expensive to buy back when I was growing up. And when I got my first, when they sent me one, it was it kind of wasn't my style of guitar, but then I kept on sending them back so many times. Like, why don't you just design your own damn guitar? You're being too picky. So that's the only reason I got a signature model. But love them.
But you've had it for a long time, though, right? You've had it like, 15 years?
I think 2002 we came out with the first model of it. So, yeah, it's been a long time.
Wow. Yeah. 20 years. Yeah.
Wow. I could be wrong, but I heard through the internet grapevine that Santana actually plays your signature model, Mark. Is that true?
I'd be disappointed if he did.
He better.
Mark's amps. By the way, Mark has his own amp now, the PRS made, and it's amazing. He was playing for it one night. I went and hung out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa. Hey, I must have been confused. That must have been somebody else. Sorry.
No, man. I'm an amp.
So isn't it?
What are you
I'm
saying,
an
Mark?
amp fanatic. I said I'm an amp fanatic. So making my signature amp, we dialed it in for years, and I was so nervous to put it out because I didn't want to see some jackass saying they hated my amplifier. It was like almost like putting out the most personal record you could ever put out. So when I put it out, and it was welcomed so well. I was psyched. So that's my baby.
There's always going to be some asshole on YouTube in the comment section, though. You got to watch out for that.
In the guitar world, there's always some asshole.
Dude,
we got to keep the language at
dude, Blabbermouth.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, I'm
away from Blabbermouth.
I
PG-13, fellas.
I spit out some F-bombs by accident the last time we did this, so I'm on my best behavior tonight.
The kids
We
seem
are
to
raising
like
money
it.
for kids, aren't we?
Yeah. And actually, KKDJ,
keep it clean.
Sorry about that.
KKDJ, a broadcast station in Fresno, is actually broadcasting this. So, but hey, it's good. It's good. I think we can.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting knocked off, but we just played Fresno, and it was sick. Such a sick show. So shout out to Fresno right now. It was
Fresno in the house.
Well, we didn't play like last week.
Oh yeah, Fresno. Hey, I grew up in Fresno, so I know what it's like there.
You grew up there, Satchel, in Fresno?
Oh yeah, I grew up there. I used to pick raisins out by Clovis High School, and that's how I paid my first
It's
guitar.
amazing.
Yep. So shout out to Fresno, all my children that I haven't met yet that are growing up there.
and you better give a shout out to all your. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm sure he's got some at Bakersfield and Modesto, and you might want to just cover the whole grapevine while you're at it, Satchel.
They do. They wander around the whole Central Valley. So.
Right. They're all walking around in pink leopard bandanas, and
that's right.
Ed was Corn from Bakersfield.
Yes.
Yeah. So watch what you're saying there,
right?
Yeah.
I love Bakersfield. I'm just saying, Satchel planted his seeds there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got family there. Hopefully, Satchel didn't touch anybody. So, yeah, Bakersfield, bro. We weren't born. Well, yeah, I guess a few of them were born and raised, but I was born in L.A. My dad was a banker. Then he moved to Bakersfield to start a Chevron truck stop, like big rigs and everything, and had a coffee shop connected to it, a little arcade. And so I was just this little nerdy kid I met Jonathan in 4th grade. He was in 3rd grade. I met Phildy in 7th grade, and he was in 7th grade. And then Monkey I met in 9th grade, David in 10th grade. And so it's just from childhood, man. It's such a crazy thing. Hey, Mark, when did you guys grow up together?
I went to high school with Scott Stapp. But we didn't know each other too well until college. And then Scott Phillips grew up right outside of Tallahassee. And then Brian Marshall grew up in the Panhandle. Miles lives out in Washington, so we're about as far as away as we can get in Alter Bridge, but mostly Florida area.
I always love that. It's cool to hear of guys that grew up around each other, started bands. Because I had high school bands and we never went anywhere. We went to California and then broke up, and me and Dave started Megadeth. But it's cool to hear when guys like grow up together and stay together with their band. That's cool. That's always an awesome story, I think.
Yeah, pretty
it's
crazy,
dream, right? It's the high school dream. Drawing pictures of Marshall stacks and drum risers on your tablets. Right, getting thrown into detention, and then you actually go on to be rock stars and say, "The heck with school," right? Isn't that supposed to be the dream?
The problem is you're with your friends who you've been partying with your whole life, and then you get a record deal, and then you're getting paid to party, and then you just take that lifestyle for into the career, and it's fun at first, but.
Hey, Brian, I don't know if you even realize, but sitting right next to you, that's Zach Galligan from Gremlins, who we were texting with at the Corn Show that night.
Is that Zach right there?
That's Zach Galligan from Gremlins right there. I just that night of the show, me and Head were there talking, and some of his friends were there, and their kids were huge Gremlins fans. And I'm like, dude, I know Zach Galligan. And I texted them, and we were all on a group text, had this fucking smack.
Zach, where are you right now?
I am just outside of Atlanta, Georgia area, down south.
Awesome. Well, you don't age. You look like you haven't aged that much.
I know. You were talking about that earlier. I'm like, why do you look younger than me?
What the hell?
I'm against it. I've done a lot of studying about age, and I've just decided the whole age thing. I refuse. So I just decided it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Not going.
Mind over matter.
Nice.
Great idea.
So I think we actually got to say goodbye to Zach. His roommate's got a Twitch feed, so he can only be here till 9.
Thanks for jumping in, buddy. Good to see you, Zach.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
And
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Where can everybody find you on social media if they want to stalk you, buy Gremlin autographs?
At ZWG Man. Have it all ready for you. At ZWG Man on Instagram and on Twitter. And look forward to talking to everyone. And Dave, I want to thank you. Tom, I want to thank you guys. I'm big fans, love metal, and it's a real privilege to be on here. Appreciate it.
Cool. We appreciate you stopping in, dude.
I had intended to nerd out way more on Gremlins, but we'll do that another time, I promise.
No worries. No worries. It's all good.
All right.
Cool. Well, this is great, man. Thanks for everybody coming in. We really, really appreciate it. And like I say, like we did this first one last week on Saturday. It was like a 10-hour marathon fundraiser and the webathon. And so thanks you guys for coming in and hanging out. It's great. We're just raising money for some COVID-19 relief fund stuff, but also to have some funds to employ some musicians and get these lessons for students all around the world now. Actually, it was kind of thinking it's just going to be America, but now students all around the world, 18 and under, at the Ellison Youth Music Foundation.org is the site. If you're watching on the social media, where you can, if you're 18 and under, you can sign up for the lessons. There's a little donate button there as well. So we really appreciate all the efforts being made for that.
And here's the link to donate if you want to. You can also buy T-shirts. We have some Ellison Youth Music Foundation T-shirts that you can pick up. merchlive.com/DEYMF. And I'm going to post that link in here too. So I just saw Johnny Z hanging out back in the green room. I wanted to drop him in for a second.
What's going on, man? What's happening?
Hey guys.
How are you? What's going on?
Nice to see you all.
Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it. Where are you at?
Not far from Orlando, Florida.
Okay. So you're right next door to
See,
Mark.
Mark, you and John should hang out. Mark lives in Orlando. Mark, you know Johnny Z from Megaforce? The reason we're all here.
We're about 35 minutes away.
So you're
in the hilly area.
Nice.
Claremont?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
There's nice hills here, and I kind of like it, you know?
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. I'm out in Windermere.
Oh, I love Windermere.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Windermere, or I wouldn't be living in Claremont.
So
by the way, everybody, Windermere is very cool.
Absolutely.
So what are you up to?
We're going to check in with Johnny in a second, actually.
Okay,
we got
guys,
him and Metal Joe coming in from the Old Bridge Metal Militia Foundation. So I wanted to pop
Metal
Johnny
Joe
in to
won't
say,
be here tonight.
oh, he can't come. Okay,
won't be here
well,
tonight.
that's all right. We'll talk to Johnny about it. That's quite okay. So, John, we'll check back in with you in a second. Hang tight.
A lot that John is responsible for. A lot of good stuff.
Look who else is hanging out back here. We just got all these rock stars hanging out. Chuck Billy's hanging out.
What's happening, dude? What's happening, buddy? How are you?
What's up?
What's going on, man? Dude, good to have you, man. How you feeling? I talked to you the other day. You said you're good. You're feeling well.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling 100% now after a month. Yeah, it took a whole month out of me, but yeah, I feel 100%. It was definitely a brutal virus. It took me down for at least 2.5 weeks, but every day getting better.
Nice. And how is the rest of your team? I talked to Alex Skolnick last week, and he obviously was fine. And we had Mark Osageda on the show last week, and he was okay. But how's the rest of Tiffany and everybody else up there in the Bay Area? They all recovered and got through it now?
Yeah, I mean, we all got sick the day after we got back to the USA.
Mm-hmm.
And we've all been down between the three bands, Exodus and Death Angel, kind of just kept in contact with each other, and we all had the same symptoms.
Yeah.
And realized, we gotta have it, and
yeah.
And right away when we got home, we wanted to be proactive actually, and said, let's call Kaiser and see what we can do since we've been everywhere through Europe, and we couldn't even get tested at first, because we had no symptoms.
Yeah.
And, within 2 days later, we had the symptoms going, and they sent us in. We did a drive-through, swab in the mouth and the nose, and then sent us on our way, no medication, and just kind of said, go home, isolate, and if you have any, breathing problems, then definitely call 911 and come back. But, it was kind of tough at first, and we just kind of wrote it out at home. After about 2 weeks, things are starting to get better.
Yeah. Wow. What a story, man. Good Lord. I know. And it was big news, obviously, because right as it was all happening, you were very public and, like say, very proactive and very public about it. And Gary Holt as well, right? Gary and Lisa, are they okay?
Yeah, Gary and Lisa are getting better now, and so is Will Carroll from Death Angel. He's out of the ICU, off the ventilator, back home. He's doing well, so that everybody's doing good.
Yeah,
it's just crazy. We just barely made it out of there. I mean, you guys know, being on tour.
Yeah,
we just barely got out of there, and
Megadeth just beat it too, and you guys got it right ahead.
Yeah. It's funny. We got out of there. We were just talking to Satchel. We were over in Europe at the same time, and then we both kind of got out of there by late February at the latest. Got home, and we were about a week or two ahead of it. In fact, we just played in Milan, in a big club. One of those great sweaty metal shows. Where everybody's piled on top of each other, and it's just breathing sweat and metal, and you realize it's the worst place you could possibly be. But got through that okay. And I came home sick too, and I don't know. My doctor was flipping out. He had a mask. He made me wear a mask. And I was like, "Look, I don't. How do you know if you have it?" And he goes, "We don't know. It's even have a standardized way to even test this. We don't have a test kit yet. We don't really have anything." And I remember seeing Mike Portnoy posted something that he said, he was pretty upset because Sons of Apollo was having to cancel some shows and come home. And then right after that, I was just on a chat yesterday with Billy Sheehan with Berkeley College, and he had kind of told the story about, look, there came a point where it's like, look, we got to go home. We got to shut it down and go home. And then right after that, things were closing down. And I remember seeing you guys were still there, so over there. So you guys kind of were. Did you finish your tour or not?
Yeah, we were in contact with Portnoy and those guys, and we were due to come home the last show on the 11th and fly home on the 12th. Yeah. And so we had Italy cancel about a week before, and then the last show in Germany, the 11th, was canceled. And we were notified like the night before, like right before doors, about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And they wanted to cancel that show, but the promoter showed up and said, "Hey, everybody's in. Let's just do this." And we were just kind of like, "Oh man, let's just get home." And then within 2 days later, the president, had the travel ban going on, and we're just like, "Man, let's just get out of here and get home." And we all, as sick as we're thankful. As you guys know, it would have been twice as worse sitting in a hotel trapped in Europe for about 3 weeks. Not being able to leave sick. We're like, thank God we made it all the way home. Or it would have been pretty brutal,
I know. We're about ready to go down and do the Hell in Heaven Fest in Mexico, and it was the same thing. We got right up to the wire, and they're like, "There's, we can't go." Kiko's actually over in Finland, and so he was kind of freaking out how he would even get there because of the travel ban and everything. Finnair stopped flying, everything was shut down. So I know it's strange times, man. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I remember we were on tour during 9/11 when that happened. We were in Seattle. And, Dave called me and said, "Oh, my Junior, wake up. A plane just flew into a building in New York," and I was like, all right, I went back to sleep. And he calls me 20 minutes later. And then on and on it went. And that was a weird moment to be leaving Seattle, going across the border into Canada, to leave your own country when all the flights are grounded and everything was going on. So that was a weird moment. And then, that strange time. But this is weird on a whole other level because everybody's affected, all around the world. It's not like, if you're in Europe, you're okay, or if you're over in Asia touring, you're okay. It's such a strange moment right now. So, well, dude, we're glad you're okay, man. I appreciate you coming on and just saying, obviously everybody knows Chuck Billy, right?
Hell
Mark, Satchel Head, you guys everybody knows each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Testament at the Troubadour in LA back in 1989, maybe. I think it might have been the last gig you guys ever played at the Troubadour. You remember playing there?
It's been a long time, man. It had to be the 80s. Yeah.
It was probably 88 or 89.
Bro,
It's awesome.
Where did we play? Corn and Testament. Where was that? Was that the teaser? Was that Troubadour? You remember that show?
When we did the show, I think it was the Troubadour.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
93 or something like that.
Yeah, we did that.
Wow.
Long ago.
That was huge for us, man. Like long-time Testament fans. We were like, yeah, we did a Testament show.
So your new album out right now. So Chuck, with your new album out right now, what's the plan? I mean, obviously, like I think everybody. I mean, I know Five Finger, they had to postpone their tour. Mark, you've got a pretty recent Alter Bridge record. I mean, what's the plan for Testament right now?
Well, it's tough, man. I mean, we decided to carry on and release the record, put it out there. Everybody's got time on their hands. Give them something new to listen to. It's going to be tough just on everything going on, but what can you do? Just keep moving on.
Yeah. How about you, Mark? What's going on with Alter Bridge right now? I mean, obviously, I know we're all home, but you guys have singles and things coming out. What are you up to?
We've just been canceling. We've just been knocking down tours one after the other. We had a tour in May, then we had the summer tours in Europe, and then we had a tour in September scheduled. We're hoping that still happens, but then you turn on the news and they say 2021 is probably the earliest for the concerts. But I hope that's not true.
Yeah.
Because we have it's not just the bands, it's our crews, it's this the entire industry is getting slaughtered right now. So it's and people just want to get out and have some fun. So hopefully a damn virus, some kind of vaccine comes out for this damn virus.
Yeah, I know. Satchel, what about you? What are you guys up to?
Well, we got a new foot pedal that we've been selling. It's a distortion pedal. You can go to steelpantherrocks.com, and it's one of the best sounding distortion pedals on the market. I can't say the name because
I think it's called the cat. It's called the Cat Melter, isn't it?
It's similar to that, but you can go check it out. You can go check it out on steelpantherrocks.com. Also, we're going to try. We had to cancel shows like everybody else, but we decided that we're going to try to do a really well produced live show and do it online, and because the fans always want to see shows, and even though it's not going to be the same, it's the only option right now. So we're going to try to do a live show in about a month. And if you're a Steel Panther fan, you can go to steelpantherrocks.com and see how, we haven't figured out all the details or what day, but we're going to try to do that and at least, get some entertainment out to the fans, because that's cool. That's all we can do.
Awesome.
It's nice when everybody lives in the same town. You can do that. We're scattered in 2 different countries and 4 different cities. So I know it's cool when everybody's together.
I'm here. Cool. Dave's there. 2 guys are in Italy. So awesome, Satchel. Thanks so much for joining us, man.
Yeah,
we got 20 people waiting, dude. Thank you so much for jumping.
Thank you guys for having me, and have a great rest of your pandemic.
Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy your apocalypse, sir.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, look, Mark, it's so awesome seeing you guys
I lost
too.
Audio.
Who did?
Mark.
Yeah, I got a kind of a bad connection myself.
Well, look, why don't you go out and come back in, Chuck? Why don't you just close it up and come back in, and we'll get some other people in here, and there you go. So there we go. All right, so we're gonna bring Johnny Z back in. Hi, Johnny Z. And we're gonna bring our friend. Yeah, let's see. Where did he go? Oh, oops. All right. How you doing, Johnny?
Doing good. Doing the best I can with this little Armageddon going on out there,
Oh, I know.
Hey, Johnny, can you guys hear me?
Excuse me?
Okay, so my name's Brian from the band Korn.
Brian, I know who you are.
So I had a place in Claremont. In
Really?
2017. I lived there like half of my time, 2017 and 18, right on those chain of lakes.
Oh, you're right behind me. I'm on the other side of the lake. Where'd you go? Lake Louisa?
Right on. Yeah, I love with that, with the lakes and everything. So I don't know. It was a short stay, and I ended up selling my place, but I made a little money, and it's beautiful out there, though.
Cool,
Very
man.
beautiful.
Cool. I'm happy you liked it.
Yeah.
I'm happy you liked it. Well, I'm here. This is where you go to die, Florida.
Well, if you're East Coast, you go there, right? I mean, I'm a Midwest kid, so I guess we all go to Arizona, So I've been
all right.
Yeah, so that's where you go. So what have you been doing, man? Are you basically
So let's introduce Johnny. For anybody who
Yeah.
doesn't know, Johnny's the guy who started Megaforce Records and signed Metallica and Anthrax, and basically is responsible for most of the metal that, with Combat and a couple other labels, responsible for everything we like today. So
yes.
Don't forget Brian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Brian Slagle, who will be joining us tonight. Exactly.
Okay.
I'd never forget Brian, ever.
All right.
For some reason, I lost.
Look, I'm not
audio and
doing
everything.
right now.
Oh, no. Well, here, why don't you go out and come back in, Mark?
God. Okay. What I'm doing right now is telling people about the book I wrote. That's what I do. I wrote a book. Just like everybody else today, I wrote a book.
Nice.
And and that's what I'm doing. I'm talking about what book oh, look at that. That was dirty.
That's More Life with Death. That's kind of David's book. Well, where's yours? Why don't you have yours to hold up? You're supposed to have it right there.
You know what? We were supposed to talk about these guys tonight.
We are going to talk about that too. So tell us about it. Tell us about the Old Bridge.
Well, the Old
Foundation.
Bridge Metal Foundation, the Oak Ridge Militia Foundation, really is not what I didn't start it. I may be the cause of it, but what it does is it provides music, education, and instruments, and scholarships, and teaching to a big area around the tri-state area, predominantly, I'll say right now, in the New Jersey area. And it's not a national thing. They get involved with the community. They do so much. I wanted Metal Joe to be here. How you doing, by the way? I wanted Metal Joe to be here because he would tell you more about the in-depth, involved day-to-day work of the militia. But what's beautiful is that we all started together in 1982-83. It's just a bunch of headbangers hanging out at this guy Rockin' Ray's house with Metal Joe. And in that house lived Metallica. Slayer played a live show down in the basement of the house, amongst many other groups. It was a crazy, crazy environment. But there was about 200 of us. And now there's about 25 left. Everybody's dead. And those 25 to 30 people with Metal Joe and Rockin' Ray, they decided to give back to the world. They're also, religion has come to a lot of us as well. So it's something that we all want to do is give back. And that's what the Oak Ridge Militia Foundation today is. It's basically the energy we had when we were kids, partying like there was no tomorrow, is now all put into giving to people who are in need, and especially focusing on the music world. Is that it in a nutshell? It's a little boring.
That's awesome, though, man. That's
perfect.
So
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. That's great.
Hey, look, and that
Very
ties
cool.
in so much to the mission of what we're
And
doing.
by the
with-
way, da, 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 da,
Yes,
da,
yes.
da,
And that's it. I wanted to bring on to talk, and there's our friend Jason Gooley from Metal DevOps and Cisco
All right.
there in the
Hi,
middle
Jason.
too. So
Hey,
again,
Brian.
we got a minute to talk about that. And look, it ties in so much into what we're doing with the David Ellison Youth Music Foundation and the Grammy Music Education Coalition. It's all about music education and the things we're doing and everything else. So it's super cool what you guys are doing. And again, I just wanted to bring you on for a minute, show some tribute and reverence. I mean, look, we have Brian Slagle coming on later. Me and David run Combat now. So again, we got the holy trinity of metal labels pretty much on here tonight. So.
Beautiful. As it should be.
That's
As
awesome.
it should be. Well,
Thank
listen,
you, Johnny.
guys, it was nice saying hello to you for a second.
Thank you.
Give
Appreciate
kisses
it.
to everybody. Mwah.
Cool.
Bye
See ya.
now.
Thank you so much. Take care, buddy.
Hey, brother.
Take care, Joe.
Hey, Tom, Dave.
Yeah. Yes.
David. Sorry,
You're gonna-
David. I gotta get going. I got a call with a friend's son. So
Oh, good.
right,
Thank you. Thank you
for
much,
checking
Brian.
in
Good
with
to
us,
see you.
brother. Much
Thank you for
love.
jumping in.
Good seeing you
Appreciate
again.
it.
yeah.
Love you.
You guys.
I'm gonna hop out. Hang on one second.
Go
I will
ahead.
be back. Yep. You can drop me out for a second. I'll log back in for my
Okay.
microphone.
Okay. Good.
Hey,
Yeah,
Chuck. What's happening? What's going?
Look at that guy, Chuck Beeler, Jason Beeler. The
What's
Beelers
up?
are here.
What's going on, man?
Hey, look, Chuck, I got a poster of you hanging over my desk. You watching
Yes,
me
you
while I
do.
work every day. Somewhere on there. There you are. With a cigarette
That's cool,
hanging out of your
Tom.
mouth.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy, how are you? Jason
Better
Beeler,
because-
how are you?
Better because I quit smoking.
Good, see?
Yeah. Little jittery, but you know.
It's awesome, man. Well, it's great to have you check in with us, man. We'll look, if you're going to be up a while, we might have you check back in with us a little later, too. We got Dee Snider coming up. We got a ton of cool people, but if you're going to be up for a bit, we might have you check back in with us a little later, too. That'd be
Sounds
awesome.
good to me, man.
So, do you know our friend Jason Beeler over here, the other Beeler?
You, Jason.
Yeah.
We are like the
You had-
Beeler
you had-
brothers.
You had Chuck Billy and Jason Beeler, and I'm Chuck Beeler. That's great.
I know, right?
It's
Can you
meant
hear
to
me?
be.
I can.
Okay.
So, how you doing, Jason Beeler? What's up over there? Oh, oops. Try that again.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh yeah. Just living the dream. You know, like everybody else. You know, and you know, Netflix. Is it Netflixing and chilling is what the kids do or something?
I think so.
Something like that. Like a combination of unlimited studio time and Groundhog's Day and power watching Ozark. That's pretty much my life.
Do you know our friend Mark Tremonti up here in it's like Hollywood Squares.
We have a lot of friends. I don't think we've ever met officially, but we have a lot of mutual friends.
Oh, see, Tremonti, you lost your audio again. You look so cute, though.
It's the dimensions of my head have zapped the satellite communications for the chat. I apologize.
Hey, Chuck Beeler, can you do me a favor and turn your volume down on the computer? We're getting a little echo back through your... No, that's not yours. Whose is that? Is that yours, Beeler?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to go one by one through your microphones and see who it is. Mark Tremonti, is it yours? Nope. Not Chuck Beeler.
Nope.
It's Jason Beeler. Your microphone, your audio. You want to come back out and try and come back in? Anyway, so yeah, I was hearing everything I said come back through Jason Beeler's stereo, so we can't have that. So, but yeah, Chuck, dude, if you're around, we gotta check in and jump on with Dee Snider in about 7 minutes here. But dude, if you're around later tonight, we'd love to, stick around. We'll bop you back in later. Me and you and Dave can have a little chat about some Megadeth.
Sounds good to me, man.
Awesome. So, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. You there? You got your audio back? Either way, well, we lost Mark. Everybody say goodbye to Mark. We love you, Mark Tremonti.
See you, Mark.
We will check back in with Chuck Beeler a little later on. Chuck, how you doing, Jason Gooley?
Dude, I'm doing awesome right now. How are you doing? This is going well, it seems.
It is. It's really fun, man. We're about to chat with Dee Snider. I'm pretty pumped about that, being a giant nerdy. I don't know if you know this, but Twisted Sister Stay Hungry is the first album I ever owned in my life.
No, really?
The reason I am the degenerate I am today is because of the man we're about to talk to. At least partially. He's at least partially responsible.
Oh, man. For some reason, I thought everything started at 8:30. Like, what is that?
It's all right. Now you're having issues with your mic too. Everybody's mic doesn't work. I'm just going to kick him out. I'll just be here by myself. Hey, look, David Ellison's back.
There we go. All right. Okay, good.
Hey, good. There's David. His mic sounds
yeah,
good.
my mic's working good. I swapped mine out here to change up a little bit different things. So, dude, as I was stepping away, it's cool that Chuck Bieler and Mark Tremonti were in, because I know Mark, So Far So Peace Sells and So Far So Good So What were a couple of his favorite Megadeth records.
Yeah, me and Mark both nerd out all the time on the old Megadeth records and how big of fans we were. And again, it's Peace Sells and So Far So Good So What. That again, we told that story every night on tour. Excuse me, about the My Megadeth thing in the book and how me and Tremonti, our Megadeth was So Far So Good So What.
Yeah, and that's what started. My Megadeth was actually when we were in the studio recording Dystopia. That's what Chris Adler used to say. Well, my Megadeth wouldn't do this. My Megadeth would do this. So, hey, that's a good one right there. Twisted Sister and Iron Maiden, 1984. Gosh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah.
I know. I was just saying to Jason Gooley how Stay Hungry was the first album I ever owned. It was Stay Hungry and then Quiet Riot, Metal Health, and then Shout at the Devil. Those were the big, and Michael Jackson, Thriller, and the Police Synchronicity. Those were the first 5 albums I owned.
Hey, so a couple things. You got the links to put up. Grammy Music Education on Instagram. Grammy Music Ed. They are we're part of the Grammy Music Education Coalition. They are also streaming this
on their Twitch
on Instagram.
channel.
Yep, over on Twitch also, and then also maybe if you can put up the fundraiser link as well, so we have that, so we can take care of a little business right here.
Yeah, let's take a minute to pay some bills, as they say in the TV world.
Yeah, so we're doing the raffle. So the raffle tickets, you have the link up for the raffle tickets. We are going to raffle off another signature bass here, another Jackson bass. So we're going to be raffling this one off tonight. So we have that, and we actually have an auction site going up as well. Do you have that?
eBay, yes. It's just on eBay, Ellison Youth Music Foundation. We didn't even talk about it with Mark, but apparently Mark got us a signature signed PRS guitar that we're going to be auctioning off on eBay for the David Ellison Youth Music Foundation next week. So, and some other stuff. So check it out on eBay. We'll post all the links on David's socials and everywhere else, but it's just eBay. It's Ellison Youth Music Foundation. So just look it up, find it. So I think it's about that time, man. One of our main events of the evening. So sorry about all the audio issues. It seems like somebody was just saying, they're right. Everybody's on the internet tonight. It's everybody's big Friday night. So the internet's we've been having all kinds of sound issues. So, but anyway, so we're going to check in now with our friend and yours, Dee Snider. There he is.
Hey, there he is. What's going on, buddy? How are you?
I was in the mist on my video. I'm going, why is it so hazy and foggy here? Well, there's a fire in my room, but it's just, I don't know, with the feed. You hear me okay?
We can hear you great, man. Dude, thanks so much for jumping in, man. It's we've been chatting this whole week, and you're in a far away, non-disclosed area of the world, and
far away exotic land.
I'll disclose. I escaped, man. My wife and I built a house in Belize about 5 years ago. Nice. So we spend our time down here on the beach a lot of the time, and we're down here now, but don't think we're escaping anything. It's more shut down here than anywhere. We've got a curfew in effect, restaurants, no takeout for the restaurants, police on the streets, military. If you go out after 8, but really after 4 o'clock. So as beautiful as it is, there's no escaping this thing. It's everywhere.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I know we had just started chatting this week about that. You were mentioning that, and obviously you're in touch with everybody up in New York, New Jersey. Obviously, probably bandmates, former bandmates, friends, family. There's a lot of people, man, just getting hammered up there.
Yeah, I have family. My son is in New York. My other 3 kids, they're all grown. They're out in LA. But they're everybody's getting hit. There's no escaping. You just keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best. I'll tell you what, I had, and some people know about this, out of the gate, I had real perspective on the whole thing. My daughter was in Peru on a spiritual journey in the jungles, and they shut the country down. And she was stuck there for 2 weeks, and they were not letting any Americans out. They were letting anybody out. And I was really starting losing my excrement. I can curse here, So, I mean, I went for 2 weeks. I was blowing up everybody in the world, from the government officials. I had black ops people. I had ex-military on the ground in Peru working their way to. It was my daughter. And although she was safe, fortunately, I knew it was just a matter of time before she would not be. And so after we got her out, after about 10 days of craziness, and thanks to the U.S. government for getting a plane and bringing her and others out of there, it just sort of, everything else I could take in stride. I mean, it's horrible what's going on, but the fear of having my daughter stuck in Peru, and this area in Peru where all the spiritual journeys are in the jungle, it's cartel country. Yeah. So you're flying to be there, but now all hell's breaking loose in Peru right now. And I didn't want my little blonde goth daughter on the streets of Iquitos, So, anyway, she's fine, but I've been so zen since then. It's just like I can handle anything. She's
great. Yeah. We were actually just talking to Zach Galligan earlier. He was on with us, and he was in Hatchet 3 with Cody, with your son.
Oh, really? Yeah.
We were talking about that.
That's right. Yeah, Cody's Cody's a director himself now. He's got a 3-picture deal with Warner Brothers.
Wow.
And his first movie. Right now they're like in a holding pattern. Obviously, Margot Robbie's starring in it, and it's called Fool's Day. So as soon as the doors open up, he goes into and starts shooting his first feature for Warner's.
That's awesome! Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And funny enough, Adam Green, who directed the Hatchet movies, was on with us last weekend when we did this. So it's a small world.
Nice.
Very, very. Adam's a good friend. I did Holliston with Adam.
You did. I love Holliston. That was the next thing I was going to bring up.
Yeah, we've done quite a few things together. And Hey, Dave.
Yes.
When Twisted was reunited and we did some festival in Europe, were you in Megadeth at that time or out?
Yes, no, I was in. In fact, I remember we had just played Grass Pop, and we had gone on right before you, and we came off stage, and I remember Dave was cranking the stereo, and you came in and you screamed over and said, "Listen, I know you boys just got done getting laid," or whatever you said in a very PG way. But can you please turn the stereo down so we can hear ourselves to warm up?
Tom, they were listening to Tom Petty. I'm getting geared up for my show. They come over and say,
That's right.
And then it was Tom Petty.
We were all getting chilled and melody. That's right. Yes.
And I said, for the love of God. You guys remember
Did you ever think you'd be yelling at Megadeth for playing mellow, chill music?
Music stopped. And then I hear Dave go, "This one's for Dee Snider," and they put on "Fast the Shark" by Accept. And I was like, yes! I was, damn.
I remember it well.
Chilling out.
I remember. And it's so funny. I remember there was another great moment. I think it was 1997 or 98. You were hosting, you were hosting for RIF, for WRAF up in Detroit. You were up in Auburn at the Palace. You were hosting their Christmas show.
Yeah.
And we had just flown from Buenos Aires. I remember from Buenos Aires. It was nice and warm in summer up there. And you were there and you were hosting. And it was awesome, man, because you were, it's just we all go through transitional things of what we're doing with our bands and other things. And you were there and man, you were just an awesome host. And it was great to see you there. And you were rocking it, man. You anchored it well. So
life takes you, the journey of life is very interesting. And the big thing I learned is just say yes and figure it out later. I mean, that's how so many things that I wound up doing was because I said yes, and then all of a sudden it became a reality. And I was like, all right, we'll figure this out. Like when I was on Broadway in Rock of Ages for 3 months, I was at the premiere of the show, and they came up to me after the show and said, "What would you think about being in the show?" I never did any real Broadway choreography, dancing, singing, the whole. I said, "Yeah, sure." 2 years later, I'm on safari in Africa. Satellite phone rings. It's my manager. And I'm like, "What the hell is he doing?" I said, "Phil, what are you doing?" With the whole family. He goes, "You're in." I said, "In what?" He said, "Rock of Ages." My wife, she thought, looking at me, she thought somebody died. Yeah. My face just dropped. And I said, "When?" And now she was positive somebody died because I said, "When?" And you land on Saturday, you start rehearsals on Monday, and you're in 2 weeks later. And, so I just said yes. And then all of a sudden I'm doing Broadway, something, I probably would have punched you in the face if you told me I'd be on Broadway back in the 80s.
Yeah, right.
D, you're going to be on Broadway. You're, take it back, man. I'm metal.
Well, we've had careers like that, right? It's just ebbs and flows like that. Now, what's the latest and greatest now that what you're doing besides just relaxing? But I mean, there's always something in the
relaxing. The hours of the day aren't long enough. Okay, first of all, you're going to think I'm a prophet after I tell you this. Okay. Last year, when I wrapped up the For Love of Metal tour, I said, guys, I'm taking off next year. Mm-hmm. Good year to take off, don't you think?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Everybody's taking off. So my manager's going, you're taking off a whole year. I said, look, I want to focus on my writing. And I've been developing my screenplay writing and just writing in general. And so here I am in a house and I'm writing. So I just finished my first fictional novel, which will be shot. My people are shopping very soon. I've got a Netflix children's animated show called Monsters Rock that's in development over there that I co-created. I've got a Christmas special with Stupid Buddies, that stop motion thing that we're writing right now. So I want to take off a year and focus on my writing. And oddly, it couldn't have happened at a better time because all I do is write now.
Yeah. Right. Hey, no, what's funny? I have to ask you this, and I may have asked you this when you came out. We played at Alice Cooper's Christmas Pudding a bunch of years ago, probably 10, 12 years ago, something like that. And you had played We're Not Gonna Take It, and then you went into Come All Ye Faithful. Now, is there a connection to the story? I think there is, right, to the song?
Well,
or not?
The connection is a guitar player who's played with both of us, Al Petrelli.
Right.
Okay, who's going to be on shortly. So Al and I were going to make Widowmaker. Now, I wrote We're Not Gonna Take It. In 1980, I wrote the chorus, finished the song in like 82, 83. As the story goes, came out in 84, biggest song ever for me, and a godsend. So literally. So years later, Al and I are riding in a van, drive to a gig, we're van touring it, and we're talking about songs that ripped off other songs. And we're going to My Sweet Lord, and you're going to, and you're running down the list, and he goes, and of course, and Al says to me, and of course, We're Not Gonna Take It, is Oh Come All Ye Faithful. And I went, what? He said, you don't know that? I said, what are you talking about? He goes, oh, come all ye faithful, we're not gonna take. Now, I sang in the choir at church for 19 years of my life. Mm-hmm. It really paid off in a really big way.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
It's public domain. I did not know it. I did not know it until Al pointed it out.
Yeah, I think it was Al that had said it. I think when he was in Megadeth there for those few years, he's the one that mentioned it. And when you played at Alice's Christmas Pudding, which of course is a Christmas show, and the Coopers are a wonderful Christian family, and I remember you actually went into it in the chorus.
Once I knew it, I said you got to own it.
Yeah.
You can't sit there and pretend. So Twisted actually on the Christmas album we did. We jammed Oh Come All Ye Faithful into We're Not Gonna Take It, and we made it fit. So then I started doing this medley version. But I think it's a blessing, not a curse. To have gotten divine inspiration, so to speak.
Well, it was great. Now you've written for other people as well. I mean, obviously there was a period. Twisted was huge, and then you had another season of your life where you did all these other things, and you had written
Strangeland.
Did you write? Yeah, I mean, wasn't there like a Celine Dion song? I mean, there was something like way out of school, right?
Right. Now,
what's the story on that?
He said, D, you're going to write a song for Celine Dion. I said, take it back, man, I'm metal.
The guy who's making fun of you for listening to Tom Petty is writing songs for Celine Dion.
Wait a minute. This is how it goes. Yeah. This is like late 80s. And my wife, Suzette, who I just celebrated, we celebrated the 44 years ago, we met. We've been together for 44 years since I met her.
Wow.
And she said to me one day, she said, write me a Christmas song. And I looked at her and I said, are you kidding me? I said, A, I'm metal. B, Christmas songs are genre specific. When's the last time you heard a new Christmas song that had that feeling, that tonality, that is a Christmas song? I mean, A War Is Over, like John Lennon, maybe, Right. So, I mean, that one has that feel. So she says, you're a classically trained countertenor. You can do it. I am a classically trained countertenor.
Good.
So I said, I can't write a Christmas song. So I'm writing a bunch of stuff, and it just, again, divine inspiration just came out of me, this song. And it was entitled God Bless Us Everyone. It took the title out of the Christmas story, the Christmas Carol. So I couldn't even sing it. It was not even my range, but I hired some people, recorded it, and I gave it to a tape of it to my wife as a Christmas present that year. One of the engineers, about 5 years later, calls me up. He goes, "Are you sitting down?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "Celine Dion wants to record your wife's Christmas song."
Wow.
Now, this is at a valley in my career where I am like stone broke, and I am practically, it's a good thing I'm sitting down, because she's like, and I was like, the first thing I said, "Does she know who wrote the song?" And he said, "We didn't tell her yet." I said, "Do not tell her that it's a Christmas song. Just
because you're metal." Yeah.
Just put the period title on it. He says, "Well, she wants to change the name." I said, "To what?" "She wants to change it to The Magic of Christmas, parentheses, God Bless Us Everyone." I said, "Dude, I don't care if she calls it This Fucking Song Sucks. Put it on the damn album." And that album that it's on is the biggest selling Christmas album in the history of Christmas albums.
I get like goosebumps. I love stories like that. I love that.
Again, it was the only song I wrote not for commercial use, as a gift to my wife. And then it winds up being this huge payday. We call our house the house Saint Celine built. And anybody says anything bad about Saint Celine, you're going to have to answer to me.
What year was that? When was that? What year was that?
It came out in, I'm thinking it's around 95, 96. I mean, the doldrums of my career, and then things started to turn around again with doing radio and other things, and then whatever.
So the moral of the story is more gifts for your wife. I think that more gifts for the wife. That's always right.
My wife has this sense. It was the weirdest thing that she said to me. Write me a Christmas song. It's just like an odd thing for you to even ask. She never asked me to write her a song, period. Yeah. And but she sort of has a sense when things are supposed to happen. So I've just learned it to 44 years. She says, "I think." I go, okay. Whatever you think, I'm doing.
Yeah. So how is House of Hair is still going? Are you still doing that? Or
yeah, I hear Megadeth on here all the time. I listen to House of Hair. I go drive around in my car and
22 years.
God, unreal.
Over 250 stations in North America. We're over in Europe now. I remember when I started the show, and I auditioned for the show. It was a woman named Pam Edwards, who actually worked at maybe KNAC or KMET back in the day. She was a DJ there. Anyway, she was starting the show, and she auditioned. You ready? She auditioned me, Nugent, Lita, and Kevin Dubrow.
Wow. And you won out. Yeah.
I got the gig. And years later, when I saw Kevin came to me and said, "Tell me something. What'd you do for your audition?" I said, "I went fucking full out." He said, "Damn, I knew I should have done that." So he went for the laid back DJ, and I just went like wild man DJ.
Yeah.
And I got the gig. But when I got the gig, I said, "So what do you think? 3-4 years?" And Pam said to me, "D, you ever hear of the Doo-Wop Shop?" And I have. It's a syndicated show. It's been on forever. It says as long as people are alive who grew up on this music, it's the soundtrack of their lives, this show will be on the air. And 22 years later, it's still going strong. So
it really is. I mean, it really is the soundtrack of our lives. And dude, you have been so supportive to me with everything, in Megadeth, out of Megadeth, F5, just everything I've done, dude. You have been so just kind to me and just giving me shout outs on that show over all the years. And it really is, man. It's a soundtrack. I've been saying that for so many years. A soundtrack to our lives, and that show in particular really is. I mean, just the depth of the music that you play.
Some of the bands, I got into this discussion on Twitter just the other day because people, they don't know. I am like OG headbanger. I'm older than you guys. I'm day one Sabbath first album, day one First Zeppelin, Blue Cheer. I was there for the ugly breach birth of heavy metal, and I helped destroy the Woodstock Nation. You're welcome. The metal that destroyed the Woodstock.
We hail you for that. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. But but some bands get upset about the title House of Hair because it plays into the this stigma, the negative connotations of that era. And I said, you know what? Punk rock was a title that was a negative title that the bands did not like. It was given by critics as like a sort of a mocking of the sound. Heavy metal was a negative title. Zeppelin and Sabbath were metal bands. Sabbath thought they were a jazz fusion blues band. What the fuck happened there? It's the worst jazz blues fusion band in the world. And
thrash metal was the same thing. You know, me and Bobby Blitz from Overkill, he goes, I thought they're calling us trash, you know, and thrash metal is that we were offended with why would you call us that, you know?
Those titles are always given to us. Grunge, that wasn't a Soundgarden didn't call it grunge.
Yeah. They hated it.
They were just a metal band with a different twist. Yeah. You know, so like these names, and so sometimes, you know, the House of Hair, it's, you know, I say, you know what? Accept it, embrace it. You can sit there trying to deny it. It just, you look like, I don't know, look like an idiot. Anyway, the name Heavy Metal worked out pretty good. So I like it.
Worked out good.
Yeah.
Hey, so your movie, we can't even say it on
we are Twisted. We are Twisted Effin' Sister.
Which
I've seen my head off. I apologize.
Yeah. We actually have a radio station out in Fresno who's broadcasting with us, so we're trying to keep it PG-13, but it's okay.
Yeah, you know,
you're Dee Snider.
I'm really good at curbing. You know, I did radio forever.
Yeah. Well, you're at Sirius Radio, so you can say whatever you want. You know. So
I know, and I'm not used to it. So when we did it last Saturday, I was like F-bomb. Oops. I'm like,
yeah. But so the movie, you know, is great because it's such a great documentary piece. And some of these are, you know, different actors come in and do it. I found it just fascinating because, you know, when I moved to LA in '83, I meet Dave and he's just post Metallica. So Twisted Sister name is blowing up. And, you know, and I'm from a kid from the Midwest. So I had to get to the West Coast to even, you know, really get steeped in all this. But then to go back and watch that film and you know, at a time, of course, there's a Motley Crue film, there's all these things coming out, and there's obviously the Rush film, there's the Iron Maiden Flight 666, all these different films. I thought it was just really cool because there was a grit about it and a real historical depth to it. And it was interesting when you came into the picture and you're just the guy that came in and like, here I am. Now we're doing it this way, you know, and hearing JJ tell the story. So I don't know, do you want to add anything to it? I just thought it was fascinating.
You know, we are Twisted Blanken's sister. It's a story of before the band broke. Mm-hmm. And people don't know that the band existed for 10 years. Yeah. Many people don't know that. So it's eye-opening to people, like 10 years. I mean, that's an incredible amount of time to refuse to give up. And that's what this band did. And people said, come to me and said, look, take no offense, but I was never a big Twisted fan. But after watching that doc, the respect I have for you guys is just, you know, you can't not be changed about your feelings about the band when you realize that it predates Motley Crue and it predates Rat and it predates any of the hair bands. And we were just these crazy metalheads looking for trouble and finding it every single night by wearing women's clothing. So, you know, and for me, you know, I was a Long Island geek, just a dork, and I got in a band with all these cool Manhattan guys, and they didn't really want anything to do with me. I mean, not want anything to do with me, but they didn't want to write with me. They didn't. I was a Long Island. I was a dorky fanboy from Long Island, and they were just the Bronx or from you know, and they were older than me. But then I just was forced to just go out on my own and just start writing and creating. And at a certain point, the band just said, well, this guy seems to know what he wants to do. What is going to get on his project? Go with him. Yeah. So, and I wound up writing every Twisted song by myself, you know, because it's just, I kind of got forced in that direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how did you guys decide in the movie where to stop? Because again, it kind of just goes right up until when Stay Hungry came out, and then it's like, and then Stay Hungry got really big, and then the band stayed big forever. How did you guys? It's so cool because it focuses on those early days, the club days, and up and down the circuit in New York and the East Coast. How did you guys decide where to stop? Because that movie could have went on. It could have been like the Eagles one where it was like 7 hours long. You know.
Well, the late Andrew Horn, the director and editor of that, he was interviewing me and JJ for another documentary he was doing called Klaus Nomi. It's an odd German performance artist. And this guy was really sang in an operatic voice, and he wore women's dresses and stuff. And he had just been with David Bowie on Saturday Night Live performing and as a backup singer. And he decided that he was bringing his sound to the people. And he heard about a band called Twisted Sister playing in New Jersey. And he just shows up in full regalia and says, may I go on stage and perform before you guys?
Wow.
And it's a packed Saturday night. Every mullet head in New Jersey is there. We weren't gay. We were football players. So I'm like, hey man, knock yourself out. He goes up there, and apparently it was the beginning of the end of his life. Like, he got so pelted and stuff thrown at him and booed. It just crushed him. And he never recovered after that night. That's an odd side story. But the guy, in interviewing us, he found out that we were together, Twisted, for 10 years before he heard about us on MTV. And the more he heard the story, he goes, this is like Rocky. You guys just wouldn't go down. You just kept fighting. He said, I want to tell that story. So he said, and we just supported him. And he said, I want to tell the story up to. Everybody knows once you made it big. That's right. A VH1 Behind the Music. He says, but nobody knows that story except for the local people.
Yeah, I thought it was great. And you're right, man. Being in bands 10 years is a long time because everybody loves you once you hit and you're big. And then it seems like, oh my gosh, here they are. And they've only been a band for a short period and they made it. And I thought that was an incredible, talk about stay hungry.
Well, it just shows too, to me, I love that part of the story that you guys started out as like the cover band doing the 3-hour sets, the 4-hour sets, and then transitioned into writing your own stuff and got bigger and bigger. It's kind of the great bait and switch. People come see you because they love you doing covers, but then you write your own stuff and eventually you don't play the covers anymore. And then everybody just loves you for your stuff, which is always such a cool story to me when bands do that,
But that club scene back then, you weren't allowed to play original music. There was no original scene. You could only play covers. They wanted a jukebox. Yeah. And so if you did an original song, you'd say, here's one from an early Deep Purple album, and you'd go into it. And then people come up to you and go, really like that Deep Purple song, man. It was
So speaking of early Twisted Sister, so one of your friends, a gentleman named Mark Weiss, who did the covers for Stay Hungry and Come Out and Play, was pretty instrumental in the imaging of the band. He's here. We wanted to bring him in to have a little chat with us, if you don't mind.
Come on in, Mark.
Hey, buddy, what's happening? There you are.
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
All right. So, Dave, David, so yes. You can find that picture on Instagram?
Yes. Yeah. You were telling, where is it?
Here it is.
So why would you say I wouldn't like it? Because there's a headstock in my crotch or something? Or
look at you.
I look great. What's wrong with that picture?
He looks 20. Amazing.
12, but I'm,
I said, growl. You said something stupid and look for a reaction.
Speaking of mullets, yeah, I'm doing like a fake growl. I was, there was a lot of other stuff floating around back in those days, so who knows what was happening.
Back then it was cool. You growl, you make, you do this stuff, and it's a pinup shot. It's like you guys were tape stars back then.
And now it's on the internet forever. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate
so
that.
D, how did you guys get wrapped up with this character? How did that happen?
He was assigned to do our album cover shoot. And it's funny. I wonder if Mark's memory of it is like mine is. And I can't remember the guy who ran Bob. What was his name?
Bob Defrin.
Yeah, Bob Defrin at Atlantic Records. I guess he hired Mark to do the shoot. And I controlled everything in Twisted Sister. Everything was my ideas. And I used to say to guys, hey guys, if you got any ideas, I welcome them, and nobody was forthcoming. Well, Mark Mendoza said, I got an idea for the album cover. And it was going to be called Stay Hungry. And he says, the band is going to be dressed in street clothes in this room with a bone, just a bare bone on the table. It's like a tenement. We're starving. And superimposed behind us will be us in our costumes and makeup, like Fame and Fortune in our dreams. And I said, you know what? That is a great idea. Run with it. And I meant it. It sounds great. And so Mark the Animal Mendoza, who dealt with Mark Weiss, and they put this whole shoot together, right, Mark?
Yeah.
So I showed up and saw the room.
His vision, yeah. He told me his vision, and I was like, all right. Figured out what the budget was. I said, okay, he wanted this room, and he wanted me to get all these little things in there, little mice, the bone, and the table, and the light, make it look like, so it was a built set. and
I was impressed when I walked in. I was impressed with Mark Mendoza's vision, and then seeing it brought to life. It was like, wow, this is great. I really did not want to be. I was going to say it on record. I didn't want to be the guy, total control guy. It was just like nobody else. I was just the only one coming up with ideas all the time. So this was great. So we come in and have to do 2 shots, right? One is going to be around the table, which is the back cover of the album as you know it. And the other one was going to be in the room. But the dimensions of the room had 2 problems. The dimensions weren't quite big enough. So we really had to all press up against the wall, these big guys with my shoulder pads. And we had a very tight space. And then they forgot one thing. There was a light bulb hanging down in frame right in the middle. So whoever was in the middle had a light bulb blocking their face.
This is Photoshop where you can just like get rid of it, you know?
No, there was no photo. So now we get the pictures and nothing works. Okay, so this is the story, and it's really, again, you're just talking about fate and all that kind of things like that. So now we're looking at these pictures. We can't make them work. We said, well, all right, let's just have a picture of the band. But everybody, because of the way the room was, we're just standing like perfectly straight against the back wall. There was no animation. It was just like it was too posed. So we're looking. Cut to this bone that Mark got. He had bought it like how many days before?
That morning.
A week?
No, that morning I got it. I really,
oh crap, because it smelled like a dead carcass. It was rotted.
Where did you get it? Where did you get it from? From like the butcher, or where did you get it?
The butcher shop down the street.
He got it days before because no one wanted to.
Excuse me, do you have a dinosaur bone?
Because it smells so bad. So we started, was it 11 a.m. on day 1 and we finished 9 a.m. day 2, Mark?
Yeah.
We were shooting almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
We knew we were hitting the road, and Mark, he shot everything, all kinds of setups.
We did like straight shots with just the jackets on, with a brick wall. We had little sets here and there. The whole studio was like had sets all over the place, and I kept working them. But those guys were like, they kept giving me the finger, and they kept like laughing.
Yeah, and those and AJ kept ruining shots, not me. So I was done. We said, okay, that's it. We're walking off, and Mark goes, and anybody who's worked with Mark Weiss knows, hey, one more. How about one more roll? There's always one more roll. You're like, oh, come on, we've been here 22 hours. He goes, just one roll of 36. Let me just shoot one roll. So I said, it's just you in the room. I said, okay. So I go in the room and I start posing, and I look at that bone. I said, oh, screw it. I grab the stinky bone. I said, I'll burn the glove later. And I just start posing with the bone, just doing all this crazy stuff with the bone. Well, here we are looking for the album cover shot, a shot that captures Stay Hungry, captures the attitude, the feeling. And is one of the last shots Mark took. Me crouched in the corner with the bone. And everybody goes, that's the one.
It was the last. Awesome. There's 36 pictures on a roll of film. It was the last photograph. Like,
no kidding.
There was great photos like before that, but that one photo was the magic moment. And it's like, that was it. I'm like, all right, we're done. And this is my book. And I'm going to show you.
Mark has, as you guys know, Mark has done some legendary, between Mark and Niels Lauer, you got like all of rock and roll covered.
Exactly. West Coast and East Coast. This is between Lowe's and Mark. Yeah.
Here's the two shots that we were supposed to be in one photo.
Yeah.
Wow. They were supposed to be overlapped together.
Right. Okay. And then this is like the 35th roll, 35th frame. Wow. And then the other frame that was
the actual cover.
So iconic. Wow.
That's what a great, I mean, isn't that's just like the making of everything great in our world. It's like when you're pushed to the brink, there is nothing left in the tank. It's the last one, the last frame, the final take, the whatever, just that's it. And then we got it.
Dave, you know how many times as the producer said to you, all right, we got it.
Yeah.
Well, now just go one more time.
Right.
And how many times is that the one? Because now that you've sort of, I don't know, you mentally said, okay, we got this. I can just go for it, and you're just set free in a way. Because and I think it's like that with those shots. He says, one more roll. We've been shooting for 22 hours. I know we got it. All right, and I just went nuts. And
because you're right. There's something in the psyche when you're sort of off the chain. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's either the first take or the very last one. Like you said, okay, we got it. Just run one more. You're right. There's something in your psyche where you let loose and you go, and that's it. And thank you, Mark, for doing that to us.
You're done for the day, so it's like, all right, I'm going to give it to me.
Yeah.
And some of the best photos, like at the end, like I jump in the photo. And those are the shots that's like, I wish I wasn't in the photo because now they're coming along.
More photos.
You need to get Melody to Photoshop you out of them.
Now the technology's there.
Hey,
guys, I got to go. So
wait, I have a surprise for you.
Okay.
Surprise. 35 years. What was it called? The second album after that? It was Come Out
and Play.
Come Out and Play.
Okay, remember this? Hold on.
Yes, I remember that.
You see the fingernails and the mummy outfit and all that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just went in my garage and I looked at the back of it and I found this tape to it. You want to know what this is, D?
Is that the Suzette Ratman or whatever? Or what is it?
This is an unveiling. Look at this. This is like, there's Polaroids from the shot.
Oh, wow.
But wait.
Petrelli?
Yeah. Al Petrelli joins us.
The nail. Remember the nail?
Fingernails.
Wait. And look, the mummy's card. I got the wrap.
This guy saves everything.
Saves everything. I know.
Everything.
I got the wrap.
So we're going to do a quick Widowmaker reunion. Al Petrelli joins us. How are you, Al? Can you hear you, Al?
What's up, boys?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yeah, you got me?
We hear you, man. I hear you.
Hey, first things first. D.
Yeah, brother.
I'm so glad Cheyenne's home safe, man. Much love to the family. Thank God she's back.
Thank you. I told that story at the beginning, and I just...
I know, I heard, man.
Nothing bothers me after that. A feeling of just... I didn't breathe fully for about 2 weeks. It was truly a nightmare, and thank God she's back and okay with her snotty.
I can only imagine.
Cheyenne is like the ultimate metalhead. She's so heavy. She is so dark, and she's so brutal. Bar none. When I was recording The Love of Metal, Josta lived in fear of Cheyenne's reviews. So he'd always say, "What does Shy think?" And I play it for Shy, and she either give it thumbs up or thumbs down. And so she said, "Dad, it just needs a dirty breakdown in the and I went back to what that was. I said, "Jamie, Cheyenne says it needs a dirty breakdown." He goes, "Guys, we got to put a dirty breakdown in the song." So anyway,
that will be tree
girl, so she's okay.
That's awesome. It's amazing when our kids have the hipper ear than we do, and they're like, "Come on, Dad, we need," it's right.
That's because we can't hear anymore.
Well, D, thank you so much for coming on, dude. I just wanted to have a quick moment of in fact, that's an awesome screenshot right there. Mark Weiss, Al Petrelli, D. Snyder, the boys from the hood. And, Al, when he was in Megadeth with me, he just talked about how he used to drive in the van with D, riding around doing Widowmaker and talking about Come All You Faithful.
I told him, you're the one who told me about it, man.
Yeah.
You're the one who called it, Al. You were like, you didn't know that?
I got a knack for Christmas songs.
You were driving, and I was sitting in there going, had no idea.
So cool, man. So cool.
Well, Al and Mark are going to hang out.
That's a lot of years ago, my brother.
Yeah, man. I'm glad everybody's happy and healthy. Stay safe, everybody.
Yeah, and, thank you, D, for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Out there, whenever Out There comes around.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome, guys.
Thank you.
See you later. So, Al, welcome, my friend, dude. How are you?
My brother, what's up?
Dude,
Mark?
what's happening? Hey,
the esteemed Al Petrelli, TSO, Megadeth.
I know a guy. We got you hooked up on some more Ellison coffee. So
I just finished my last bag of coffee. I need more.
I said, hey, I know a guy. And, of course, Mark Weiss, who...
wait. So, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I was watching you guys, and Dee was telling the story about Just Say Yes to Everything, and the look on your face was priceless.
Come on.
We wrote a whole book about that.
So Megadeth disbands 2002. I call Al going, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? And he said, okay, brother, so listen, this is how this is going to go. You're going to just say yes to everything. And sometimes you'll get double booked, but you just say yes to everything. And you told me that. That's right. There were a couple of things that came along. And I freaked. I didn't necessarily say no. I just didn't say yes. And boy, that's worse when you're in the chasm in between yes and no, because then the train leaves the station without you. And then you go, what just happened? And dude, you called it, man, because I had never been in that position. I grew up in one band in Megadeth for 18 years, had been in it. You had experience, obviously, big stuff with Alice Cooper and all these big things you'd done. And you'd work the studios in New York. And dude, you were to this day, one of my best friends and a real brother who walked me through a dark season of my life, man. And your motto of just say yes was amazing, man. Thank you for that.
Well, back at you, my brother. You helped me through the same, so we straight.
Yeah, it was cool. We put you in the book. In fact, last week I did a radio interview with somebody in Florida. Like last week, you were all over. Like we talked about you last week on the web stream for that very reason. And this guy down, he said, he goes, oh, my friend Al Petrelli from Shakespearean Orchestra, and we talk every year when they come through town. And so it was just awesome that we went into a whole diatribe of just say yes because of Al Petrelli. So
listen, in this business, and nowadays, just yes. Whatever the question is, absolutely, I'll do it.
Just say yes. Just say yes.
Yes.
And of course, Mark Weiss. We all go back with Mark. You've taken many pictures with Mark and all kinds of
years.
Yeah.
So let's see the book, Mark.
30 years now, right, Mark?
Yeah. Every year I see Al. I can always count on him, and every year I tell Al my problems. I do. Like he's the only guy that he knows everything about me. My girlfriends, my this, my that, my kids. He's like my therapist. I go out on the road. I look forward to it because he listens.
Yeah, well, I mean, they never tell me when Mark's coming out to shoot the shows. So we'll be in, whatever arena it is, and I'll be downstage center playing, looking at it, and I'll just see Mark kind of looking up at me like we back in the club days in New Jersey 30 years ago. And he gives me that patented Mark Weiss. I was like, and then we'll get together in between the shows and we'll swap stories. Listen, it's the same people. Me and you, Mark, Dee, everybody. For how many years we've all been doing this together, and the fact that we can sit down tonight and talk and just catch up, especially during these crazy times that we're going through.
Yeah, unbelievable. Really, I was telling Mark the same thing last week. I said, I'm going back into the production office. And I'd see Mark's name on the, we'd see the guest list. And of course, then there's the people, the photographer list and people who are coming out to shoot the show. And when Mark showed up, it got real, right? There's a couple guys, Mark Weiss, Liz Wozow, Ross Halfin. There's a few guys, John Harrell, a handful of dudes. John would shoot for Burn Magazine. And it's like, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, I'm breaking out the good shirt tonight, right? The press jeans are coming on tonight, right?
Exactly. That's how you knew you made it when he was in the audience. But that's Mark doing the shit. You knew you were big now.
So, Al, aside from seeing the rain video you sent me the other day, what's been going on in your world? You're just kind of just chilling right now, right? Just relaxing and just taking it easy, family time, and.
Who, me or Mark?
Well, you in particular, yeah. Both of you, but you.
Listen, the kid's been home from school for 7 weeks. I mean, they shut the world down. I think the first week of March, I was down in Tampa recording a new TSO record. Also, we're watching the news, and they said, you better get out of here, better go home before you can't get home.
Yeah.
I flew home. Next thing I know, schools are shut, the world's shut down. We've been in the house. I mean, the girls, I got a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old daughter here. My 3, as you doing their own thing. 2 of them are in the armed forces. One's up in Washington State, one's down in South Carolina. My middle son's a musician in Brooklyn, and we're all kind of on the phone all the time to say what happens to the world.
Yeah.
And now the 2 girls here, they don't really know anything's going bad in the world. They just know they don't get this no school. This is a party. It's going on. It's got to be 7 weeks now.
Yeah.
So 1 hour a day, it turns into rock'em sock'em robots around here. And the rest of the time, they've been angels, thank God. But we're just trying to make do.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny. My partner, he hit me. It was literally, I guess, about 5-6 weeks ago. I always me and Julie were at the grocery store just buying supplies, you know, because things were shutting down. And he goes, man, we got to come up with a way to start giving lessons to kids who are out of school, because the schools were starting to shut down. And that was where this whole Schools Out initiative started. Our friends at the Grammy Music Education Coalition, we've been partnered with them now for the last year and a half. And they got right on board and supported it. And that's, you know, thank you both for being on here, because that was the whole purpose of doing these webathons, I should say, was to just bring awareness to this. And also, if there's a chance to raise a couple of bucks through our fundraiser, that we can put a few of our musician buddies, give them a little bit of money too, to be teaching, because like, again, all of us, everybody's out of work essentially, at least for right now. We had a handful of people on earlier, Mark Tremonti from Alter Bridge and Satchel from Steel Panther, and, you know, guys in big bands and little bands and everything in between. Everybody's we're all quarantined, man. We're all home. We're off the road right now for a season. And like I say, kids out of school, you know, when we're growing up in the East Coast and Midwest, like we all did, you know, school days were awesome, right? Like 1 or 2 school days were great, snow days rather.
Yes.
But like a week of snow days, you're like losing your mind, and you're like, get me the hell out of here, right? Because you're like tired of, you know, cabin fever. So they say 7 weeks now it's a long time. So hopefully we're keeping instruments in the hands of kids, and we're giving lessons, just keep the thing going, so everybody is still engaged in making music right now.
And it's great what you're doing, David. I mean, you know, listen, you know, I'm a huge proponent of, especially of music education. You know, and I think giving back to an industry and an art form that's been so good to all of us is, I just admire what you're doing, and I love being involved with it. Thank you for having me out here.
Thank you.
You know, my kids, there's a lot of music in this house. You know, there's always singing and dance. There's a lot of Disney songs going on. You know, just trying to keep them occupied and trying to do positive things all the time. You know, what we do for a living, you know, it's a privilege to be a musician, you know, and to, like, some of us like 30 years now doing the same thing. You know, so to give back to, you know, a lot of kids that are sitting home, man, get them off the computer, get them off the internet, get them off video games, put a guitar on their lap, sit them in a piano, do something, you know, let them get into photography, let them get into some form of art, let them do something besides just staring at the TV.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been teaching my 2 daughters how to box. That's how I got the black eye.
The box. Yeah. Wait, you said, I think one time I went down to see you on tour, and you said you had guys. Were they coming to you on tour, or was that on your days off when you'd have like the MMA guys coming down and beating the crap out of you, like for training?
Show days, yeah, show days. They come to the venue and beat the snot out of me like before sound check, and then on days off, I got a bunch of great coaches all over the country, and I go to their gyms.
Nice. That's so cool, man.
Whatever.
Awesome. Well, Mark, let's see the book real quick. Can you show us give us a little wrap up. Show us the book. Tell us where we can get it.
Oh, well, it's on Amazon. It's The Decade That Rocked. There we go. And
amazing.
Pre-order on Amazon.
You can also take a look at our show from last week on YouTube, and there's a whole segment with Mark where he talks about the book and shows it off. And I had prepared to have a clip, but I just didn't work out that way. But you can go on YouTube and find the video from last week, and there's a whole cool segment with Mark showing off the book, talking about how it was made, his amazing career as a photographer. I mean, Mark Wise Guy Weiss, one of the most legendary rock photographers to ever grace this earth and hold a camera. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Mark. Dude, Al, thanks so much for coming on. And what a great little moment to have you both and Dee on at the same time. It was like,
that was awesome.
We're putting the band back together, you know? It was awesome.
Awesome. We got a minor hit.
Just say yes.
I love
that. Thanks for
yes.
I love that record.
Thank you guys. Love you guys.
Man. Take care.
See ya. Wow,
that was
cool,
fun,
man. How cool was that? How awesome is that? You know, and people always hear me talking about Al Pitrelli, and he's just a true dear friend to me, to my family. Hey, when he came over to the house, and he was actually cooking pasta with my wife and my mother-in-law, and it's like when they're in the house and they're making sauce, I think it's when Goodfellas came out, right? So they're like, hey, the pork, you know, you put a little of the pork shoulder in for flavor. You know what I mean? So,
look at this guy, Wes Borland.
Hey, Wes, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
How are you?
What's happening?
Look at you and your quarantine beard. That's beautiful.
Listening to this, and I couldn't hear Al the whole time.
Oh, no. Oh.
It was like a one-sided conversation for some reason. But
oh,
hey,
that sucks. Yeah. How you doing, Wes? What's going on, buddy?
Just like everyone else, just sitting at home, trying to be creative, trying to do things, trying to reach out to old friends, you
Nice.
know, doing it to it. I've had like a bunch of old material that has been like sitting on the shelf that I've been finishing and like plan to release it over like this whole quarantine, like for other people, but also just for me to keep busy. But yeah.
That's great.
Where are you at? Where do you live?
I live in LA most of the time, but I'm currently in Detroit, and I came here to put my house that I have here on the market and move out of it. But then I got stuck here, so I still have the studio set up, and I'm still painting and working on music. But Dave, I just have to say, Rust in Peace is one of my favorite records of all time, and it's fucking mind blowing. And because of you guys, it made me want to become a Jackson artist. So
Oh, nice! Wow, very cool. Well,
like
thank you
the
for
whole,
that.
like the Go to Hell video where all three guitar necks are in the same, you know, where you're playing and you can see like
And Go to Hell. And Go to Hell.
Go to Hell.
Yeah.
Go to Hell video where you can see all of the, you know, like the diamond.
Yeah.
Sharp.
It felt a little like an instructional video at the time when it came out.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of the records that I just spent tons of time just analyzing and learning, you know, riffs from. And anyway,
Thank you. You know, people ask about this. Even this last week, I was doing some interviews just leading up to this, and they were asking about Rust in Peace, and they said, you know, did you know it was going to be this tremendous thrash album? I said, trust me, we were just trying to put the band together and go in and make the next album. I mean, that was it. And you probably have made records like that as well that just go on to like change the world. And at the time, there's so much on you. You know, we just had Dee Snider on, and he was talking about how Twisted was a band for 10 years before Stay Hungry came out.
I saw that.
You know, and you realize what goes into our bands. You know, obviously when the success comes, everybody wants to be a part of it, and they all stand back and go, see, we told you so. We told you they're going to be great. And, you know, the time we put into all this stuff is just incredible. How long, you know, with Limp Bizkit? Because we did it. It's funny. Yesterday I was on a chat with Berkeley College with Danny and Justin from Tool. Yeah. And I said that was the weirdest tour we did in 1998. We did Ozfest, and it was Ozzy, then Tool, then Megadeth, then Limp Bizkit.
Yeah,
and we were sandwiched in between the strangest. It was just, I remember standing on stage. I could just clearly remember it. My legs spread with my skinny stretch jeans and my high tops on, and we're up there headbanging, and you guys are doing the cool kind of hip hop thing, and then Tool comes on and does their whole thing, and it was just, you guys were blowing up, man. I mean, it was just, you were the cat's meow,
man. It was
man.
an interesting time. It's funny because I did a live stream with Daniel Carter from BBC One, the DJ from BBC One Radio today for like an hour and a half. And I just told a story about that tour. And I think that was a really interesting Ozfest because there was such a variety of bands on the tour. And I always liked, you know, I like a lot of different things. My taste is pretty multifaceted, so I like things that are all over the spectrum. But Maynard, just to give us a hard time, Maynard, the singer of Tool, one of the nights that we went, or afternoons we went on, he came and brought a chair and a book. And he sat the chair down on stage when we went on and opened the book, and he didn't look up once. He read the whole our whole set, and then he closed it and picked the chair up and walked off stage when we were done.
Jeez. And you know, it's so funny. I would go out and I would watch. Obviously, I'd watch a little bit of you. You were always flushing ginger spice down the toilet or something, I think is what you guys were doing, right? Or that was Fred was, I should say. Yeah.
Was that the Mr. Lynn got arrested for climbing on the toilet naked? Was that?
Well, there was the singer for Snot who passed away, who was on that tour, had a sexual act performed on him.
I didn't know that. I thought he was just naked. I don't remember him having a sexual act. Wow.
There was oral.
Go Lynn. That's my boy, Lynn Straight.
Yeah, dude. 1998 was an interesting year for music. It was, dude. Stuff was blowing up, man. I remember it was so cool. And there's Ozzy, who just being Ozzy, you know what I mean? And it was just such a that was just such a great time for music. You know, just the different bands and the different artists. I remember a few years later, then when Judas Priest I guess it was quite a few years. I don't know, 4 or 5 years later, maybe when Halford rejoined Priest and came back, and I think Sabbath was the headliner. I remember going out to see Ozfest, and Priest was back in all their glory. And I remember just sitting there waiting with bated breath, going, "Is Halford going to go for the high note? Is he going to go?" And then he would, "Yeah." And he'd go, "Yeah, he hit it." And every dude in the audience just going, "Yeah, our Priest is back," you know.
Dude,
So
the second show I ever went to in my life was in Lakeland, Florida. It was Testament, Megadeth, and Judas Priest, and I was 15 years old.
Wow, the Painkiller tour.
Jeez.
My dad, who's a minister, a Presbyterian minister, but he's very liberal, he took me to that show.
God love the dad.
Yeah.
Dude, that is awesome.
It's so weird because my second show was Testament, Megadeth, Judas Priest. My first show was Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians.
And that is Wes Borland in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, that's the span. My taste just.
Yeah. Jeez. No wonder you turned out to be such a great guitar player.
My dad goes, there were guys. They were smoking the pot. Did you see that? smoking the pot near us? I think I might have a contact high. It was.
Dude, you learned all kinds of awesome stuff from your minister dad. That is so cool. That's about as metal as it gets.
He was always supportive. When my brother and I played shows as kids, he would chaperone us to go play bars, and he was just the best. Tom Borland's a saint.
Dude, that is so cool. I grew up a Lutheran kid. I grew up on a farm, so we went to church on Sunday. But it's funny. My mom sang in the church choir. I later learned my dad was always on building and finance committees and stuff. So I mean, we're like an overtly religious family. But funny, the pastor at our church, his son drove the school bus one year, and that year he would always listen to WLS-AM out of Chicago. And dude, that year got me into rock and roll. He had long hair, and that's when I learned about Kiss, Styx, the early Chicago stuff, 10cc. I mean, all these, early Foreigner, all this great stuff that was on the radio. And that was because I was from the pastor's son. So God bless the pastors. I love
it. so, hey, I'm going to drop our friend Randy Blythe in here to talk to us. Let's do
Randy.
that. Hey, look, there's Randy Blythe from Lamb of God.
Hey, buddy,
hello.
what's going on?
Hey, Wes, you guys hear me?
We can hear you. You're fine. Yeah.
Yeah, killer.
Dude, where are you hanging at right now?
In Richmond, Virginia, dude. Home, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Randy.
How are you doing?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear Randy.
Oh, you can't hear Randy.
Oh no.
Should Randy jump out and come back maybe?
Yes, we have that. Jump out real quick and just come back in. Here,
I'll jump out and come right back in.
I'll kick you and you can just come back in. Okay, we'll check back in with Randy in a second.
Was Randy's dad
Randy? I couldn't.
I could hear.
Yeah, we could. But we were having that problem last week. A couple of people, like one person couldn't hear one person, but they went out and came back in and it was fine. So we got this thing down. We got this figured. We got this dialed in.
Okay, so as he's coming back in, was Randy's dad a priest or because they had the band Burn the Priest. Wasn't one of their parents a pastor?
I don't know. That's fine.
Pre-Lamb of God. Let's open up the trivia here. Lamb of God.
I don't know. Maybe somebody in the comments knows. I don't know.
Yeah. So what's Limp Bizkit doing these days?
We're currently not doing anything because of the lockdown, but we just actually were lucky and we just did 4 shows in Russia and 2 in the Baltics.
Wow.
Right before this happened. It's like we were taking flights and then it was getting more and more serious.
Yeah.
And we came home basically right before everything went on lockdown.
So in February, early March.
Like 6 shows.
Wow.
Right before this all happened.
Dude, the Baltic region is so cool too. Hey, there he is. Randy, you're back.
We're going to try it again. Hello, Randy.
Hi, can you hear me, Wes?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, see?
All right.
I know it's always like the Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Hey, so Randy, so we're talking. Was your father a pastor?
Yes,
he was.
Mine.
Yeah, I just heard that story. It's pretty rad.
Yes.
My dad
Yeah.
was a Southern Baptist minister, but he also was a very liberal man. So when that particular organization got a little too nutty and conservative and literal with things, he had to split. So, but he's a Quaker now, Quaker minister.
Wow.
My family has historically been that, but yeah, PKs. Preacher's kid, as
Yeah,
they say.
Preacher's
wow. My dad is right after 9/11 happened. There was a bunch of like conservative Southern churches kind of attacking Muslims in the press, and my dad formed a Christian, Jewish, and Muslim coalition with other religious leaders in Florida called I'm spacing out on the name, but they formed it to make like public statements to counter what like people who were like preaching hate speech.
Wow.
And it was really cool, and that's like one of my favorite things my dad has done, is to just like
awesome.
He's always done like pastor exchanges with Jewish church, like synagogues, and it's
my dad they have a relationship with the synagogue at his old church and stuff like that. It's no need to put up with any of that racist crap, it's nonsense. But you were born in Richmond, in this area.
I was born in Richmond, and my girlfriend lived in Richmond for a long time, and she just took me there recently and introduced me to the city that I never knew. So she just like took me around to a bunch of places, and I saw the hospital I was born in. But I mean, I lived there from 0 to 2, so I don't really remember it. But I guess I'm technically from Richmond.
You're a native.
You said that. You said
we claim you.
All right,
we're claiming you.
That's funny. Isn't that funny, Randy? Yeah, when there's like a town that's, because Richmond's a big city, but not New York or LA. So it's like, he's ours, right?
Well, we got like Guar and us and a lot of punk rock bands, bigger punk rock bands, like Avail and stuff,
Yeah.
But we got to grab a hold of everybody we can, because we are not a big city.
So, dude, what have you been? It's funny. I just saw an ad. You guys have a Lamb of God beer, I think, right? Like
a non-alcoholic beer.
Non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah. Wow.
No,
so when did that start? It's brand new, I think, right? Isn't it?
Well, I was in Scotland on tour like over a year ago, and I went to this. We had a day off, so I went to some friends of mine who live there. Went up to the Highlands. I don't know if you guys have ever been to the Highlands of Scotland.
Have not.
If you it's unbelievable, dude. It is unreal. Like, it'll blow your mind when you go up there. So I like to go up there, go hiking, in the Highlands, and we had lunch at this pub called the Claggach Inn, and I said, "Do you have any non-alcoholic beers?" Because I don't drink,
Right.
And they were like, "Yeah." They brought me this beer out, and I tried it, and I was like, "Whoa!" I said non-alcoholic because I thought it was a real beer, and they're like, "It is." So it was this Scottish brewery, Brewdog, and I wound up reaching out to them like, "When can we get this beer in the States?" And then me and Willie went to their brewery in Columbus. And they were like, "Do you want to do a collaboration?" I was like, "Yeah."
Wow, very cool.
So I went and designed the non-alcoholic beer.
Gotta get some of that over to Zach. He drinks that stuff like it's going out of style.
Yeah. He slams
Zach and the O'Douls like by the case.
The old dudes. Our beer actually tastes like good beer, so he may not like it.
The true Viking that he is.
Yeah,
it's funny. The farthest north that I've been, I guess, would be, I don't know which is farther, Glasgow or Edinburgh. I guess Glasgow. We did a good little run of dates, Megadeth, Lamb of God, across the UK. We did that one run of shows. That was fantastic. Started in Dublin, I guess, right? And, I remember because my phone, the night before, we were playing or I guess it was 2 nights before, we were playing in St. Petersburg, Russia. And my phone was sitting on a ledge backstage in the dressing room, and the drums vibrated my phone off, and it fell down into a champagne bucket, right? And we walk off stage, and somebody comes and pulls my phone up and says, "Hey, whose phone is this?" And it had been swimming in the in the ice bucket. I went, "Oh my God!" So, and of course, there's no iPhone stores, in St. Petersburg, nor were there any in Dublin. So that was my panic. Was like, oh my, being, the reality of how much of our life is on our phone, because it was like.
Yeah, I like to bitch about the phones and stuff because people spend way too much time on them, including myself.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, as long as you don't just get consumed by it, it's one of the greatest inventions ever, because we can do this. You know, I can look at my family for wherever, you know, I can video chat with my friends. It's like we're living in the best possible time for a global pandemic.
Yeah.
You know,
to be doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we have these things at this technology at ours, but that's what we figured out last week as well. Of course, you know, a lot of the stuff happening on Zoom and WebEx and all this stuff, and it's like we found last week, it's like, good Lord, we just connected so many people. We didn't even plan on doing this. Last week was the big one. We thought, that's it, it's done. And suddenly by Monday, people were reaching out, hey, would you want to come back on and do some more? And so, you know, guys, thank you so much for coming on and hanging with us. You know, it's our whole initiative with Schools Out. We're partnered with the Grammy Music Education Coalition, and they're streaming this over on their YouTube and their Twitch. And, you know, the Grammys have just been, you know, they've been kind to, you know, to so many of us, and this new education coalition has really been fantastic. It's just been a great way to, they reach it into a lot of inner city stuff. And with our David Olson Youth Music Foundation, we have focused on particularly rural areas where music education gets kicked out of different schools or struggles because of different things. So
I'm from Wisconsin. He's from Minnesota. We're the Midwest Metal Mafia.
Small town boys. Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
You should see the town he's from. It's like 2 stoplights, a Burger King. I think they have a pizza ranch now, so they're moving up.
They have a pizza ranch, but one stoplight, only one stoplight. So
it's really awesome that you guys are doing this, you know, because the arts in general are so underfunded in public schools now, and now that people are stuck at home, I think it's really great that you're providing like a positive direction for these kids rather than just sit there and watch TV all day long. You know?
Yeah. Well, you know, growing up in the Midwest, you know, we'd have snow days, you know what I mean? And they're awesome. You know, oh yeah, there's a blizzard, we get a snow day. And, you know, a couple of them were great. And after a few of them, you're like, start losing your mind.
There's too many snow days. For sure.
And it's too many snow days.
Like 2 months of snow days. It's
2 months of snow days. So our whole goal was, look, let's keep the music going, man. It's you know, it's and a lot of people in the thread asking, hey, what's up with the new Limp Bizkit album? And
we're working on it.
You guys had a ton of festivals booked. You're doing a bunch of the Danny Wimmer festivals and stuff, right? You guys had a busy
we're doing
summer
not
book.
Danny Wimmer festivals, but different other festivals besides that. And we were doing all of Europe over August, but who knows what's going to happen with that stuff now.
I know.
That's officially been canceled, but I mean, come on.
Oh, that's the same thing with the Megadeth Lamb of God tour. I mean, to address the elephant in the room, who the heck knows? I mean, so many people are so excited about that tour, you know? Oh my God.
Every day I'm because we have a new record coming out, you know, and every day I'm doing press and they're like, do you have any news about the tour? And I'm like, no, because like everybody is grounded right now, you know? I mean, and you're supposed to be in Europe in August. Is that what you were saying?
In August, yeah, but I can't imagine that's going to happen. Maybe it will. Who knows?
I mean, it could, but I doubt it.
Oh, me and David were supposed to be in Australia and Japan in May. Like that's gone now.
I'm supposed to be in Europe right now.
Oh wow!
You know, it's not happening. But I know that. I hope the fans understand that, like the booking agents, management, the promoters, everybody is like trying to juggle right now. It's like trying to juggle invisible balls or something, you know, and see where they're going to land. And everybody's trying to make plans for an unknowable situation. So it's like we're all being as patient as we can. I hope everybody keeps that in mind because we don't have any answers. We don't have like an inside answer for anyone. You know?
And really no control. I mean, it's so out of your hands. I mean, it's the government. There's so many factors to what, I mean, look, I'm sure if everybody could and it was safe, everybody wants to go out and play. I wanted to go play. I wanted to go to Australia, Japan. I wanted to go see Megadeth and Lamb of God. You know what I mean? But again, I know it's, you know, and David, every day people ask interviews too, and it's still the same. Like as far as we know, you know, but who knows? You know,
it's happening until at such point. Some other point. You know?
You guys were talking about Ozfest and Limp Bizkit and Tool and all that stuff. I've been thinking since the beginning of this, as it's gotten stretched, that someone just needs, because when this ends, all of us are going to be on like all systems go. Let's go on tour, right?
Yeah.
So I've seen someone needs to call Sharon and be like, Sharon, we need a massive Oz Fest.
Right?
Massive.
I support that.
All right.
Everyone's ready to go because, you know, there's not going to be enough venues for all the bands that want
I know. If the competition wasn't stiff enough to get on festivals, good Lord. And I know there was a big thing about festivals, promoters were worrying about headliners, like as a lot of people were retiring. Black Sabbath retired, and, you know, different groups that were retiring, like where's the next headliners? Of course, Guns N' Roses reformed. So there's, you know, a lot of big stuff. And all of our bands, of course, are coming of age and turning into those headliners as well. But yeah, I mean, my gosh, once this lifts and it's all done, I mean, just the competition between there'll probably be more festivals formed. You know, just because a result of this.
I hope it's not a thing where people are afraid to go back out in public again. I hope people are, you know. But I think that all the precautions will last. Like I would not be surprised if we saw face masks at festivals, shows for a long time.
Yeah. We started offering the Megadeth face masks, so you can go get those. I know. I was thinking about that. Are we going to be on stage playing with those? You know,
with the teeth.
With them.
Yeah.
Did you really make those?
The Megadeth?
Did you really make them? The Megadeth mask?
We have Megadeth masks. Yeah, they're for sale over at Megadeth.com. Yeah.
We actually have some David Ellison Youth Music Foundation ones too that we're going to
make sure that they're licensed by 3M so that you.
Exactly. Hey, there's more than one way to do this, you know. But you're right. I think Wes, you're right. We're all talking about sort of this new normal. You know what I mean? And I think some of this is going to have to continue. It's just going to have to. And look, no one wants to get sick, you know. So that's the other thing. And you know, so yeah.
Someone's in the comments saying 5-day Metal Fest. Like, yeah, every Oz Fest is like 5 days long, and it lasts. The whole tour is like 6 months long because we play like 5
month long tour.
And we'll go play little one-off shows in between the next Oz Fest.
Those were long.
Everyone in the audience has to stay 6 feet apart.
Yeah. Imagine that mosh pit. People are going to get hurt falling on the ground, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work, dude. I think once any one of our bands take the stage, people are going to be like, social distancing, what's that? I'm ready to go do some more shows with Limp Bizkit, man. That was fun in Europe.
That was a blast. But the thing is, like for me, it's just one of the things that I like to do every show is I like to jump the barricade and go play in the crowd.
Oh yeah,
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
And it was wild before, but now I'm like, can I do that anymore? Like, can I be around? Like, can I be out? Like, I'm sure I will do it again at some point. I couldn't do it the last tour because I broke my hand right before the tour. And had to get surgery, and I got my pins out of my hand the day that we flew to Russia to go play.
Ooh.
So I was playing with everything with 3 fingers, with this finger like taped to this finger, and it hurt like hell. But at least I got to play the shows. But after my hand's healed now for the most part, and I want to do that again. I want to like be able to like touch people and and be touched by people and be close and. It's just weird to think about that not being an option maybe anymore. I'm sure it will be again, but it's just.
Well, you're quarantined to stage left. You can no longer jump in the audience because you hurt your hand. That's your social distancing, right?
No
more of that.
No, the hand's fine. I did it. I lost my temper and punched a stupid door. I didn't do it on stage.
Doors do that too. Doors and walls, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping in, man. Really, really appreciate it for both you guys taking a Friday night. It's really, really great. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Randy. And now anything we can promote for you guys? Any personal stuff? Obviously, your beer, Randy, that you've got. Wes, anything? Is there any?
I just released an old album that I had sitting on the shelf called Eat the Day. That was like that are demos from it's an instrumental like rock metal album that's 8 tracks that just got released on Passover last week. So
nice. WesBorland.com.
It's just it's on all streaming platforms.
Got it. Okay, cool. Got it. Randy, anything for you?
We're supposed to go on tour with some band called Megadeth, and there's tickets for sale somewhere. You know,
somewhere out there in the ethers. Okay, well,
check out Megadeth if you've never heard of them.
Yeah, I hear they're good.
You guys are all right, actually.
Thanks for the promotion. Appreciate it. Awesome, brother.
Man.
Love you, dude.
Bye,
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yep.
Bye,
See ya.
man.
Thanks so much. All right, so that was great.
Adios.
And there he is. There he is. Oh, he's hunkering away. Don't let him go. Don't let him go.
Oh, hey, Randy, you can hang out. You ain't got to go anywhere. You can just stay in there.
No, you can let me go. I know you got other people. There's a long list. So
cool. We appreciate it, Randy.
Awesome, man. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks. And thanks everybody for all the comments over here. We're seeing them. Again, you can follow Grammy Music Education over on their Instagram, Grammy Music Ed. Ellefson Youth Music Foundation.org is where all of our stuff is at, including the donate button. And have you got the raffle ticket thing up there?
Yeah, I just posted it 30 seconds ago. I've been posting it throughout. If you look in the comments, we got raffle tickets. You can actually buy Ellefson Youth Music Foundation shirts, Schools Out shirts. I think we actually do have masks on there, funny enough. And you can order them from our friends at merchlive.com. They're selling those. Dave's going to play some tasty licks. Here's the raffle ticket link one more time. We're giving away that bass right there a little later on and a bunch of other. So the bass we're going to give away during the broadcast. Everything else we're going to pull after, and you'll get an email if you win.
Yep. There you go. So cool. Yeah, we will definitely give that away tonight. I guess we'll probably pull the ticket for it tonight, right? At the end of the.
Yeah, for the bass, exactly. The raffle is there. There's the link for the raffle. Yeah. Here's the link for the. I actually just posted all this into the private comments because I'm a moron. Yeah, no, I just sent it to everybody else in here. They're not the target market, so
yeah,
you guys need it.
Grammy Music Education Coalition is a partner with us on this whole thing, and they're just doing such great stuff, inner city youth stuff, and so go follow them on their Twitter.
So the next guy joined. I don't know. Do you know Brandon Novak from Jackass and Viva La Bam? And he's sober now. He's doing a lot of cool things. He wrote a best-selling book. We're gonna bring in Novak to have a little chat.
Nice.
Brandon, what's up, dude?
What up, fellas? How are you?
How are you, buddy? How are you?
Good, man. How's my audio? Am I good?
Right, you're better now. See, that's it. That's the magic fix. Just reboot it. See, why can't we just reboot the Earth? Like, just unplug it, wait 30 seconds, and plug it back in. Maybe that'll fix everything.
I think that is what fixes it, actually. Something that bandwidth. Of course, it's a Friday night. Everybody's home, of course. And so where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Philadelphia. I'm quarantined here in my home and right in the city of Philadelphia.
Wow. How are things there in the city?
They're slow. Yeah. They're slow. They're I believe as they should be. People are adhering to the recommendations. They're practicing the social distancing. You don't see crowds. Everyone's respectively doing their part from what I see for the most part.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So tell us about all the stuff you've been doing. So you're obviously kind of famously sober now, as a lot of the guys from that kind of crew. We had a chat today. Novak called me and we're kind of going over stuff and tech stuff. And so tell us about the things you're doing. You're sober now and you wrote a book. Tell us about everything you're doing.
Yeah. So as you might recall, I was in those movies Jackass and those shows Viva La Bam for years, and Bam Margera is my best friend, and I was a professional skateboarder, and him and I were both pros. And
let's not forget the CKY video is the greatest thing ever, which I guess kind of turned into Jackass anyway. But
exactly, yeah, that was kind of the thing that gave birth to everything else, if you will. And as my best friend Bam's career flourished, mine kind of steadily declined, and I fell into the grips of active addiction, and somewhere in between all of that time, I was able to write a book. I wrote an autobiography addiction memoir, and the book did really well. It was like a New York Times top 10 seller, and at that point, I hadn't graduated high school. I never got a GED. I got my GED in prison after my first book was published.
Wow.
Wrote the whole book actually pen and paper. Wrote it in 12 chapters, gave it to my co-author, who's a really smart man, has letters in front and behind his name. And he turned 12 chapters into 23. And the book did really well. And so, I had done some things in life that people would equate to success or happiness that some might even dream of doing, right? At the age of 14, I was the first skateboarder endorsed by Gatorade. They'd fly me to Chicago where they made, to the Quaker Oats building where they made Gatorade at the time. They put me on this treadmill and Michael Jordan on a treadmill next to me, and they strapped these EKGs to our chest to give us each Gatorade to see the effects it has on different sports players. At the age of 15, I'm touring the world with Tony Hawk. I'm designing my pro model for Pal Peralta. I have a private tutor that flies with. Then I end up in those movies, Jackass, these TV shows, Viva La Bam, and again, I do some things in life that people would equate to success or happiness, and some might even dream of doing. But the reality of what my life really looked like is May 25th, 2015. I walked into my 13th inpatient treatment center. Wow. I had lost count of outpatients and detoxes. My mother had bought me a plot. People had taken life insurance policies out on me. I had just woken up from being on life support for 7 days. Medevac, 4 different hospitals, 4 different states, from 4 different overdoses. My mother had sold 3 homes to financially pay for me to go to 2 different treatment centers. At the end of my run, you found me on the corner of Eastern Avenue and Patterson Park in Baltimore City, prostituting my body for another bag of heroin. My mother went to God with one prayer, and that prayer consisted of, God, please cure him, kill him, or kill me because I can't take it anymore. I found myself as a 35-year-old homeless heroin addict whose worldly possessions, despite all the successful accolades I share with you, the worldly possessions that I owned consisted of 8 scarves, 2 jackets, 3 socks, 1 stick of deodorant. It fit into this bag that doubled as my pillow, a needle, a spoon, and a restraining order that my mother had served against me, her 35-year-old son, to vacate her premises because I was a terror, to say the least. And today I talk to you now with, God willing, May 25th. I'll be celebrating 5 years of continuous sobriety.
Nice, dude. That's awesome, man.
Thank
you for opening up about that. I got sober back in 1990. And
oh, wow.
I got kind of a similar story. 1988, Megadeth, we played Castle Donington, 107,000 people with all my heroes, with Iron Maiden and Kiss, and David Lee Roth, and I was strung out to the bone. I was a mess. I had to go home right from there. We canceled some other shows we were going to do with Iron Maiden, flew home, went to rehab in LA, and spent the next 18 months, ironically, writing our Rust in Peace album in our absolute darkest days. But the band falling apart and everything that happened with it, and coming out of also a heroin and cocaine addiction and everything like that, and just everything you described, and getting sober in March 1st, 1990, and 3 weeks later in the studio recording Rust in Peace. So it's people go, man, that album's got something about it. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of piss and vinegar you're hearing coming out of So an album we wrote in our darkest hour, but recorded in a sober hour. And but I'm dude. I mean, it's the business we live in, and look, it's not just our business. Addicts and alcoholics are everywhere. It's an illness, and 1 in 4, 1 in 5 people get it. Yeah. As I had heard one time at a meeting, if it hits 20 or 25% of our population, that means that pretty much every family of 4 or 5 is going to have an addict and alcoholic, and that's just it's a fact, and it's not a willpower issue. It's an illness.
And heroin, you're from Pennsylvania, and honestly, the first addicts I knew, the first heroin addicts I knew were from Pennsylvania, and it seemed I used to manage a guy. There's a singer in a band called God Lives Underwater that was from Philly, and he honestly, I got him sober after years and years, and then he still passed away from complications from his addiction. It seems like Pennsylvania's always had a really strong heroin problem for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but I mean, honestly, the first 10 hardcore addicts I ever knew in my life were from Pennsylvania.
Well, it's rather ironic, right? Like, so now today I wear a lot of different hats. I have some books coming out. I have this documentary that's been in the works for like 14 years. A camera crew followed me around when I was getting really out of my mind, and then I got sober, and I defied odds and logic and stayed sober. And so this thing's like being edited as we speak, and it'll be an hour and 20-minute documentary that I think is going to go to Netflix. And I'm a motivational speaker, and I travel all over the nation and the world for that matter. And every city, state, or country I go to, they all say verbatim, "Thank God you're here. Our state has been affected the worst." Meaning that like no state or city ever says, it's not that bad here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, right.
Just as bad as the next, like what you just said, someone else would say to me in Maryland or DC, and because the disease of addiction does not discriminate, right?
Well, and you know what's interesting, Brandon, is when I was going first through treatment back in 1988, a lot of people were getting sober. A lot of famous musicians, the Aerosmith guys were talking about it, David Crosby. So there was a real movement in Hollywood, and in fact, McGee Entertainment had just started to manage Megadeth, and they said, "Look, you can do whatever you want to do, but we expect our bands to work hard, and we're here to make a lot of money. And if you can't do it because you need help, we'll help you get help. But if you don't accept help, then you're out." And it was real clear. This is how it rolls now. And of course, Nikki Sixx has been very open about his addiction, of course, heroin diaries and everything, and he's now, been clean a lot of years as well. And so it was an interesting time at that. And right at that time, Music Cares was starting, which is also another pillar of the Grammys. And I remember right when it was first getting started, they were talking about Music Cares, and it's amazing how. I've met so many people over the years, musicians, because you think like, it was the old saying, wasn't that Sam Kinison that said that if you still got money, you don't have a cocaine problem or something to that effect, and so it's like if you've got money for rehab, you don't have a problem, something like that. But the reality of it is Music Cares has been very helpful, and now of course they're helping do a lot of things like helping subsidize a lot of musicians and artists who are having tours cancel and all this stuff. And I just want to take a minute to sing their praises, because right as they were forming, there've been a lot of people who have gone into treatment, a lot of artists and people who otherwise probably couldn't afford it, and they've helped a lot of people get help, and that was literally just starting in the late 80s. So it's really been a cool thing to watch that enterprise thrive.
Absolutely. And with the current state of the nation, if you will, the coronavirus, COVID-19, just because the world stops does not mean that alcoholism and addiction does, right? So like now, so more than ever, I'm really seeing people scrambling, right? Because in the beginning of this, they abruptly shut down the liquor stores, and I was like, that is a horrible idea, right? Because as you know, the only two withdrawals you can die from is from alcohol and benzos.
Yeah.
So if you just stop drinking abruptly one day, you run the risk of having seizures, which ultimately could cause your death.
Yeah.
So with that, and then the world, right? We drink because we want to escape the reality that we've created. Then we get fired, we get laid off. The progression of just life and alcoholism takes place, and before you know it, the world's just like and people really need help. And so now is a kind of a tough time. People are like, well, I want the help, I need the help, but they say that I can't go outside,
Yeah. And I argue that with people all the time. I see people on Facebook making ignorant comments about, liquor stores are an essential business. You have to point that out. I mean, again, I live in Wisconsin, where there's a really high alcoholism, right? And again, it's just one of those, people don't think of that unless it affects their bubble. They don't really understand it sometimes, And
I was just saw that on CNN on the news last night. They were talking about that same thing, about sort of maybe a rise, or I guess it was, what if you're an addict and alcoholic, or if you're obviously if you're sober, you're probably engaged in a program of action, and it sounds like obviously both of us are, but it's for those that are maybe needing to get clean at this time, because it doesn't discriminate. Alcohol, my addiction hit me at the peak of my career. Sounds like it did the same for you. When everything was going great, that's when it all showed up, and the whole house of cards came crumbling down. And we're lucky. We're a couple of the lucky ones to be able to rebuild and have good things happen, and still be able to have a second chance. And it's I'm convinced that, look, the Creator put us here, gave us unique skills and talents, and He wants to see those being fulfilled, and we find the second chance in recovery, which is awesome. Some people do have to leave the business for a while because, not using the gifts properly, and et cetera. But, it's great to see that you're getting a second chance with that. It's just awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm truly grateful. I mean, my get well journey looked like I went to a treatment center for 90 days. From there, I went to a sober living house for 1 year, and my get well job was washing dishes for $6 an hour under the table at this diner. And then my promotion was to waiting tables. And then I gradually worked my way back into this world, because the stakes were too high for me to take advantage or not take advantage of the resources that were available to me.
Right.
You know, and now what has simply happened is that my defects have become my assets, right? So I travel around, and what I do is I help people get help. Today, because of this, you know, the state of the nation, before noon, I was able to help find 3 people beds in treatment centers. You know what I mean? That was even before 12 o'clock. Not that I want to praise, but I'm just saying that that's like that where we're at right now. And people call me and they say, if you can do it, there's no reason why I can't do it. Can you help me? Because I was that guy that was deemed unhelpable and unfixable, and my life was really an open book, literally.
Do you have a website? I mean, I know a lot of this stuff we sort of do altruistically. We do it off the radar. It's not something that we do for any profit motive or anything like that. But if there's anything we can do to help you, if there's a website or anything, or foundation you're affiliated with,
you could go to BrandonNovak.com. It's all one word. And everything that I do is encapsulated under that umbrella. You'll go down all my rabbit holes. But if anyone's out there and they're struggling and they're in a position of need and they found themselves in a place they can't get out of by themselves, I'm more than happy to give my direct number, and that would lead you to me and my team. And we will do whatever we can to find you the help that not only you need, but more so deserve. And that phone number is 610-635-9092.
dude, you were wonderful, man. Thank you so much.
And look, if anybody needs you, they can get a hold of me or Dave on social media. We can put you in touch with Brandon too. So we're easy to find.
Dude, you're wonderfk. Thank you, man.
Hey, thank you for coming in. Having me on and let me use this platform, fellas. God bless you, man.
Of course, yeah. Thanks, buddy. See ya.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Dude, that is wow. That was great. What an awesome little moment. I was not expecting that at all. That was really, really great. Of course, anytime people are in recovery, have gone down that road, it's always a special spot in my heart because we've kind of walked a mile in each other's shoes, and that's a beautiful thing. Wow, that was great. That was a good touch
awesome.
moment there.
All right, it was. I was tearing up a little bit. I admit it. I was like,
no, it's cool. It's great, great stuff, man.
So now we're gonna pick it up and we're gonna chat with some of our other friends. So look, we got Ari Lehman from Friday the 13th.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Dave Alvin from White Trash.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going?
And
Ari always has a keyboard.
Ari is like the keyboard warrior.
Nice.
And our friend Stephen Costantino, the Gamorrean guard from Star Wars.
Nice.
From Return of the Jedi.
What's going on?
How's it going?
Ari's always got a keyboard. Last time he had a keytar, now he's got the full-on organ going on. It's awesome.
All right, who's got the weird audio? I got to figure it out.
Hey Tom, I'm gonna jump out for a second. I'll come right back. Yep, pop me out.
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay.
Bye. Say bye, Dave.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, Dave?
How are you?
All right, who's got the weird audio? I got to figure this out. Hang on.
I am so honored to be on air with you all. You are just great musicians, and Tom Hazard is a great singer.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
I love the way
I learned it all from Dave Alvin. What can I say?
We've had many a session together, right?
We have. Look, when I started talking to this guy, all I did was fanboy about how much I loved his band. So we'll just put that out there.
Hey,
So-
you know,
that's what it's about.
I'm like Larry Underwood. You know him?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like
I've
the
heard that.
pop star that almost made it, and then a plague came, from The Stand, the book The Stand. That's what was going on. We just did the Monsters of Rock cruise. We're about to do a comeback thing.
Oh yeah, I was gonna help book it. We were like, literally the week before this happened, me and Dave were on the phone, like, let's book some shows, let's do some stuff. And then like 3 days later, the whole world was on lockdown. Same thing with Ari. We were working on booking some stuff too. Like literally.
We were literally on the road. We started in Kenosha. We played Chicago. We played Springfield, Missouri. We got down to Tulsa, Oklahoma. They said, wow, we got such a great crowd. We have to move it to a bigger theater. We were in the parking lot 1 hour before the show, and they said the city shut us down. Oh my God.
Crazy.
But it's okay. It's all right. It will be okay. You know, we just got to hang in there, fellas. You know, of all people, we have to help everybody keep the morale up. Don't you agree?
Oh,
I do. I did. Speaking of morale, I'm gonna put our buddy Bumblefoot in here too. Hi, Ron Thal.
And committed no crime. I just saw this. Jeff Scott Soto just did We Are the Champions with Brian May and let me shut this. And with Roger Taylor. So how you guys doing? How's everything?
Good.
You guys know Mr. Bumblefoot, the legendary guitar player to the gods? And
Ron, I have to. My guitar player was your guitar tech when you were in Guns N' Roses.
Oh, wait a minute.
Craig LeBlanc.
Craig LeBlanc. I love that guy. What a great dude. Give him a big hello for me. I should just hit him up and give him a big hello. Yeah, he was wonderful. When I first joined the band, you made me choke on my spit. That's great, Craig. Have some tea. Not gonna talk funny. Not gonna talk like Tom.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when I first joined that band, we would go on tour. I was so used to spending the last 30 years of doing my own thing, not having a tech, just lugging my own stuff and hitting my own patches and doing all that. So Craig, what he brought with him on the road was a beach lounge chair and a fan. And he literally, for a 2-hour show, all he had to do is one time just hand me an acoustic guitar for a song and get out of his lounge chair. He had the easiest gig in the world, at least as far as with me. And he was such a great dude. He is a great dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a great dude, and he had the best gigs and he quit, right? I don't know what happened.
We don't want to start that conversation. We don't.
Like everybody's healthy. Yeah, wonderful guy. Yeah, loved him too. So now I'm just relaxing, having some tea, and enjoying the calm and the quiet and the peace and the forced slowdown of life. Yeah. And it's a very good tea.
Hey, Ron, I'm going to kick you out. Do me a favor and come back in. Your audio's doing some weird stuff. There we go. We had a little static. So say hi to Stephen Costantino, the Gamorrean guard, checking in from Gamorrean Studios over there in California. Everybody's having weird audio issues tonight. It's been so wacky. It's
Well,
been so.
my iPhone, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
I'm on the iPhone.
I'm
Yeah.
with you, Tom.
I'm in the.
Corey, I won't.
Let me hear on mic.
Oregon.
Yeah, yeah.
On my computer screen.
Why can you not
Can you
stop
hear me
touching
okay?
your organ, Ari? Why do you always have to be touching your organ?
Yes, I walked right into that.
You did, and I was there to pick it up.
Tom, very good.
Anyway, so look, I just wanted to check in with everybody. How's everybody doing, man? How are you in California? Dave, you're in New York City, right? Ari, you're in Chicago. I'm in Wisconsin. We got the whole country represented here.
Yeah, I'm in ground zero over here.
That's crazy. Well, good. I'm glad you're doing well. And look, Bumblefoot is back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
So hey, if you guys want to hang out, we'll check back in with you periodically. Hang out in our little green room, grab a snack, grab a drink, hang out back here, hang out. It's fun to just check in. Ron, you gonna play for us real quick?
No.
Okay.
I'm just gonna jam some Bach.
Okay, go ahead. Do it real quick.
With first Jason. Where does it go from there? What was it? Something kind of, what was it? I'm trying to see my guitar in the neck here. I can't see what I'm playing. What's going on with this thing? Okay.
You take it. Yes.
Right, that thing? Something like that. I don't know.
This is like 4 of my favorite people in the world at the same station. It's great.
Yeah. Oh.
Ari Lehman, if you don't know, is the original boy in the lake. Jason Voorhees from the original Friday the 13th.
Final scene, drags her back into the water.
That's right. And Steven down there is the Gamorrean guard in Return of the Jedi.
Yes.
Big ups to Steven. Where's the helmet? Where's the head?
We
Put
are
the
amongst
head
royalty right now.
on. Let me see the head. Put the head on, please. Yes. Now this is entertainment, folks. You can't hide it.
Don't freak out, man.
I want to see that.
JS
There it is. Look at that thing.
I got to wear that. I have pictures in that somewhere. I'll post them later.
Holy cow! I wish my kid would watch.
I know, right? Well, I'll hook you guys up.
Nice,
So
nice.
Steve's got a studio in LA called Gamorrean Studio, and we always do stuff together. Whenever I go to LA, we stay there. We sleep on the couches in his studio. He's been a very gracious host and one of my dear friends.
Thank you, brother.
Very cool, very cool.
Good to see you around, bro.
Awesome. Well, look, we'll check back. Hang out. We'll check back out. I might have to kick some of you guys, but if I do just come back in later, we're going to check in with Ray Parker Jr. now. So how cool is that? Right? I know, right? Ray Parker Jr.
Front door.
And Fran Strine.
I
So
just saw
awesome,
him
guys.
live. That's funny.
Awesome, guys. We'll check back with you in a bit.
Saw him play live.
Ari Lehman, the first Jason Voorhees. Steven. Okay. And where's David? There's my
I am
co-host.
back.
They did a wardrobe change.
Wardrobe change.
I've just been changing hats. That's my wardrobe change for the night.
That's okay. That works.
So,
That works.
so man, I'm pretty fanboyed about this right now. I'm not gonna lie. Thanks to your friend. So Fran Strine obviously did the movie Hired Gun that you were in. We'll talk about that with him.
Yeah.
And well, let's put him in. Look, there he is. There's Fran Strine.
Fran,
What's up?
buddy? How are you?
What's going on? Good.
So you're checking in from what, Calabasas, California? Is that right? LA area?
Well, yeah. Down in Encino now, but yeah, I was in Calabasas. Our
I know
production
that.
office, yeah.
I know that sweatshirt well because you took me to Lucasfilm. That's where I got my. No, not
I hate you
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Yeah,
much.
that
by
was
the way.
so
I
awesome,
hate
man.
you so
'Cause
much.
you mixed. What did
So
you do?
much.
So the Hired Gun film that we did together. You mixed that. What at Skywalker Ranch? Is that what it was?
Yeah, we also mixed Ray's movie there a few weeks ago before this whole thing went down. Yeah,
So is it done
And what-
now? Is it done? The Ray movie?
it's done. You know, it may have been the last movie ever screened in Los Angeles before the thing went down.
Wow.
The virus. We did a press screening on March 12th. The next day, the city shut down. It was nuts.
Wow.
But I got to mention this. When I was a Skywalker, you know, I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan. That's my like man crush actor guy.
Yeah.
Mission Impossible, Top Gun. He comes flying in on a helicopter. They're mixing Top Gun right next door to us in the next
Wow.
stage. And I was like, oh my God, there's Tom and Jerry Bruckheimer. So
Wow.
it was,
Was Tom Cruise there?
he was there. Yeah, I ran right into him
No
coming down the
way.
hallway.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is he short?
He's really short. Yeah. But such a big presence on screen, you know.
Huge.
It's
huge.
funny, man. When I started shooting these rock stars, you forget how like Dio and
Yeah.
so many of these
People
guys.
always
are
say that. We
just-
go back to the meet and greet. Well, you're much shorter in person. It's like,
Yeah.
It's because the base makes me look, you know.
So
Yeah.
let's get this guy in here. Let's talk about
Bring
it.
him in. Speaking
There
of
he
the
is.
Hey, what's happening?
Ray Parker Jr. I'm not worthy. We're not worthy.
I can't shave or cut my hair or anything. I can't get nobody to come over and cut my hair. I'm like isolated up there.
You should have saw me earlier. I finally shaved. We did one of these last week, and I looked like a grizzly. I'm like, I need to trim up, so I tightened up a little. My dog's nails are like this long.
Yeah.
So what's happening, Ray? How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm bored, but I'm
Oh,
having
God.
a good time. I mean, if you got to be in isolation, Calabasas is not a bad place to be. I mean, my house is not bad. All my sons are here, and their wives and girlfriends, and my wife. So, and we got a dog. So, I mean, it's pretty good. It could be worse. I put it that way.
We saw each other at the Grammys. I remember it was actually the year we won our Grammy,
Yeah.
2017, I think it was. We were right across the street. I came over to do an interview, and we're just sitting there at the restaurant having
Yeah.
French fries or something, hanging out. And
I still got that picture. I show everybody that picture. Say, look, I know this guy. I'm cool. I got
We gave you some metal cred. Imagine how much you'll have now. I mean, look at this. Now you're on a worldwide broadcast with us.
Yeah.
With
they're as
Dave.
metal as they come. It's awesome.
I don't know. Hey, Ray, myself, and Derek Green from Sepultura went to go see. What was the band we went to go see at the Canyon Club? With Rudy Sarzo in the band?
Guess Who?
The Guess Who.
Oh, that's right. The Guess Who. That's right.
Yeah.
The Guess Who. That's right.
I hate to break it. That's not very metal. It's awesome, but
dude, the Guess Who. Come on, Guess Who is from where Randy Bachman and into Bachman Overdrive. I mean, come on, dude. Guess Who.
Well, the funny thing was to see Ray and Derek Green from Sepultura together, like singing these iconic songs.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny. Do you ever watch? There's that show now on YouTube called Behind the Vinyl. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah. So good.
And Randy Bachman tells the story about when they wrote American Woman. It was a sound check. They were on stage. He broke a string and then had to stop the show. He changed his string, and as he was tuning up, he's like kind of tuning up and kind of getting it, getting the whole thing going, and that's what that was.
Totally.
It was just like a riff, and then Burton started like jamming American Woman. Get
away from me.
And they're kind of like, and they, they didn't have phones to record it. So it's like, did anybody get that? Did anybody record it? And then I think the next day they rehearsed it again, and like the song was born. Imagine that, breaking a string on stage, and that's how like one of
my heroes. Randy's written a lot of great songs.
Oh,
absolutely.
And on that show, me too. Big BTO is the reason we're even here. I mean, it's like that Not Fragile album is the whole thing that got me to this whole thing. And he tells another great story on there about You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, about how the A&R guy came into the studio, said, look, the record's really good. We just need one more. And Randy goes, well, I got this thing, this other song. And he heard it. He goes, oh, my God, that's it. He goes, are you kidding me? It's like I'm stuttering. I'm making fun of my brother because he kind of stutters. Right? He tells this whole story about, he was a throwaway.
He used to come to all our concerts when I was with Stevie Wonder. So we used to hang out. And I remember at K-Day Radio here, they recorded a show of his, and he had never heard it. So I sent it to him up in Washington, where he lives, somewhere up northwest.
Yeah.
I sent him a multi-track tape of this show concert. He hadn't heard. I don't know where he is now. I haven't seen him in years now.
So obviously, inquiring minds want to know the story of Ghostbusters, which I assume is part of the new.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's awesome. There's an awesome series on Netflix called The Movies That Made Us. So there was one called The Toys That Made Us. I've watched it, and then The Movies That Made. I've watched the Ghostbusters one. You don't know this. I literally have a life-size Zool in my living room. I have an obsessed Ghostbusters fan, and I've literally watched the Ghostbusters episode 30 times, and it's such a great story. Basically, Ray wrote the song like while the courier was sitting outside the door.
Here's what's funny. I saw that same show that you saw, and I never knew any of those things. In fact, the show was so good, I was captivated by looking at it. Then, to my surprise, at the end, I came on. I didn't even know I was in it. I was like, "Why did they shoot me for this?" So.
They couldn't make a Ghostbusters documentary without having you in it. That song is so instrumental to that film and what happened with it and the success. And I mean, literally, like one of the few movies ever in history where the song is just so synonymous with the film. I mean, it really is just intrinsic to the fabric of that film and the whole franchise and everything that it became.
Yeah, I wish Sony knew that.
Well.
Hey, Frank, buy him a ticket, let him go to Sony and have a chat with them guys.
I will. I'm going to call him up tomorrow. So tell us about the movie. Oh,
the movie's wonderful because Fran directed it, so I didn't stick my fingers in. It's like producing a record. If I had cut the movie, it'd be like 5 hours long, and you'd have me driving Marvin Gaye's car and teaching Stevie Wonder how to drive girls and all kinds. So we don't have none of that stuff in it. We stuck to the basics, and it's a really, really good movie though. I think guys are gonna like it. And what it really tells you is, why are we listening to this Ray Parker guy for 90 minutes? Watch the movie and then you'll know why. Right? A lot of people, especially some of my neighbors and stuff here, they think I just woke up one morning, wrote Ghostbusters, and went back to sleep. And I said, well, guys, even if they called me to do the film, that means they already had to be doing something for them to want to call me, right? So
right.
So you can draw conclusions from that, even if you didn't know the whole story. But this film will tell you the whole story, and it's very funny, it's humorous, it's very entertaining, and I think we got a winner.
Yeah, Fran's giving me kind of some little, we're buddies, and he'll just kind of he'll go. Dude, I'll never guess what happened today. Kind of stuff. It's awesome, man. And so when is the film coming out? Do you have any?
We have no idea because they now changed the back. My record's not coming out till the Ghostbuster film comes out, till this film comes out, and we don't know nothing about any of that.
I know that got pushed back to like next year now, right? I was so bummed. One of the few movies I was really looking forward to.
All this virus stuff has really put a lockdown and moved everything back. There's no concerts, there's no anything.
Yeah.
So now, now I got to stay alive till next year, darn it.
Well, I can tell you this,
push up some more.
Yeah, I was going to say Sony's been really cooperative with us during the making of this film. Anything that we really wanted, they kind of gave to us that we didn't think we'd get access to. A lot of clips from the movie that we thought would be unattainable or unaffordable. Right. They made us, Ivan Reitman was behind making that happen for us, the director of Ghostbusters, a writer. And, I got to meet him and interview. And it's funny, last night I was watching Stripes and he directed that as well. It's one of my all-time favorite movies, man.
Yeah.
I was just rolling in the floor,
Ivan Reitman's a genius. I mean, he really just is. I mean,
first of all, let's just say, when I turned in the song, it was 20 seconds long. It was just supposed to be a library scene. It wasn't really a song. It was just a little clip. And Ivan is the one who heard it and said, "Hey, we should make that a record. You got to make this like 2.5 minutes longer." And I was like, "Really? I mean, what am I supposed to do here?" So I didn't really have a good grip on what to do. And
so what did you have? You had music, and then from there you composed a lyric around it. What I'm supposed to turn into a song, or what was the composition like?
Well, he told me the hard part. They paid me a lot of money, but the hard part is they wanted the words Ghostbusters in the music. Now that's, it's not fair, not because you've heard the way I did it. But if you try to sing Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters, it's a terrible song to sing. I mean, words, you can't sing that word. So the clever part was I had to come up with the idea of never singing the word Ghostbusters. I was just saying, who you gonna call? And I got that from seeing the film where they had the phone number under the guys in the film. Saying call this number if you need help. So I thought, well, that's the hook is who you gonna call.
Yeah.
The Ghostbusters to come rescue and save the day. So I gave him a demo tape. It was only like 45 seconds long. It had one piece of a verse and one chorus, and he heard that and thought it should be a record. That was the first time anybody had thought of making it a record. I thought I was done already. I thought I turned it in and we were done.
Well, you know what's cool about that is who you going to call. Last week we had Larry Thomas, who played the Soup Nazi on Seinfeld, right? And like him, you created a line that is part of American global fabric. Who are you going to call? Hey, yo, who are you going to call? You know what I mean? We just say it just in passing now, kind of like no soup for you.
It's really infiltrated pop culture and the subculture of just pop culture and culture in general. Yeah.
Which is amazing to do with a lyric. I mean, you've written a lot of songs in your career, and to come up with something like that reflects that. Megadeth, we wrote a song. Tom Wally from Interscope. Tom Wally was at Capitol Records, and we got signed in 1986, and then he went over to run Interscope, and he came to us, and it was Bill and Ted, right? So Bill and Ted had a new movie they were going to call it Bill and Ted Go to Hell. So we go in the studio, we write a song called Go to Hell because we want the theme song. So Tom sat with Dave, our singer, and really going over the detail of the lines and really scoping it out. We shoot the video, we do everything. And then they changed the name of the movie to Bogus Journey, right? Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. So now we get this vulgar song, Go to Hell, which is, it's pretty metal. So you're like, why did these guys write a song called Go to Hell? Like, what's wrong with these guys, I mean, Alice Cooper already had Goes to Hell,
Yeah, exactly.
So at least you stayed the course.
Right.
They didn't change it on you.
And then the movie wasn't called Ghost Breakers, thankfully, or you really would have been.
That wouldn't have worked. That would have been terrible.
Ghost Breakers. Terrible.
When we did it, we were really worried about singing about a ghost, right? Because all my records were singing to girls and stuff. So if you listen to the words like second verse on, there's a lot of little sexual innuendos. Invisible man sleeping in your bed. Busting makes me feel good. I hear it likes girls. It's a lot of stuff that I put in there to come later so I could sort of keep my male sex appeal to the female audience at the time.
See, when I was 8 years old, I never picked up on any of that. And now I look at the song in a whole different way. Thank you. Thank you.
was actually a
makes me feel good.
Well, that is so cool. You know, it's funny. Our friend Mike Gitter is going to be joining us here, and we actually work with him with we have the Combat Records label, and we do some stuff with them over at Sony. And we actually went over to his office, and we went back, and of course they've got all this great Ghostbusters stuff there. The Steinfeld set, they've got all this great stuff there. So it's just fun to go see all the Tom. You probably more than anybody. Breaking Bad, you like geek out over, you know, like, oh my God, there's the van, they got the Ghostbusters truck.
Oh, yeah, we went and saw it, and the Ghostbusters cars at Sony. Yeah, they had like in the back lot of Sony, they have the Ghostbusters. They had the original one. I think it was the one from the new movie too. They had the Breaking Bad RV. I nerded out, man. I'm a geek. I mean, you look around me, like literally, like my house is full of Ghostbusters, Gremlins. So this is, you know, and all of that nerdiness always infiltrates everything me and David do, like this, you know.
That's cool. Well, man, you guys stay safe. Fran, thank you for coming on, man. It's awesome. My wife wanted to tell you that she's your biggest fan on Instagram, follows all your crazy posts.
I love your wife, man. She's so cool. You lucked out. You and Ray lucked out. Ray's wife is a badass too, man. Elaine is amazing. They invite me. Oh, you know, I'm here by myself. You know, my son Zach's in Brooklyn. My mom's in Atlanta. I'm here with Fang. But they've invited me over for like the Thanksgivings and Christmas dinners and stuff, so it's always cool.
Great. Thanks for taking care of Fran.
So Fran, is Hired Gun still on Netflix? I don't. It was. I watched like 100 times. So
yeah. So Netflix now, for anybody that wants to watch it, make Papa a little richer, is on Amazon Prime now. They picked it up.
Oh, perfect.
So I'd encourage everybody to go over there and watch that.
Amazing movie. David's in it. A bunch of our other great.
Yeah.
So cool. When's the Ray movie coming out? Is there a timeline?
No, we don't have one.
Not a timeline, but you know, we're hoping around the launch of the Ghostbusters 3 would be a dream. You know, so it'd be cool.
Great. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. It's so
awesome.
awesome.
Wait a minute. Your fans deserve more.
Oh, thank you. So where can people find you on social media, Ray? Are you gonna play it?
You on call.
Ghostbusters. You can keep going, please keep going.
Oh, here we go.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Boston makes me feel good.
Boston makes me feel good.
That is like one of the hippest bass lines ever. You know, it's keyboard bass, right? I think, best of my memory, right?
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That makes everybody want to play bass.
Yeah. And you know, Ray played just about all the instruments on the track as well.
Yeah, right.
Everything.
We're out of time. Too late to call anybody else to come over. We just had to get.
Yeah. That's so cool. Yeah. Well, congrats on writing a very metal bass line. That was awesome.
Cool.
That's cool. All right, guys. Have a good night. Stay safe, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys.
Bye.
Wow. Now there's a bass player.
Was that?
That is so cool. Dude, I got to play bass with Ray Parker Jr. Because in the video, he's playing bass, right? Isn't he?
Yeah. I haven't seen that video in 25 years.
I know it's been so long, but it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, no. And you know what? Fran has told me some of the story, and I'm not going to tell it here. We'll wait for the movie to come up, but it's so cool, man. What really happened with how that song, Ray's life, and who he was as a songwriter and a musician, and then writing that song, and of course, obviously changed his life, changed our lives. Isn't it amazing? One song like that just changed so many people's lives, man. It was just amazing. So.
That's awesome. That's
really,
awesome.
Really cool.
Well, look, speaking of our buddy Mike Gitter, he's here. Let's throw him up in the mix.
Hey,
Mike Gitter. We were just talking about you.
Good. What's going on?
Hey, man. Thank you. So Mike Gitter from, should we say Sony, The Orchard?
We can say a combination of The Orchard, Century Media, and Sony.
Yeah. And you kindly called us in with Combat to put our label on some cool re-releases. What are the re-releases that you're doing?
Well, just to back it up, I mean, it took myself and some of my cohorts spent a good couple of years trying to figure out like who to talk to at Sony, because we heard there's this trove of records at Sony Legacy, and wait a second, that Combat that whole combat catalog's over there.
Right.
So, talk to a few of the right people.
Yeah.
And we sort of got the go ahead to start, re-releasing some of those records. Now, interesting, the first one we actually did once we sort of made contact was, let me see. Oh,
Gotta put on the combat helmet for this.
This is sort of like the precursor to that, but this is
I have that. Yes.
I mean, how good is this this remix?
It's amazing.
It's
amazing.
Mark Lewis knocked it out, and you did an amazing job on the reissue on that, man. So this is the guy right here who did that. This is right.
No, I mean,
no humility needed. You did it.
I'm a passenger. I mean, but the thing is, like the way that record sounds.
Yeah.
Had it come out sounding like that back when, like history may have been a little bit different.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, it's just.
Well, and you have a previous history. You worked at Roadrunner Records. You signed Megadeth to Roadrunner, and let me see, what was it? United Abominations and Endgame, I think, were under your direction as A&R over there, right? Which were incredible. Now, but previous to that, you were a journalist, I think?
When I first met you, I was a journalist. I was writing for magazines like Rip and Kerrang and Tower Records, Pulse, and anything that usually had the word metal in the title.
Yeah.
Oh, Thrasher.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I first met you probably 1987, 88.
Yeah.
In one of like many. I think I interviewed you for a magazine called Boston Rock.
Interesting. I remember you coming to like the Parker Meridian or something. I remember Dave and I would go back. We'd do press junkets, and you coming in.
Yeah.
And you were a journalist. Remember doing many interviews with you. So you were just a fabric of the scene, East Coast. Just awesome, man, and so cool to see your career go where it went. And you and Tom are like brothers from another mother's, because you're guys that are just everything you do, the reason you get out of bed in the morning is just the passion of metal and music and the things that you follow. It's awesome.
And me and Mike go back 20. I mean, we met when he was at Roadrunner, 20 years ago? I mean, a long history there, too.
That was about 20 years ago.
It really was.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
We've all known each other a long time.
Yeah.
And now I have to break out my hat.
Yeah.
Combat hat.
Yeah.
Allison's got it.
He's on during the war room meeting last night, so I'll have to put it on here, since we have you on the.
There you go. I don't have one.
I know. Only me and Dave. Maybe we'll get you one.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
It's like Dr. Strangelove, right? It's like no fighting in the war room. Right?
Like Hogan's Heroes.
Hogan's Heroes.
But yeah, so I mean, as far as some of the other records that we re-released, we released 3 of the Exodus titles last year.
Pleasures of the Flesh, Fabulous Disaster, and
Pleasure and Bonded by Blood.
Yep. The first.
Right. So we did those. We did Dark Angels, Darkness Descends, which is one of my all-time favorite records.
A lot of the Randy Burns records, actually. Randy Burns did so many of those records.
Yeah, he's another name like you saw constantly back then. And actually, Tom, how is that mix going?
Great. You sent me a couple roughs. It sounds awesome.
Awesome. The band was asking me about it.
It sounds great.
Awesome. We also did Possess 7 Churches, which is probably the first death metal record ever. Possess Beyond the Gates. And I'm just readying up 2 Dark Angel reissues right now.
Ooh, nice.
And it was so
funny. Dark Angel. So Jim from Dark Angel played with me and Dave for a little while, and we had, we'd contemplated whether it would work for him to play in the band, and it didn't quite get there. But he jammed us a few times, and then Kerry King came in, and he played guitar with us in late 83 and early 84, and then we, of course, took Kerry up to San Francisco and debuted Megadeth in February of 84. So and we borrowed some of Jim's Marshalls for our back line. And so great Dark Angel history, and of course.
Well, the other really cool thing, since we relaunched Combat, the most commonly asked question is, are you guys going to release any of the catalog? And obviously, it's always been, we own the name, Sony owns the catalog, and then Mike hit us up one day and said, hey, we want to do these Combat reissues and put Combat on them. And me and David went and had a meeting with them, and And it was just such a cool moment of synchronicity, you know?
Yeah, it's been this amazing synergy. Plus, again, we've known each other for decades.
Yeah.
So literally when it was like, okay, who owns the Combat logo?
Mm-hmm.
Those Dave and Tom. Yeah. Which actually, how did you actually get the logo?
I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Okay.
Well, I know this much. I can tell you this much. One day I'm sitting on set of Office Max. Literally, I'm running in to get some printer ink or something, and my phone rings. It's Tom, and he gives me the story. He says, "Hey," and it's all in the book. Buy the book. Okay. And he says, "Hey, I think there's a way we can acquire the Combat logo and name and assets, et cetera, et cetera." And that began the transition. And as funny as
Dave said no. Dave's like, no, God, no. I hate it.
Dave was saying, and I did not have such a favorable time with Combat Records.
Right.
In fact, we were very much it's just the early days. They had very limited money. There's nothing they could do. And we were on tour on the Killing Is My Business tour, called home for money, and they told us we needed to go home and get jobs. Which, talk about a way to fuel your hatred toward your label, your hatred toward all things in life. And in a lot of ways, probably propelled us forward. But then, we came home off of that. We'd written the Peace Sells album about 9 months later. We had it done. And Andy Summers, who was our agent at the time, put us out on a little 3-week tour in January, February of '86. And that we basically played every song we knew. All of Killing Is My Business and all the songs from Peace Sells. That was all the songs we played. And we knew every night when we started Peace Sells, Garb would start with the kick drum, and then I'd break in with the bass bit. And we knew that song was going to be a hit. And fortunately, Steve Sinclair from Combat, we sat at Cantor's on Fairfax. And we sat down and we went through the next budget. Our budget had gone from $8,000 to make Killing Is My Business to I think $25,000 to make Peace Sells. Mm-hmm. Randy Burns at the helm to produce it, and $25,000 was enough to make an okay record. It was decent. Randy mixed it, but then when we got signed then right after that, Tim Carr from Capitol Records saw us play at Irving Plaza back in February that year, and so he and Andy Summers got busy and got them to the bargaining table, and they bought out our contract from Combat, and we went on to Capitol, and Paul Laney remixed Peace Sells, and then of course at that point, after a bunch of albums and overrides from Megadeth, now Combat had money.
Right. That's what's so funny. All the bands I've talked to on Combat had such a great experience because they made all that money off of Megadeth. Every band at Megadeth was like kind of the guinea pig for Combat because all the bands I've talked to, like Juan from Body Count and so many guys that were on Combat, and they had such a great experience. And look, everybody that worked at Combat was great. Sinclair and all the guys were really great, smart, knowledgeable guys who a lot of them stayed in the business for a long time and did a lot of different things. But yeah, everybody after Megadeth seemed like they had such a great experience on Combat again, because they had made
you guys.
Once again, you were the trailblazers.
Yeah, exactly.
You laid the road.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, the other cool thing, last week we had Larry Thomas on, the Soup Nazi from Seinfeld. And when we were over at the Sony lot, you were kind enough to take us downstairs to go see what we saw the Ghostbuster stuff, we saw Breaking Bad, but we also saw the Seinfeld set. Was just incredible, man. It was awesome.
There's nothing cooler than having the Sony Pictures Museum in your building.
It's amazing.
Like forget doing meetings in your office.
Yeah.
Let's go to the museum and just like hang out on the Seinfeld set. Or here's Spider-Man Alley. Here, here's something from Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula.
Here is Johnny Five from Short Circuit. So speaking of legendary, I'm going to drop somebody else in here. Brian Slagle from Metal Blade is sitting back here.
Hi, Brian.
Hey,
Brian.
What's going on?
This is a legendary name right here.
Yeah. All right, dude. What's going on?
Doing all right. Just hang out in Vegas,
Yeah, dude. What's Vegas like? What's Vegas like being shut down?
It's weird. I'm out in the suburbs, so I haven't really stayed away from the strip because it would just be too depressing to drive down there. My friends have it. It's just desolate. It's bizarre.
Unreal.
It's like a weird movie.
Yeah. So what have you been doing in the last Well, we talked to you for our book. You contributed to the book. You're kind enough to go in the studio and record your audio, and so we haven't really talked to you. I guess it's been a few months. So what's been going on?
Yeah, just working. I mean, we're working now. So we had Black Dahlia Murder record came out today, which is a little weird to drop a record in a pandemic, but so far so good.
Yeah.
So just trying to figure everything out, trying to see when things are coming back together, and making sure all the bands are as healthy and happy as they can be, and all that good stuff. So it's interesting times.
You know, it's interesting. Last night, me and Tom, we went on and just did a little kind of a setup for tonight and talked about some of the guests that were coming on. And earlier we had Johnny Z on, who, of course, gets this great credit for signing Metallica to his label Megaforce. But before that, you signed Metallica on Metal Massacre, and you were good friends with Lars. I love the story about just going over to Lars's house, and you guys were record traders, right? You're just kind of like music geeks, right?
Yeah, like the weirdest thing ever. So my friend John Cornarens met him at a Michael Schenker group show, December of 1980. And he saw in the parking lot that had a Saxon T-shirt on, and like a Saxon European T-shirt on. Now in that day in LA, nobody knew who Saxon was, let alone had that kind of T-shirt. So he ran up to him and said, "Where'd you get that shirt?" And he goes, "You know who Saxon?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "I just moved here from Denmark, yada, yada." John's like, "You got to meet my friend Brian. We're on the same music." And 2 days later, I can't remember if he came to my house or I went to his house, one or the other. And we just became friends over the fact that we all love this scene in England called the New Wave of British Heavy Metal. And this is probably 2 years before Metallica started or I started anything. And we just were friends. And then I started to had the idea to put out a compilation album with local LA heavy metal bands. Lars called me up and said, "If I put together a band, can I be on the album?" I said, "Sure." And that ended up being Metallica.
But weren't you the one that used to go to his house and Nick urge him to put his drum kit together or something? He had like a drum kit.
No, my favorite story about that was because we had been friends for about maybe a year or so.
Okay.
And so we're over at his house, and he's got a drum kit, just not even put together, just sitting in the corner of his bedroom. I go, "What is the drum kit doing here?" So I go, I'm gonna start a band." I'm like, "Yeah, sure you are." "Yeah, right." That's never gonna happen.
Dude, what an awesome story. It's like, what you can never do with that, and then puts together the biggest heavy metal band ever in the history of the world,
So we were every once in a while we'll be sitting around and just kind of reminiscing and going, how did all of this happen? It's just insane.
But that's the thing about Lars, man. Lars, he is that. He's the ultimate fan, but he understood it, And I remember when getting Ride the Lightning, and I went down the credits. He basically got everybody off of the Def Leppard album. You got the same business manager, the same agent. I'm like, dude, this guy knows what's up, man. He just like, it'd be like me looking at the back of an Iron Maiden album when I was 16 and going, I want that manager and this agent and this label and that. And he did it, man. I mean, it's incredible.
He put together a great team.
Speaking of which, I recently finally got one of these too. So there we go.
Is that you would single T?
Yeah, this is a single T. I think this is actually technically the repress you did. It's like the third pressing.
The third version.
Yeah, exactly. So, but hey, it's as close as I could get. So,
but now, what was the story? There was two versions. There was a Hit the Lights with Hugh Tanner, and then there was a Hit the Lights that Dave played on, right?
This was the one with Mustaine and McGovney on it. And
when I was putting it together, it was just there was not a band. And Lars and James had jammed at one point, but there was no band. So when they could be on a record, Lars called up James and said, "Hey, we could be on a record," which in 1981 or 82 was a pretty big deal. Yeah. So they just got together and basically on a Fostex, which is this little crazy cassette player, James, Lars, and then their friend Lloyd Grant, who did the lead, they recorded the original version of Hit the Lights. So I only had enough money to put out 2,500 copies of that. It ran out. We licensed it to a company that never paid anybody, and then we got the rights back. And on the second version when we repressed it, by that time Mustaine had joined the band and they had done the No Life to Leather, so they upgraded the song on that version, which is the version that Tom's got there.
Yeah. And it's so funny on Ron McGovney, who we're still in touch with, and we've invited him out to some Megadeth shows and stuff. With the Mechanics, which eventually turned into Four Horsemen on Kill 'Em All. And there's always this thing, the way Cliff played the line. Ron McGovney was like my first Metallica bass that I heard from the No Life to Leather demo, and from Metal Massacre. I remember when I met Dave, he was playing me all that stuff. And on that Metal Massacre, who else was it? Was what? Bitch, Malice,
Avatar. The original one, Rat was on, right? Rat and Keel were on the first pressing, and then the second pressing there was no Keel and no Rat.
No Steeler.
Steeler. That's right. You're right.
Ron Keel was in the band.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
we were at the show, Brian.
That's in our book too. Actually, we talk about that in our book with Ron. So
I got to LA in June of 1983, and that's I met Dave just like a week or so after, and then we started going out shows. And remember that show at the country club, Steeler, when Yngwie had just joined Steeler, right? And weren't they were they opening for Loudness?
I can't remember. They were opening for somebody because we were really good friends with Yngwie. So I was the one that got him into Alcatraz, strangely enough.
Wow. Yeah. I remember that show at the Palladium. Incredible, right? When they was it? Yeah, it was Alcatraz. Yeah, it was Alcatraz.
Yngwie ended up in Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Just their manager came in the record store I worked at and said, "You know any good guitar players?" I said, "Oh yeah, I have a good one."
I know a guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a guy.
Wow, that's so cool. Well, man, you guys, thank you for coming in and just hanging out. Obviously tonight, the Grammy Music Coalition is we're part of their coalition doing this thing. Tom hit me about 5-6 weeks ago and just said, man, schools are shutting down around the country, and let's come up with a way to keep kids engaged with music, and let's start giving some lessons. And so I reached out to all my friends and said, hey, can you get a little time to maybe donate a lesson or two? And it's just, as we know, this thing is going to kind of keep going here for a little while, and school's going to be out. We figured by doing this, we could have a little bit of a fundraiser and have a little bit of money to even employ some of our friends, because a lot of our musician friends are out of work too, and so it's been good to bring everybody together and just kind of support the whole cause.
Thank you guys for doing this. It's I was watching a little bit earlier, and Randy Blythe was talking about this is how great this is. There's no music in schools anymore. The arts are out of schools, so stuff like this is super important.
I think there's going to be a sustainability of this moving forward. I mean, look, there's already School of Rock has done so much for kids because they go and they learn songs they want. They get to play rock and roll. They get to play guitars. I grew up playing in an orchestra band and jazz band. It was beneficial to me, of course. But I think now, look, just the way the world's going and the way things are going to be probably coming out of this pandemic, to have a platform like has suddenly kind of created itself here with our foundation, we'll hopefully be able to keep kids engaged and keep people excited about playing music. And, it's in our young years. Remember, Marty Friedman always said that. He goes, the stuff that we listened to and the stuff that we played in our early years, our formative years, that's the stuff that really shapes who we are as musicians for the rest of our lives. And kind of like us sitting here talking about, old stuff from when we all met back in the 80s and all the stuff that was around back in those days.
Hey, Mike, where's your book? Do you have a copy of your book? I have one here. I can
have
dig it
a
up.
copy of my book.
Let's see it. Mike put up an amazing book. He gave me and Dave both a copy of it.
It's my book.
It's awesome.
It's a collection of articles and old interviews and new interviews from a fanzine I did in the 80s.
Yeah.
It was called Triple X. And, we just, myself and a guy named Chris Wren, who owns a record label called Bridge 9, basically worked on a book for about 3 or 4 years. Chris approached me and basically said, hey, I'd like to, your fanzine was important, and it definitely shaped a lot of my, what I was listening to, what I was interested in. It was definitely more on the hardcore punk leaning side of things. Although we did actually interview Metallica, I think on the first night of the Ride the Lightning tour, which actually Lars wasn't able to make because he was held up in customs. But
where was that? What city was that?
Boston. It was at the Channel in Boston.
Yeah.
Wow. So Chris from Bridge 9 approached me and asked me if I was interested in doing this book with him, and I was like, really? Okay. And we spent about 3 years putting it together.
It's amazing. Mike gave me and Dave a copy, and we went and saw him and hung out, and it was so cool. There's so much cool stuff in there. I mean, excuse me. I mean, you've just been around so long and got to see so many cool early things in the, DC and Philly and East Coast hardcore scene. And I mean, you worked at Atlantic. You signed Bad Religion too, right?
Yeah, Bad Religion were actually the second band I signed over there.
Who was the first?
Well, the first was a band called Jawbox.
Oh, you signed Jawbox?
I signed Jawbox.
Love Jawbox.
I signed Jawbox. I had a great run there. Jawbox was the first band I signed. Then, Bad Religion was looking to leave Epitaph. I caught wind of that, and we had a few meetings, and somehow I signed Bad Religion. Yeah, I mean, I got to work on a couple of records with them. Stranger Than Fiction, which I think is still their biggest record.
Which is an amazing, groundbreaking record. Holy crap.
I remember doing like Rock 'em Ring and Rock 'em Park with those guys back in the late 90s. And we just had Greg Hetson on last week. And
love Hetson.
Yeah, me too.
So cool.
You know what? One thing I'm missing because of this whole pandemic, the return of the Circle Jerks.
Yeah, me too.
I know.
That was literally one of the first things I thought of when this happened is, oh my God, the Circle Jerks aren't going to do their tour. Literally, one of the first things I thought of. Like, I was so looking forward to seeing that somewhere. One of my favorite bands. I've never seen them live. I mean, it's a miracle him and Keith are talking again. And I was so excited. And then
actually, and I think that was another Andy Summers connection for us as well.
It was. Well, I'm writing a book with Chris Poland now. So me and David just put our book out last year, and I'm writing a book with Chris Poland. And so I interviewed Hetson for that. But Chris played in the Circle Jerks after he left Megadeth, and Andy Summers put him in the Circle Jerks because he was their agent too, and he was a big Chris Poland support. Yeah, there's so many of these funny little threads that kind of wind themselves through all of these stories, Megadeth and the Circle Jerks. And didn't you guys? Was it you guys, Dave? Wasn't there somebody in the Circle Jerks that sued Megadeth or something? And you guys had
the drummer. Okay. The drummer. The drummer I think was a CPA, and he
still is.
He claimed I think he did one show. I don't even know if I should talk about this because it's probably a matter that's been settled. But anyway, you've done a show. Use the word Megadeth. Hey, Brian, there you're back. I want to read
back. We
love you. Sorry about that. I was like, where'd Brian go? He's
I just saw.
But we, when we signed to Capitol, it was brought to everyone's attention that there had been a prior use of the name Megadeth, and the funny thing is, I had heard that was actually Pink Floyd's first name was Megadeth. I don't know if that's true or if that's just good.
No, I'm pretty sure that's true too, actually.
I think it is true. So
absolutely.
But so anyway, obviously there was a little dispute, had to be settled. In fact, I see these pictures floating around the internet on Instagram and stuff where it's pictures of me and Dave in black and white sitting next to our attorney. And we've got these very somber looks on our faces. It's because we were trying not to go to court. So anyway, matter was settled. Everything's great, and we all lived happily ever after. Circle Jerks, Megadeth, and life is.
But just another funny little thread, and then Chris played in the Circle Jerks, and it's just crazy.
Well, Chris said, he got newly sobered up, and Andy Summers, of course, who's been a great friend to our community, was a Megadeth booking agent, and and took a real liking to Gar Samuelson and Chris Poland, and once Chris, got cleaned up and everything, and then Joe went from touring with Megadeth to jumping in a van and playing bass with the Circle Jerks.
And he told me he made way more money in the Circle Jerks than he ever did in Megadeth for the record.
Probably.
He's like, I came home with so much money, I didn't know what to do with it.
There you go. Punk rock bass. That's where the money is.
So Brian, plug your book a little bit. Brian has an amazing book too that I
Brian, let's talk about your book. In fact, Brian, we had actually called you when we were getting ready to put our book out. You were kind enough to kind of just give us some, because it's a new day with books. I'd put out a book through Simon Schuster, and obviously that's like a major label level thing. And we knew the second book was, kind of a continuation of a story. And we called you. You had just put a book out, and you were kind of the new guy with a book out, and you kind of walked through some of that. But it was great. So give us the skinny on your book and where people can pick it up and everything.
Yeah, it came out through BMG. BMG has a music division now, so which is super cool. So we partnered up with them, and you can get it on the Metal Blade website, our web shop, Amazon, anywhere you buy books. BarnesandNoble.com, all that stuff. So
is it an audio book as well, or did you just
audio book as well? I read half of it, and then a large part of the book is all the people who were on Metal Blade, from Kerry King and Lars. Everybody's talking about stuff. So John Bush, actually, who is a voiceover guy, the singer from Armored Saint, did the voiceover stuff on that. So there is an audio book available everywhere. Audible, Amazon, all that good stuff.
Super cool. Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier. You know, it's so cool about our book too. More Life with Death. We just did the audio book for it, and everybody, pretty much, I think you did yours too, right, Brian? Pretty much everybody in the book, KK Downing, Head from Corn, me, David, Ron Keel, Mark Slaughter, everybody did their own voiceover. They read their own parts in the book, which is super cool.
That's cool they let you do that, because when I went to BMG, I said I could probably get everybody to do the voiceovers, and they said, no, it's too many narratives. You can't do it that way. It's like, all right.
That's exactly what we did, and it's
you guys did it the right way.
Well, that's cool. Well, thank you for your help with that, Brian. We appreciate it because you steered us in some directions that helped us get our book out. So thank you for that.
Anything I can do for you.
Yeah. Dudes, thank you both for all you've done for metal, for music, just and still to this day. I mean, Mike Gitter from Sony, Century Media, The Orchard, Splash Combat.
I will say this. I would not be here without all three of you guys. If you three guys did not do what you did, I would not be sitting here right now. So
you owe us everything you have. We will
everything. Without Metallica, without Megadeth, without done. I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Well, thank you. All right, guys. We'll let you go so you can enjoy your evening. Thank you for stopping by.
Guys.
Yep.
Take care, everybody. See you, Mike.
Yeah.
See you guys. See you around.
So something else really cool that I wanted to mention is I just put it up on the screen, but there is a this. So our friend from They Might Be Zombies has a toy company. And if you go to facebook.com/OurWoodKids, they make all these really cool wood toys for kids. And they're going to give 50% of the proceeds from anything they sell to the Youth Foundation.
Nice.
So he's going to be on later, and we're actually going to talk about that. But how cool, man. So many cool people that are just reaching out and supporting this, supporting our mission and everything we're trying to do. Hey, look, it really feels amazing, you know?
And somebody here, Chris, was it Critelli, was asking when is the raffle? We'll do it here in the next hour. We've got
in the next hour.
Yeah, we'll be wrapping up in a little over an hour. So we will be raffling this base. We will pull that one for sure. The other raffle items we're going to be announcing this week.
There's the link for the tickets. If you didn't already grab some, grab some. You could. John Costco's back. What's up, brother? How are you, man? Good to see you.
I think we got a couple of other people in the queue coming up, right?
We do, man. We got Lou Temple here from The Walking Dead.
Yeah. Hey, Lou.
And the Devil's Rejects, but he's not there. I see him here, but I don't see him there. Where are you, Lou? Lou? Boo. Oh, we'll come back to Lou.
Okay. Who else?
It's so weird because I see him here. Hey, Lou, you're going to have to come out and come back in because your video's not showing up. When I put you in here, you're black unless you're sitting in the dark. Are you sitting in the dark?
A couple of other rocker buddies there too as well.
I'll kick him maybe. Well, here, why don't we talk to Jeff Pilson and Doug Aldrich? We'll call it audible.
What's going on? What's happening? Hey, Doug. Hey,
I think we have a legendary bunch. Look at this. Wow.
Hey, guys. Wow.
You know, we could almost start a band.
Yeah,
right?
we could do
what an awesome band this would
only
be.
do Big Bottom.
The bigger the cushion, the sweeter
Doug, where are you
the
at, man?
cushion.
I'm in LA at home, and
Nice.
thanks for having me, Dave. This is so cool, man.
Yeah.
I literally just downloaded Chrome on my son's computer so I could be here with you guys, and I was scrambling. He's like, "Dad, why are you on my computer?" I'm like, I need the latest software." He goes, "Go on your computer." I'm like, "I need yours, dude."
Yeah. I did the same thing last week. I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't work? Are you friggin' kidding me? Right now, I have to figure this out. So I know I feel your pain. And hey,
what do you mean I need to upgrade?
I want to put something in. I just literally this last week, I was going to go do a PM yoga, right? And I put it in our, we have like a little private chat you can see. And Tom, if you want to, you can stick it in the live comments. I found this awesome live Dokken from November 10th, 1987, back for the Attack Tour, live in Philadelphia.
Wow.
And I have a story about, so you were on the Judas Priest tour, Turbo, on that album, right?
Yeah, actually that show would have been with Aerosmith.
Okay. So you were previous.
We did Judas Priest. We did that in '86. That was like spring of '86.
So me and Dave Mustaine and Chris Poland went down to go see the tour. You guys opened, and you had a Charvel bass. And I may have told you this story before, but I want the world to hear it because it plays to my entire everything I do with Jackson Guitars. And I tell this story all the time at clinics and stuff. And I said I went down to see Doc, and Jeff Pilson had this Charvel bass, and he played with a pick, and it had such powerful sound. It was so clear. The next day, I went to the Guitar Center on Sunset in Hollywood, and I found they didn't have a Charvel, but they had a Jackson bass, and I picked it up and I plugged it into a Gallion Kruger 800 RB and a stack of Harkey. I think it was a 410 and a single 15. And dude, my tone was born right there. So thank you. Everything I do with Jackson guitar is thanks to you, man.
One thing,
I'm flattered.
You guys are both amazing, and both have your own identities, and the bass is the most important part of the sound, right?
Is that why you invited him, Dave? I like it.
Finally, we have a guitar player who gets it right.
You don't tell the bass player he's got to turn down in the mix all the time.
No,
Thank you, Doug.
I did, Dave. I've never. We've actually never played together, but I'm a big fan of your work.
Thank you.
Jeff and I have played together, and I'm going to tell you that there is something very different and special when you got Jeff Pilson in your ears and he's playing and singing. It's like that's the band. That's the whole band right there.
You know, when Foreigner came through, and you had just, I think, gotten in the band. I think Brian Tishy was playing drums at the time, and you guys came to Phoenix, and you had your SVT. It's that circle, that's that venue in the round, the Celebrity Theater. So you had this, you had your SVT down like this stairway, actually, that kind of led up to the stage. And I just sat there and listened to you play. I just sat and listened to your SVT. And
that's where the bass should be in the mix, right there.
Dude, I was just like, come on. I've got like my own private Jeff Pilson concert here. Ruling, man. It's great.
You're being a big head. I mean, I'm not going to fit on the screen. What are you doing?
Well, hey, one other thing, too, that Tom and I were talking about earlier, the Rockstar movie.
One of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah, you were doing the Rockstar movie, and you wrote a handful of the songs, or many of the songs, right?
No, actually, I didn't. I wrote one song, and it didn't actually make the movie. So, but it did make the record. So I guess you'd hear it there. But
what song was it?
It was called "Desperate Hearts." Jason Bonham and I wrote it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wait! Did you just drop something on the ground right there?
Oh, a little name, perhaps?
Ow, you're hurting my feet. Careful where you're dropping those.
Yeah. No, Jason and I wrote the song, and actually it's kind of funny because he and I still laugh about it. We actually got a really respectable publishing deal for that song, just because it was supposedly going to be in the movie. We got the money, and then it got cut from the movies.
Dude, the ultimate great rock and roll swindle.
It took us 15 minutes to write the song. I mean, it actually isn't a bad song, but I mean, it just came really. It's the easiest money either one of us has ever made.
I tell you what,
you got the money.
That soundtrack is. We were talking about great movie sound. That soundtrack, Mike Matievich is so incredible. That soundtrack, the songs are. It's one of my favorite records for an imaginary band. Steel Dragon is like one of my favorite bands.
Well, I mean, it actually did feel like a real band when we were doing it because Zach and Jason and I did lock in pretty well. I mean, there was something very real about it. In fact, the director, that's how I got the gig. I mean, I was originally just going to come in and play bass on the record. Yeah. And I was doing the rehearsals, and the director was watching the rehearsals, and he came up to me one day and he said, "Hey, how'd you feel about being in the movie?" And I said, "I like that idea. What do you got in mind?" He said, he goes, "I wanted a real band, and I mean, you guys are a real band, and this is what I want. I mean, we'll find out if you can act, but what do you think?" And I said, "I love the idea, so kind of cool."
Yeah. Well, me and David were talking yesterday. So when they shot all of the live Steel Dragon scenes, so I worked with Bob Chiappardi at Concrete at the time, and they did a lot of stuff on that movie, and we helped promote that show. So they did a big show in LA. I think it was at the Sports Arena. It was Megadeth. Megadeth played.
Yes, we played
the show. Yes. And I'm so bummed because for some reason I couldn't go. Something happened that day, and I couldn't go. And at the time, I didn't know how cool the movie was. I didn't know anything about it. And then one of my favorite movies. And I'm still mad. Like, one of my biggest regrets in life was that I did not go to that. Still to this day, like in a life filled with regrets, that might be the biggest.
Wow. There's bigger things to regret. But,
yeah. I just remember Zach Wild playing like an 28-minute guitar solo as we were ready to sound check or something.
Yeah.
Like, go out and entertain the kids. You know what I mean? Zach's out there playing Eruption and every guitar solo ever known. Jimi Hendrix, Star Spangled Banner, and
Yeah, the word shy does not come in mind when it comes to Zach at all.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, Doug, man, we've seen each other. We've seen each other all around the world in so many different settings and everything. Just touring and playing. In fact, I remember when we were opening for Kiss. We had a couple of dates in 2018. I remember looking over to the side of the stage, and there you and Marco Mendoza were. We're like, hey, we know those dudes, And
that's
but
right.
I think you guys were on. We're doing. I think you're doing Dead Daisies. We were kind of on the same little circuit or something during that.
Yeah,
period.
yeah. We all put a little time in with the Kiss. We were fortunate enough to put time in with the Kiss band, and it was great, man. That was awesome. You guys were amazing. But I had actually never really seen Kiss until around that time, and I was blown away by. I mean, basically the whole show and everything, but Paul Stanley, I mean, you watch that guy, it's just like an amazing show. In 30 seconds, you can see 20 classic guitar tricks,
Yeah. Paul invented 19 of them. I mean, come on.
I know.
Yeah. Paul Stanley.
The thing is though, the one thing I want to say this, and I'm going to say it with respect, is that I don't know if he's got really long arms, but because he's got the boots on and the guitar looks right. It's not like it's too high, He's got the boots on and the guitar is still like down like here. And then he's putting his three hands and behind his back and all that stuff. And when you see him playing that guitar without his boots, it looks like it's like down here. So,
well, that's the thing you don't realize with Kiss. Like I remember Gene was walking to the stage and he's got 3 or 4 handlers. It's like they've got 30 or 40 pounds of stuff on them, right? I mean, to be out doing this, and he's basically got an entire freaking like monster outfit on over top of him. Walking to the stage, and he flies and he goes to the top of the lighting truss and breathes fire, and it's just like I know it's absolutely incredible, man.
Pound for pound, one of the greatest concerts that I ever saw, actually. But
actually, you two guys together, that would be amazing. That would be
again.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah,
it was awesome.
It's funny, David. I saw Kiss on every tour. So I was born in 75. So the first Kiss tour I saw was Lick It Up. And I saw them on every tour without the makeup. Animalize, Asylum, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. They did a tour. And then when they put the makeup back on, it took me 15 years. Finally, the first time I saw them with the makeup on was with Mark Weiss. He went to go shoot them. They played at Kiss Fest in LA. And so I got to watch from like the photo pit. Of course, Ace and Peter were already gone at that point, and it was Tommy and but yeah, exactly, Tommy and Eric, and it was still great. And then the second time I went with Drake Bell. He randomly got tickets. They were playing in LA. He's like, dude, you want to go see Kiss? So I went and saw Kiss. And Drake was on our show last week that we did. And Drake is, a TV guy, an awesome musician, cool dude, but not the guy you'd expect to go see Kiss with. But
well, something about when you play with Kiss, and you know this as well, Doug, when you're on stage right, it's all the Gene makeup, right? Everybody's got Gene makeup on. Then you go to the stage left, and everyone's got Paul makeup on, right? And there's like the Ace people and the Ace and Peter people kind of in the middle. It's funny how talk about seeing like a very distinctive faction of the Kiss fans as they're across the front of this, at least in a general admission.
No, I know, man. It was like, and there's blood all over the place on Gene's side too.
Totally.
As there should be. Blood and fire everywhere.
Wow. So Doug, what are you doing now that you're home? Because I mean, you were Dead Daisy and
I'm Dead Daisy is my main thing. We just put out a new song. We've got a record coming out some point this year, but we put out a new song today called Unspoken.
So did we. Me and David put out our new single today too.
I think I heard about that.
What's your song, Unspoken? Who is it? A Dead Daisy song or what is it?
A Daisy song. You just go on YouTube and check it out. But we're teasing just for later in the year. We're going to put a record out. It's all done and everything. And Glenn is, oh my God.
Glenn is Glenn.
Ruby just showed up. You guys, the Rubinator is here. She's here.
Oh, yay.
Oh, yeah, there we go. And let's face it, that's what we're doing now that we're home. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's it.
So many of us have. So last week we had Ellis and Cheryl Cooper on, and his son Dash was there, and Nina Strauss was on, and it's so funny. Everybody's just like, like Alice said, it's like God gave us a big timeout. Hey, all of you go home.
I mean,
you know what? I know. I hate to say it, as terrible as things are for so many people.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I feel very fortunate. I mean,
we're very blessed. Yeah,
we are, and being home and with the family for kind of what feels like a relaxed period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I never get that. We're always touring. You know,
that's the thing that I think we found in the last 2 weeks of doing this, and we weren't even expecting to do this week. It just kind of brewed up, and here we are. And that's what pretty much all of us have been saying is like, you know what? It was disappointing to watch everything kind of shut down, but once it did, all of a sudden it's like, you know what? This has really been a blessing. It's everybody's home. We're spending time with families, and I think a lot of us realizing
Ruby's
we're
like
gone
a
a
George.
lot. You know?
She's like a George Lynch Jr. right there. She's like smashing.
Hey, wow, you got your next tech.
Exactly. Yeah, in this downtime, you can farm up, you know, somebody like Spinal Tech, somebody already within the organization.
We don't have to pay any. Someone new.
Do you want to do my charts, maybe?
Yeah,
I know.
You know.
So Jeff, you're there in your home studio, right?
I am.
You're and you produce and you work on things. You've done a lot of record. What are some of the things that you've done that people might not know about?
Well, I did both Last in Line records. I did a Starship record, which was cool. I did a Warrant record. I did the End Machine with George and Mick and Robert Mason. And I did an Adler record here. I did Kill Devil Hill, the band with Rex Brown and
we actually put up Mark Zavaughn's solo record on our label.
Yeah, Mark's wonderful.
We love Mark. He's
Mark, talented dude, man.
So great, so great.
Yeah.
And Black Swan. We did the
Black Swan.
record
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Hey, that's amazing. That's an amazing record. You got an amazing singer right there, Jeff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, ultimate man cave, you know, or boy cave, I should say. It's pretty amazing. I mean, and honestly, that's the other thing. Being able to spend some time comfortably in the studio and not being as rushed. Now, mind you, I'm dealing with everybody remotely, which I don't like as well as collaborating in person. But it's still, I mean, it's still creative and it's still making music, and it's, you know, it's just a wonderful thing. I mean, again, I almost feel guilty because I know a lot of people have it really tough right now.
Yeah.
And people are losing their jobs and there's horrible health things going on, and that's all horrible.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm trying to count my own blessings because it really has been a special time. And, you know, I mean, that's why what you're doing and helping people out, Dave, it's really cool, man. Thank
you, man. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Well, what an awesome career from Dokken, obviously Foreigner. You've got these big publicly visible gigs, but then behind the scenes to be able to make records. You know, it's a very different music business we live in these days. And
there is.
You know, and Doug, same thing, right? I mean, it looks like you're in your studio, at least home studio. What are you working on? I mean, in between touring and stuff.
I am. I've actually. It took me a minute to get used to this whole thing because as same as you guys, we're always traveling, and then to be staying at home for such a long period of time, it was like it started to freak me out a little bit. I would like wake up. I would not want to wake up. I'd want to like sleep all day long and just kind of chill out. And it was like a constant like Christmas vacation or something. Yeah. But you know, I was keeping track of the news, and yeah, like Jeff said, and you guys know, it's a really horrible time for a lot of people, and my heart goes out to them. And that's why I'm here right now, because I'm so proud of you for what you're doing to help help the situation, and you know, anything we can do to help, that's, you know, we're into it. But right now I'm basically just I'm doing a little bit of promo and stuff for Dead Daisies and taking care of the family, trying to do the right thing, and, you know, get used to this new normal lifestyle that we're going to have for a little while.
Yeah.
No, but you know what the coolest thing is?
Ruby was jumping
Dave actually got people to do voiceovers for his book. That's the coolest thing I've heard all night.
Thank you. I insisted. I'm like, we have to get, and we got KK Downing to do it. We got Head from Korn. We got Ron Keel. Literally everybody, just about everybody, Dan Donegan from Disturbed, Tico and Dirk from Megadeth. Me and David did our parts. Literally everybody in the book just about read their own parts in the book.
That's so that's amazing. Has anybody else done that? I mean,
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, I know when Tom, he goes, dude, let's get everybody to do it. I'm like, oh man, here we go back through the Rolodex, and everybody was just very happy to. It's funny, KK Downing He has the best narrative voice. I swear, he sounds like he could be narrating a BBC documentary on like Churchill or something. You know?
I spent a lot of time with KK. You want to know the closest voice to him is Dudley Moore. Check it out. He's got Dudley's voice. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
This makes me want to write a book and have a whole chapter on David Coverdale. Because imagine him, reciting a whole chapter. That would be like the greatest sounding thing in the universe.
Yeah, right. The greatest rock charisma. Totally. Well, gentlemen, we'll let you guys go. Are there any websites or anything you guys want to promote, studios or band stuff?
Go ahead, Doug.
Well, I would just say that I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and I'm going to look into figuring out what you're doing and try and support it as best I can.
Thank you.
And hopefully we will all see each other later this summer. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I really, now that we're home and apart, I miss you guys more than
right? I know. That's why it's just great to see everybody. It feels like we're still connected, This has really just turned out to be a wonderful little couple of weeks, this platform to just bring everybody together. So
great.
Very cool,
man.
How about you, Jeff? Any your studio side or any records?
You know what's funny? I mean, I'm working on a couple records right now. George Lynch and I are doing a new End Machine record, and we're also doing this really interesting thing for Cleopatra Records. It's a covers record, but it's really cool. Brian Tishy's playing drums, and singer is Will Martin, who's in the band Earshot.
Will's awesome. Earshot. Will's a great singer.
And wait till you hear what he's awesome. Some really interesting singing on this. Some of it is kind of, we're doing covers of like hit songs.
Yeah.
So, but he's got this, sometimes he's got like a very contemporary kind of voice that mixes with the heavy stuff. Really cool. Anyway, so that record will be coming out fairly shortly. Another End Machine record. And then the other thing is I wanted to mention is I've been doing a meditation class. Wednesdays at noon Pacific. I've been doing a meditation class at a website called Hot for Yoga SCV.com, Santa Clarita Valley. And I do this meditation class, and I really invite people to come on because this is a good time for self-examination, and I'm finding that it's helping a lot of people, and it's just a really good opportunity to kind of go inward a little bit. And
awesome.
Yeah, we can all use a little of
and
that.
If you're like me, you might stumble onto a 1987 Dokken live show before you do the yoga. That's what happened to me. Got a little Dokken and then did yoga. It was awesome.
See, we have Mark Weiss on earlier too. So I have this. I was talking about this. So I went to Mark's house, and I have this. He has this treasure trove of old promo posters from all the records he worked on. And back there in that corner, I have a poster tube this thick. He gave me like an Underlock and Key promo, a Back for the Attack promo. Like I have the cool, like I need to frame them eventually. Oh yeah. Mark did everything for Dokken. I mean, he did everything.
Yeah. Well, including, we hung out a lot. I mean, we were all very, very close for quite a while there.
Yeah.
I was pretty wild time. I'm surprised I remember them, but they were wild.
It was Losauer and Mark Weiss.
There he is. There he is. There he is.
Hey, Mark.
We were just
back
talking
for the
about
attack. There he is. Awesome.
I'm here by myself, I'm enjoying while I see my friends, it's really fun to watch you guys.
Just hanging out.
No, and it keeps getting full. So when I kick you out, Mark, you can log back in a couple minutes. I can only hold 10 people in the backstage area. So as more people come in, I kind of got to kick some people out.
And by the way, the cadence sucks back here.
Hey, bring in Jimmy DeGrasso.
I did. He just left. I did.
Mark Weiss is back for the attack.
You're tuned down a half step, right there. Is that like drop D or something? Because it's not making sense to me. So. Awesome.
I tried bringing Jimmy in, and it says his device is not connected. He's been having tech issues.
I bet his device not connected.
There he is. Let me try.
There we go.
Wow.
There he is. Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, dude? Finally. We tried to get Jimmy in last week, and we did a little chat the night.
That's why we're having the makeup cast. That's why we're having the makeup cast for all these guys, Lou Temple, all these guys that didn't get here last week. This is for you.
So, look, we really can form a band. This is awesome.
We got it. Now we got a drummer.
Yeah, got a drummer. We got a couple of bass players. And actually, Jeff can record the whole thing right now.
Yeah,
so
I'm in.
Yeah.
We got Mark Weiss on lead guitar.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
This is my on my 60th.
Are you going to make fun of my beard, my gray beard again, Jimmy? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm obviously you didn't get the razors I sent you, so I was just
Actually,
curious.
I shaved today. Thank you very much. I straightened this all up just for you. And I thought about you busting my balls about my gray beard. When I did it, I'm like, Jimmy DeGrasso, to hell with you. I like my gray beard.
Remember this, Jeff?
I'm kidding. You look great, Tom. I'm kidding.
Thank you. Thank
In
you.
the book.
Wow.
Hey, Rob Zombie made the gray beard cool. I embrace it.
Wait, what is that? Mark, what is that picture right there?
That's the infamous Under Lock and Key album cover.
Yeah, for sure.
Take photo.
Yep, there it is.
You probably never seen this one before on the treasure chest.
Is that Pilsen down there in my
That
right?
is.
That's Pilsen down there.
It looks like Mrs. Pilsen, but okay.
Yeah. Remember when the outfits came, no one even knew what they were going to look like, and then it's like, all right, you're the red, you're the green, like.
Well, I don't have my readers on, so I'm like sort of squinting, and I'm like, oh yeah, you were talking as well. Okay.
Well, the funny thing with Jimmy is when you talk to him, he can't hear either. I go, Jimmy, and you go, what? And I realize you got a side fill blowing into your ear for like 35 years.
What plumber do you know that can hear? Not a single one. Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing that up, Mark.
Hey, it's on page.
I know.
Oh my God.
295.
I think that's Mark's whole thing. Is that book? He's here to bring back, ghosts of memories past. He brought up a haunting photo of me, and I was just a shy little boy trying to put on my metal.
Your looks were never as embarrassing as ours, man.
You were the hunk of the month, Dave. You were sexy.
I was the hunk of the month. Yeah, I mean, we were all the hunk of the month at one point.
Look at you. Look at that guy. Look at that hair. How much Aquanet did that take, actually?
Oh, God.
That was nothing. That was just, I'm still trying to keep it.
Yeah, actually, that's just feathered. That's just the feathered mode.
We're all trying to keep it. Everybody here on this site is still farming hair as best we can.
Hey, I got plenty.
Jimmy, your hair's looking good, dude. You're looking awesome. Must be the Northern California humidity.
But of course, it's fog, so
Doug's hair looks great. Yeah.
I have so many comments.
So what's going on up in San Francisco? Yeah, Jeff, if you guys need to get going, it's okay. You can drop out. It's all good.
Thank you so much, man. This was awesome.
Wait a minute.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And we'll talk to you guys soon.
Take care and talk soon.
Thank you, guys. Yep, thanks.
Hey, see you, Jeff.
See ya.
See you, Doug.
Well, it was nice to see those guys. I haven't seen them in a few months.
And a few months. Yeah, what else is going on up there now? Where did Jimmy go?
I lost Jimmy. I was trying
to go. I like the four square is better than the 3 square. I hate the 3 square.
You hate the 3 square?
It lines it. Yeah, don't
worry. We're going to get Lou Temple.
There you go. Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Lou Temple from The Walking Dead and The Devil's Rejects. And
hey, man.
Hey. Wow. So good to be here finally.
I know, right? The reason we're having this broadcast, Lou Temple having technical issues. Literally, I was talking to him and I said, dude, we'll do a makeup test. That was it. That's how it all happened. This guy right here.
And I'm honored that you did and honored to be invited amongst this fantastic event. So excited to be part of this because it's so worthwhile, Dave and Tom.
Thank you.
I'm in Silver Lake and my daughter does piano lessons at the Silver Lake Music Conservatory, which is Flea's place, and that's super cool. And it's handled just like you do, and it's very passionate and very driven for the youth to find themselves through music, and express. And then it morphs into so many things. And you guys, you cats are right at the pulse of that. So thank you. And
thank you.
It's
we were joking earlier, and Jimmy, you're from Pennsylvania, so remember when we used to have snow days, right? It would snow and you'd get out of school. It's like, yay, snow day, so you'd goof off, you'd go in the basement and you'd play your instrument and you'd practice.
Yeah.
And then you get a few more snow days, but after about a week, you're like, okay, I don't really want to go to school, but I'm kind of tired of snow days. And that's kind of what this has turned into, is many days.
Snow month.
Snow months. Tom, well, go ahead, Jimmy, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what's funny? You know, I've had that in Tahoe because I have a house up there, and I got a letter from the state saying right now I can't even go there.
Wow.
Like it's literal, like it's in like martial law right now. And I have other friends up there, and they're like, yeah, you can come up here, you're cool, you know, you own your house. But there's other people. I know there's a friend of mine who's got a friend that's been up there for about a month, and the sheriff actually knocked on their front door the other day and said, you have to leave.
Wow.
And they're like, we live here. He's like, yeah, well, this is your other house, so go back to your first house. And they're like, okay. like, you know, I'm paying the mortgage, so I should be able to stay here, but apparently not.
Get out of Tahoe, pal.
Well, the reason being is that, you know, in North Shore and South Shore Tahoe, there's only 2 hospitals, and I think each one of them is like 50 to 60 beds. And they already have cases up there, so they could get overrun really quick. Yeah. So it's totally understandable. So, you know, I'm like, basically, I'm not going up there until another bear breaks into my house.
Yeah, Jimmy sent me a picture one day. Goes, dude, these bears broke in my house. Shows me like a mama bear and some cubs. And he said they basically, what did they do? They came in to eat the ketchup and the mustard and like the packs of the condiments or something.
Did they eat your porridge?
No, I got this text on a Sunday morning from a number I didn't recognize. It's like, Mr. DeGrasso, I think you need to come to your house. And I get this photo, and there's like literally 4 bears sitting on my back porch. And I'm like, what is that? He's like, well, I'm Sheriff John. And I'm like, okay, well, they seem to have broken your door down and emptied your refrigerator. And there's nothing in the fridge. It's just like mayonnaise and barbecue sauce. And I'm like, well, you know, like, do something. He's like, well, we can't harm them. You know, it's against the law. And I'm like, well, I'm calling Ted.
Well, the bear's on the California state flag, so you can't harm the bear. Can't even like fire your gun to get him out of there.
No, I was totally joking. It was just like funny, but I'm like, all right, so basically I got to get in my truck and drive to Tahoe, stop at Home Depot on the way up, buy a door, and go up there and frame a door like 2 a.m. And I'm like, all right, you know. It is what it is. It's fine. You know, they're all safe and they're well looked after. It's just funny because it's like, you know, like I grew up on the East Coast, like, you know, you, David, you grew up in the Midwest, and it's like I never had to deal with bears breaking into my house before.
No, it's not an everyday occurrence. So
no.
So Lou, Los Angeles, you know, it's funny. Silver Lake, me and Dave, we had a Megadeth apartment when we first got signed to Capitol Records. We had up on 950 Edgecliff Terrace. And
Edgecliff.
You know, right? It was right down there by the park.
Yeah,
you know Edgecliff Terrace.
Just across it's just across the reservoir from where I am. Just across the lake. I'm on the west side of the lake. So yeah, Edgecliff is great. Cliff's Edge restaurant.
Yep, that's it. A very different Silver Lake back then.
What's the restaurant? It was a different Silver Lake. I'm very interested in the evolution of Silver Lake, Echo Park, and the music scene. You know, I'm interested in when X, because I've done a couple films with Johnny Depp, and so we would talk, and he would talk about the music scene in the early 80s, you know, and one of his best friends is Chucky Weiss. You guys know Chucky? Yes. And so it was a really collaborative music scene, and part of it was over in Silver Lake, in the punk rock kind of area. So I'm always interested in LA music in the 80s, for sure.
Yeah, that was a cool scene. I mean, I remember, Jimmy, I don't know when you were down in LA, but like I got there in '83 and there was obviously Club Lingerie, but what was the other one that was right there kind of at like Cahuenga and Sunset? Remember seeing like El Duce from the Mentors was there, but I remember seeing Fear play there. We rehearsed at a little place called the Holy Gully over in Echo Park. And remember the Chili Peppers rehearsed there, Concrete Blonde. It was like that whole scene of stuff that was going on. You know, Chili Peppers really got as popular as they are now. They were always had a handle in that whole punk rock scene back then. And it was, I kind of I got there. I mean, a little bit after Black Flag and that stuff had happened. The Dead Kennedys up north, but I'm with you, Lou. There's a really great. For one of our first managers, Jay Jones, he was really had a real fascination with the whole punk rock scene.
I
Southern California.
I did once upon a time in Hollywood. This year, I'm barely in it, but I got to spend enough time with Quentin to, talk shop, and he's like a Los Angeles aficionado.
Uh-huh.
And I was telling him, you should tell the story of music, Los Angeles music through
That's
it.
a great idea.
And from that sort of, there's just sort of a violent.
We got it. We got our next project, guys.
Yeah, well, and especially somebody like him who would, obviously at that level, would really bring it to in the forefront of the mainstream, because all these things grow in legend, of course.
I think there's sort of a poetic violence to it that also lends itself, and I just think he'd have a good taste for it. Rob might be a little too close to it, Zombie. And it might not appeal to him as much because it's he would say maybe the stakes aren't high enough, although, I think he loves what he does. I think he loves what you do, what you guys do.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
hey, David. So what Megadeth house was it when I think it was the drummer, and it wasn't me because I wasn't in the band yet, came out from underneath the house with the box of cereal?
That was Chuck Beeler. Yeah, he was on earlier. Yeah, that was in our crack and heroin phase. Coming out of our punk rock phase. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
I remember you guys used to tell stories on the tour bus that used to really horrify me.
Yeah.
Like I was just so I have to get out of this band because these guys are out of their minds.
Well, we weren't like that then, but when
no,
we were in the band,
well,
But there was by the late '80s. Again, whenever they were sort of like saying "get sober or you're out," I was like, "Dude, you're raining on my punk rock parade here. Like, this isn't cool." By like 1988, the big shift in the business is like, "Hey, we need people sober. Like, we want to all make money. We're not tired of dragging dead rock stars around."
Well, yeah, that was it. Like, I really don't want to die with you on the bus. So,
yeah, exactly. So either get clean or get off. Yeah.
Basically. Yeah. So but I remember that story. Like, and we came up to the house and the drummer was coming out from underneath the house with a box of cereal. I'm like, oh my God.
I think he used my remember Union 76. I don't know if they're still in LA. They were the gas station at the time. And I had a card. I always had it up in my little flap I had a little Pontiac Fiero, and I went one day to go get it to put gas in the car, and it was gone. And I was like, God dang it, Chuck took my card, it's just that's what it's like being in a band together. It's like you kind of know where all the bodies lay. You know what I mean? You're like, God dang it, he did it again. So no, Chuck's wonderful. It's really great.
Yeah, I
mean, that was a different day, many years ago. But funny stories. I mean, we laugh about that stuff now.
There's so many of them. I mean, there was this one time we were in Australia, and I was playing with Alice in Chains, and every night, as you know, David, we would all go down to the bar after the gig, right? And this is when you could sign like drinks to a room number.
Yes.
And so there was one of the guys in Suicidal Tendencies who was a little bit more ahead of us on the drinking phase, and we overheard his room number, so like we literally signed
a fatal mistake.
Never say your room. It's sort of like it's like the PIN number on your card. You don't say it out loud.
Hey, did you play with Alice in Chains? Did something happen like where you actually sat in, or what was that, or were you just on tour with them? Was Suicidal on Alice in Chains, or what happened?
Yeah, no, I did play with them. Basically, we were on tour with them in Australia. Sorry, I gotta drink something. And Lane lost his voice, so we had to cancel one night, and me and the guys from the band, we were all out kind of hanging out. I think we were in Melbourne, and I guess Sean had an accident where he got hurt and he had to go to the hospital because he cut his arm, and they, from what I understand, and I mean this is a long time ago, they gave him penicillin and he went into anaphylactic shock, I believe.
Yeah, had an allergic reaction. Yeah.
Right. So basically, so the next night we opened up for them, and then I was walking back to the hotel, and I ran into Mike Inez, and he's like, "Hey, where you going?" I said, "I'm going back to the hotel." And he goes, "Hey, do you know any of our songs?" And I said, "I know that song about the chicken or whatever that was."
The rooster.
That's what he said. He said,
"Come to snuff the chicken."
He said, "Well, it's actually." He said, "It's the rooster." I said, "It's all poultry, Mike." And so I go, "Why? What's up?" He's like, "Well, Sean's in the hospital. He's really sick, and we're going to cancel the show unless you want to play with us, and we'll do some songs." And I said, "Yeah, sure. I'm just going to watch Sports Center anyway." And so
watch Sports Center, play with Alice in Chains.
I'm like,
hey.
So
all right, I'll do it.
So I go in the dressing room, and the promoters there, and Jerry and Lane are there, and they're all kind of like stressed out. And they said, "Oh, we'll just jam some Zeppelin tunes." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing that." And and they go, I'm like, let me see the set list. And I looked at it. I'm like, "Yeah, we're good." And they looked at me and they're like, "No, like some of these songs kind of some weird, like there's a couple bars of 5 and some weird turnarounds."
Yeah.
And I said, "No, we're good. Just play the set."
Yeah.
What I didn't tell them is like I was a huge fan. I knew all their songs forward and backward because and so we played the first 4 songs. It was something "Damn That River, Them Bones," and "Wood" or something like that. And they looked back at me and they said, "You're an ass." And I said,
you know what's funny? Like when you came in to play with Megadeth, you'd come off an Alice Cooper tour. You flew out to Fresno. We sat down. We had an hour and a half headlining set. We ran through a couple, like kind of the intro of the show, maybe. And then you said, "Oh, I'm good." And dude, I was flipping out. I'm like, "Are you kidding me, dude? We're gonna play all these songs." I mean, the Megadeth is very progressive. There's a lot of notes, a lot of changes. You said, "Don't worry about it." You kept calming me down, like laughing at me, like, "Don't worry about it. I got it." And dude, you counted off Holy Wars. We ripped it top to bottom. And you nailed all of it. It was amazing.
Wow.
It was amazing. And
thank you.
Didn't Jimmy play with you guys at Woodstock?
He did. Yeah, he did. And then Jimmy called me to go play with Ronnie Montrose because you guys were going to open for Def Leppard on a couple shows.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing. And you had sold me to Ronnie. Ronnie's like, "Okay, can this guy play? Like Megadeth, really?" And Jimmy's like, "No, trust me, he'll be fine." And dude, I took a page out of your playbook and I just went, "Man, Jimmy showed up. He knew all of it, top to bottom." And dude, I practiced and I woodshed. I knew a lot of the Montrose songs, so it wasn't that hard to remember it. But it's one thing to know it as a fan. It's another to actually sit down and really play it and really be in it and be in it. I remember Ronnie told me, he said, "Look, play the song as is. When we get to the solo, I'll see you later. I'm going to go off and play." And he'd do these 10, 15-minute guitar solos. And he said, "Then I'll kind of hint back at the melody and I'll drop back in and we'll finish with the final chorus." And it was cool, man. So thank you for returning the favor. I appreciate it.
Well, you know what's funny, Tom? You brought up Woodstock. We were playing Woodstock, Luke, and like there was one point. It was like the 3rd or 4th song, and before the riot started, and they had all these camera booms flying around the stage, and I literally yelled at David, "Duck," because this boom came like literally over his head like this, and literally I'm like, "Get down!" This camera almost took his head off.
So Jimmy, I wanted to ask you, out of my own point of interest, is that confidence? Is that preparation? Is that let's just swing it and I think it'll be great no matter what happens? Is it a great metaphysical attitude? What gets you through those moments?
That's a great way to put it. I mean, it's all the like learning over the years and all the preparation and the homework, and you have to have a certain sense of confidence, and because you really have to just go, and it's like no matter what, you just keep going. It's like Buddy Rich said, just don't stop playing.
Time stops for no man.
Yeah, exactly. So it's you know what I mean? It's just you just have to just no matter what, just keep moving, even if it's not a good move, just keep moving.
So my favorite thing about acting, Tom, is fear, and no matter who it is, if you're across from them in a scene and it's pretty dug in, you can see a hint of it. And that's where the good stuff happens. Do you guys have that on stage? Is there any fear?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been out for 2 years singing with this guy who was basically my idol when I grew up, and now I'm in a band with the guy. Look, we did the Mega Cruise last year. We did Megadeth songs with some of with the other Megadeth guys. Mustaine's daughter was there. You just kind of take it, you channel it, and then you just get beyond it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's definitely some of those moments. I mean, the show we did with KK Downing, I mean, that same kind of thing, it's like when you look over and you kind of see, and I'm sure it's the same thing you're doing a movie with actors you love or, people you look up to. I look to, my right and I see KK Downing. I look behind me, I see Les Binks. I look over here, I see David Ellison, and I'm like, wow, you know what I mean? It's it's those moments that,
it's interesting no matter who you are, from anyone, from the biggest to the kid that's just walking in, this is his break. There's a moment where you see in the eye, am I supposed to be here? Am I good enough? Dave, when you started, you felt that. But I still love that.
I feel that all the time. Still, look at the people I'm with.
Watching his eyes, across the table from me in a scene. Because then I know that it's alive.
Yeah, that's interesting. You get that as an actor because, that's not my world, and I've not. Anytime I've ever made any appearance in anything, and even just small little bit parts, it's just being me. Walking in. So it's interesting to act. And it's part of me. It's amazing how well you guys memorize stuff, and I guess maybe people think the same thing about musicians, how we remember notes. And
it's
how
very
singers remember. We're I don't remember words until I'm playing the song, and then all the words come right back. It's just you're right in the moment. Oftentimes it's about just being in the moment. Like Jimmy and I, we probably don't sit around and think about drum beats and bass grooves. Until we pick it up.
I imagine there's muscle memory in the acting too. That's what I was just going to say. It's probably the same thing. Like with me with those Megadeth lyrics.
I tell people say, "Oh, I have a terrible memory." That's not true. Everybody has the same great memory. Everyone's memory is excellent, but your use of it may not be developed. And so it's like going to the gym. You do have to work at it. I don't spend a lot of time memorizing my lines. I spend more time understanding the intention. The words will come very naturally, and not my words, but the words off the page. So
interesting.
Hey, Luke. So if you're doing one scene a day, how long do you need to read through to sort of memorize then? Is it you get?
Well, that's what I was asking you. It's probably a lot of the same what you're doing. Tomorrow you're probably going to get on your kit and kick around some stuff. There's preparation. You're grinding away in these offices, in burning the midnight oil. But then when you go to the gig, all that gets thrown away. You never want anyone to see your rehearsal in a performance. Right. So you want everything to look as if you just showed up. I got this the way you did with Alice in Chains. That's how it's always supposed to be.
That's a great line. You don't ever want anyone to see your rehearsal in your performance. That's a great line, Ron. Yeah, that's a good one.
So you've grounded out, but the thing about it. When I work with actors, I love them to get up and sing, and for me to sing Happy Birthday, because that's your natural voice. Everyone knows the words. People sing it with joy. You can sing it without even thinking about it. And that's actually your natural voice, is how you project and say it. And so that should be how everything is. So if you do things by rote too much, now I can't, your licks, I do think is repetition for sure. But if you're trying to come off naturally and organic, you don't want to get into that rote way. You know how your vocalist, your Tom, when you sing and you always hit the note the same way, your inflection's the same, and you're like, wow, I wonder if I could change that up. And the really great ones do. Sinatra was so good at phrasing. These guys, that's what you're doing there. So you spend less time focusing on what am I supposed to say as what's my intention to move the story forward. you know, and so your preparation and everyone's is different. Everyone works differently. I love watching how people work. You know, I mentioned Johnny Depp works as a musician. He works from the outside in. So he starts with physicality. All his characters are built on a stance, on how that guy stands, and then he affects his body, and then it starts to inform the essence of the guy. I work a little bit more from the outside. I'm real cerebral, so I work from the out. Not to say I'm smart. That's not what I mean. I love these guys that are rock stars. Tom Hardy works from his cock. He works from his groin. There's these great, powerful Brando type guys. Lars might be that guy on stage that works with, you know, from their power, from their sex. You guys know them. You guys have played behind them since you were kids, you know. And there's actors like that too, for sure.
Wow,
And,
that's really interesting. That's
Yeah.
It's a really interesting take on the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a nice cross representation. I find actors playing musicians or athletes. That's a tough call. I would almost always rather try to get a musician to go the other way, and because
Well, you know, yeah, you know, what's funny about that, you know, over the years, me and David have met so many sort of like pro athletes that want to be musicians.
Yeah.
And actors that want to be musicians.
Sure.
And
We
musicians
talked about that the other day.
Yeah, and the musicians want to be pro athletes and actors.
Sure.
You always want to be the other thing that you're not. Whether and that happens with we were just talking about that the other day with actors and musicians. How I'm always obsessed with actors and people who work in the film business because I work in the music business. All my friends are rock stars, and so like when I really, you know, kind of nerd out and fanboy, it's on stuff from the other side that I'm not exposed to all the time. You know.
Yeah.
Prior to acting, I was a minor league baseball player, so I understand about like the mono thing.
Wow.
So the thing that's different in acting is we got a lot of coverage. We get covered. You know, if I can't hit that note, or if I can't throw, they're gonna fake it for me. They're gonna cover it.
Right.
But when you really get on the grid, when you're really on stage to keep time, Dave, just, you know, Jimmy, to play rhythm, to a guitar solo, to sing a ballad, Tom, that's mano a mano. That's facing a guy that's, you know, bringing some 97-mile-an-hour cheese in on the hands. You got to, you know, time to train. But in acting, we get a little covered a little bit.
Well,
wow, that's awesome.
We also have that fear, which is that thing that I like.
I feel like I just got an acting lesson right now.
I know.
That was incredible. Dude, that was awesome.
I know.
We should be paying you.
Great.
I know,
Where do we
right?
send some money?
Well, these are the things we're giving our kids, right, and our children. And this is the things that you're talking about or what you're doing here today, and what the donations are for, because you three have had such incredible experience to pass on, good and bad. You know.
Oh yeah.
And
there was no bad. It was all good.
And you know, the funny thing is, it's usually the bad that we remember the most. And it's funny how we're wired as humans, that we remember the bad softens over time. It just does, and the good memories are there. But we will have more conversations about, oh my God, remember that time when? And it's usually some debacle, some, you know, crazy thing that happened, and out of it comes the memory, the laugh. And at the time, it may be painful, it may be really horrible, it may be this or that, but those things are always the things that make the best stories later on.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You just remember them in a way that is compelling and propelling. It sort of moves you forward.
The thing that you speak of on the bus and these stories, the camaraderie, the fellowship that you have in a band, like a sports team, like, you know, in the minors, we were all on the bus together, and you didn't always like everyone. In fact, you liked very few of the guys, but there were 5 guys that you liked. That's one, you know, And so, but as an actor, you know, we're only in for, you know, 2 or 3 months and then we're out. So we call these location ships instead of friendships. They're location.
Yeah.
I had finished Unstoppable for Tony Scott and Chris Pine and Denzel. On the last day, Denzel said to me, he said, "You know the best thing about the last day of a shoot?" And I was, you know, sad. I was like, "No, what?" He goes, "I no longer require your friendship." and then
talk about honesty.
Wow. Okay.
And it seems very harsh, and it is, as only Training Day could put it. But
that's awesome.
It was
wow.
It was real, you know, and you realize as you go through the wars that that's how it is. And I remember as a player, at first, I hated the end of the year because you would say goodbye, you know.
Yeah.
And you knew the next year some of us weren't coming back.
Well, we're going to start saying that at the end of every album, at the end of every tour. It's like, you know what this means? I don't require your friendship anymore. Yeah. And then 2 weeks later, we'll be in Japan starting a new tour and go, "Hey, buddy, how are you?"
Well, hey, David, the funny thing about your band, you change members so many times, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're already.
I mean,
sometimes it's easier not.
But you know, the great thing is Dave still keeps the friendship with all of them.
I do. I keep the friendship with everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
Even Dave calls me the ambassador. You know,
we need more
diplomat.
We need more friends.
Yeah.
You gotta have
Mr.
one.
PC. Yeah, that's funny, Luke. That's the funniest thing. You bring it up because when we do tours might be 8-9 months, and then you all go your own way. And that's kind of what it's weird because like some of those people you'll never talk to again, and you really like a lot of them. You know, I mean, just when you're in that close proximity, it's like you've got like 15, 20 guys, except for the band guys who I just completely ignore. But the crew guys and the management guys, you know, it's like, and all of a sudden they all go off on their own, you know, path afterward, and we probably won't go on the road for not another year. So it's really weird, but that's an interesting line. I no longer require your friendship.
I love that.
It's not mine, but I did get told. Hey, Tom, one thing I wanted to mention to you was a conversation about that you had narration of your own book, which was really cool. And I think did you have Dave Alvin on last week?
Dave Alvin from White Trash. There's a couple Dave Alvins, but yeah, the singer from the band, and he was actually on again. He was a makeup tester last week, so he was actually on earlier tonight. So
I thought we were talking about Dave from the Blasters, but I
two Dave Alvins.
I did a book narration for a band guy. He's a band manager for Dave's band, a guy named Danny Bland out of Seattle. It's Sub Pop Heritage, and he wrote a book in case you die. And so he got guys like Dave Alvin and myself and Amy Mann and just some really cool people to read. And I really enjoyed it. So I applaud you for getting artists to get in and read.
They actually in the book. So this is their part. So the way the book is kind of like a multiple narrative. So I interviewed all these other people. You know. KK Downing from Judas Priest and Ed Horn and a bunch of our friends and David's friends and former Megadeth guys. And so they were actually reading their own voices, which is what's so cool about it. It's like normally they just have some random person read it, you know what I mean? But we had everybody read their own parts in the book, which is really cool, you know?
It's interesting, because when I got started with Rob Zombie with the Devil's Rejects, he was still honing his skill as a director, but he was, a full-on rock star. But at that stage, it felt like he was going to transition into the film industry full-time. Or at least that's the impression we were getting and the, conversations we had. And we didn't. And then it pivoted. It just turned. And I think it was because he finally put together the band that he wanted.
Yeah.
The band that he has now.
The band is amazing now. I mean, it's just so great.
The band that he had always wanted. And man, he loves music more than I ever thought he would.
Yeah.
I mean, because when I got him in 2004, I felt like, man, he's burned out. He's done with music. And Andy Gould was running the
right.
And
I think he still is, as far as I know.
No, Rob let him go.
Oh, did he
Rob
really? Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
I guess I didn't get the memo.
The funny thing, Luke, is everybody who does this burns out at some point.
Yeah.
Like they really it's too much. It's like I can't be on a bus for 8-9 months, and David will attest to this.
Yeah.
And it's like I can't do it. My hearing's shot. I'm tired of being in a hotel in an airport because I retired for like 3 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Where I didn't do anything from I didn't tour at all from 2002 to 2005. And one night, and David knows this story. One night we were having a birthday party for my twins. They just turned 1. And I got this call from this is before cell phones really prevalent. It was on the landline. This guy calls and goes, "Hey, I'm looking for, Jimmy DeGrasso." I'm like, "Oh, okay, it's me. What's up? Who are you?" He goes, "My name's, so-and-so, and I'm calling on behalf of David Lee Roth. We wanted to know if you want to do a gig in a week." And I'm like, and I looked around. I had this raging kid's birthday party with all these
1-year-old
babies around. Yes, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'm up for that. Get me out of here. And that's what really got me out of retirement. I'm just like, all right, I think I'll go play some drums some more.
That's awesome, guys. Well, look, I got a bunch of people waiting to get in here. It's so awesome to chat
I'll
with you
drop
guys.
out.
Lou,
Sorry.
Jimmy,
Thank you, gentlemen. Jimmy, thank you so much. Lou, we're great hanging with you, man. It was wonderful.
I look forward to it again, and thanks for all you guys are doing.
Thank you, Lou. We'll chat this
Hey,
week.
Tom, should we pull a raffle on this bass here pretty soon? We're coming down to the wire.
I'm waiting to see. I think Melody. I'm waiting
Melody
for
got
Melody
it?
to pull it. I don't know. I think she might have fallen asleep. I'm waiting for her to
Did she?
answer. So look, if we don't tonight, we'll do it tomorrow and let everybody know and announce it. Maybe
everybody
that's what we
know.
should do anyway. Maybe we'll pick it tonight and then we'll announce it on Facebook tomorrow and make a
Yeah,
little
and I'll
video
shoot a
and-
little video signing it like I did on the last one, and we'll send it out and we'll post that up so everybody knows who.
But yeah,
got
here,
it.
grab some tickets, and here's your last chance right now to grab some raffle tickets.
Yeah.
You can go donate to our campaign right here as well. Fundraiser.com/DEYMF schools out. You can also go to merchlive.com/DEYMF and grab a shirt. I'm posting all of these links right here. And look, we're on our last little segment, man. So look here, I got a bunch of the up and comers, man. I got a bunch of our friends who joined us last week, and so look, let's just drop some people in here without further ado. So we got look, we'll start with let's see, who should we start with? Here we'll drop in Chris. Hi, Chris. Our friend Chris Rizek from September Insomnia coming to say hi. They got a new single coming out. Our buddy Clayton Cagle.
Oh, hey.
Hatchet.
Clayton. What's going on?
Hey.
What you doing, dude? What's happening?
Which one? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Chris. Clayton. Yep, we've got. Hopefully, we have some shows maybe coming up in August. We haven't talked too much about it, depending on what's going to be happening in the world. We've had a few shows and a couple of things. Tom's hinted at it a little bit.
Yeah. I mean,
Clayton plays the guitar for David Ellison when we go out in America and we do stuff. Clayton with Opus and Dave from Dead by Wednesday, and they're the ones who did the mega cruise with us. And so, Chris, so you guys got a single coming out. Tell me about that. I told you could jump on for a couple minutes and plug your single. So go ahead.
Well, the band actually we're starting to move again, and it was kind of a rough time there. Our drummer had a really bad accident and ended up breaking his neck.
And you broke your arm doing jujitsu or something crazy?
Yeah, exactly. I was training for a big competition and just a freak little accident and broke my arm really bad. So that kind of threw things, down a little bit, but we're back up and rolling now, except for this whole coronavirus deal, which is kind of, obviously bumming everybody out.
Yeah. So it's quite the detour from all of our plans, It's
well, that's it. And Chris lives in Rockford. He came up a couple of weeks. Literally, I think he was the last person I went and ate in a restaurant with. He came up a month ago. We kind of chatted about some stuff with the band and what was going on. And we went out and had some barbecue at T Bacon's, my favorite place in Green Bay. So big shout out to Tom Bacon. And how great is it? So,
right.
So tell us about the single and what's going on with the band real quick.
So what we're gonna do is come Monday the single drops on 420, and we have a lyric video that Melody Myers did for us. Turned out.
Yay, Melody!
So that's all out there on YouTube right now. And then with the single, what we're gonna do is probably when things break from the coronavirus deal, we're gonna release another single, and then later in the summer we're releasing a full record.
That's awesome, man. Well, where and that's on my THC Music imprint. You can find everything. Where can everybody find the band? Give out your social media. Where can everybody find you guys?
Everything's going to be just September Insomnia Band on Facebook, Instagram, and everywhere else. So
that's awesome, man. Well, thank you for joining us. And I'll share the lyric video on our pages so everybody can find it and see Melody Myers and her. Let's just take a minute to say how much we love Melody for everything she does. And she did our cover. Where is it? Where'd my Sleeping Giants go?
Right here.
I don't know.
It's over at my house. It's in my house.
She did the book cover. She did the Sleeping Giants. It's hanging on the wall behind me and you.
And
so,
I love the images she made for this webcast. It looks like everybody's in their high school graduation yearbook. That was a great graphic.
Oh, I know, right? Melody Myers, designed by Melody. Look her up for your graphic design needs, logos. She's amazing. She makes me and David look cooler than anybody else. I mean, really, she does. I mean, we'll give that up to her. So,
I would agree.
Awesome, Chris. Well, thank you for joining us, buddy.
Thanks,
we'll
Chris.
post everything.
Thanks,
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Care.
Thank you.
And let's see. It's like roulette over here. It's like, who should I let in next?
That roulette, man. It's old school.
Oh, here we got
Brandon.
Jeff and Brandon from the Loyal Order who joined us last week.
Hey, guys.
Let's get Mark in here, too. We got Mark
Back for more.
Coronado from The Crown, also an encore performance from last week.
Goodness gracious, man. So what's everybody up to? How is the virus affecting everybody?
Okay, it froze up.
We're just everybody's hunkered down, hanging at home, man. It's where are you at, Clayton? You're up in the Bay Area, right?
I live in San Francisco, yeah, and it's funny, man. I'm kind of adopting two mindsets with this. It's like you were talking about earlier, making the best of it, because that once we do get back to regular life, the first day we're gonna see people posting memes on Facebook like, "Oh, now that I'm back at work, quarantine wasn't so bad,"
Yeah.
you know it's gonna happen, right? Right, and at least my sob story is that you guys were told that I got hired for Possessed for a U.S. tour. It's like their first one in however many years. It was supposed to happen like March 15th or something like that. It was supposed to start. Yeah. And then the original guitarist came back, decided he could do it, and then he gave me a call and said his other band, Gruesome, with Matt Harvey from Exhumed, they were going to Europe. So I got the offer to go do that for a month, and so I learned a second full set of music, getting ready to get on a plane to fly to Europe for a month. And literally, we found out like the 12th, I think, that we were canceled, and we were supposed to fly out the 15th. And then the 16th is when everything got shut down. So it was just like, boom, man, one after another, everything was just gone.
A lot of songs you didn't end up playing.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Well, hey, at least you got to play with us on the Mega Cruise, so nothing's ever going to top that.
Highlight.
That was pretty cool.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, what in your life will ever top playing the Mega Cruise with David Ellefson? Honestly.
Well, it's funny, man. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of work, for sure.
Oh, yeah,
but it was the greatest, man. It was the greatest. Yeah. I mean, everything aside, that was like the most fun experience for sure. Man.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Love watching you play with Alex Skolnick, Clayton. That was awesome.
Thank you.
The Kiss Jam. Clayton, like, it was originally like when we were setting up that Kiss Jam, me and David were shooting emails back and forth. Like, let's have Clayton play on a song or two. Literally ends up playing on every song on the whole damn thing.
Except for like 3.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
There was
I was like a proud papa.
Column F was here's the guy that we need to fill in. It was like, well, let's just throw Clayton into all of column F. So we'll just have him play second guitar on everything, which turned out to be first guitar on a lot of stuff. Because in between everybody playing their main sets, are like, wait, did you learn the solo? No. Clayton, you know the solo? Yeah, all right, good. Clayton
all
takes the
of
solo.
it.
Yeah,
Clayton learned like every Kiss song ever.
Yeah.
And that was part of the hard part, is that I got there expecting like Alex and all those guys, and Alex knew most of the solos, but I expected them, and I was just going to be like the rhythm guy. And then it became like, nah, you just go ahead and do the whole thing.
Yeah.
So,
No,
yeah.
that's great. Thank
Yeah,
you
you're
for
the-
that.
and I that night got to sing "God Gave Rock and Roll to You" with Doro Pesh, which was amazing, and I got to sing "God of Thunder" with Chuck Billy. Like I was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was cool to get everybody
Last
to
year.
do that. I know. It was a long
2019 was pretty awesome.
Seems like a long time ago. You know what I mean?
Really
Like,
does, doesn't it?
Seems like February seems like a year ago, and it's
At
only
least.
April.
Right.
You know?
Like we've already been on lockdown for over a month now. You know, at least where
Yeah.
I am.
I
Over
know.
a month. It's crazy.
So, Mark, what's going on over there in Texas with the Crown since last week? Give us the update. Oh,
Oh,
you got
can't hear him.
You
Yeah,
got
might
no
be
audio.
muted.
I'm
Might
going to
be
kick
muted.
you. I'm going to. Let's see if he's muted. He's not muted. Here, I'm going to kick you. Come back in, and maybe you will work. So, Jeff.
Yes, how's it
Brandon,
going, man?
the Royal Order. What's up, guys? How are you?
Good to see you again, man.
We're social. Yeah, you too, Dick. Good to see you, man. It's awesome. Thanks for having us back, man. Everything's
So,
cool.
so you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to show. You guys did this killer live acoustic version of "Ready for Dead," your new single.
Awesome.
I'm gonna play it again because it was so awesome that I just have to. So give me a second to set it up. It might be a little. There's always these wonky little transition periods. So hang on, give me 1 second.
All right. No
And
worries.
we'll do this. We'll do this, and we'll get. I'm gonna show a couple videos here to wrap up the show. We're gonna get Mark back in here. We're going to show the Crowns video again, which we showed last week. And then we're going to get They Might Be Zombies in here to wrap us up. And we're going to show their video again. So we're going to end this thing with a little bit of rock and roll. Here's the Loyal Order with Ready for Dead.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the first day of the last year of this messed up life. I wish I could say nice to know you, what to show you, and anything. You were the knife on my throat, rock in my shoe, thorn in my pride. The battles on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me alive. Was feeling in a circle, stuck to the middle. I am and didn't I show you the damage you do? Woke up in the cemetery, blood was still fresh on the ground. I looked up and I saw you laughing. Go ahead and kick me while I'm down. You were the knife on my throat, rocking my shoe, thorn in my pride. Yeah, the patterns on the road never change. I know now, 'cause I have been here before. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me around. We're spinning in a circle, stuck to the middle. You didn't I show you the damage you do? We're spinning in a circle, stuck to the middle. And didn't I show you the damage you do? Ready for dead, I'm moving on, I'm going home to stay. Spinning around, it won't be long till I get thrown away. You're watching the lights move with us out today. Feeling the night hurt me alive. show you the damage of Joe. We're spinning in a circle, stuck to the metal. It did not show you the damage of Joe. Ready for that, I'm moving on, I'm going on the stage. Spinning around, it won't be long till I get thrown away.
Woo!
Nice.
Loyal
Killer,
Order.
Thanks,
man.
guys. Thank you so much.
Tell us about the
Yeah.
rest of your band. So your drummer plays in 36 Crazy Fists. The other guys in your band are, and he plays in Light the Torch with Howard Jones. Tell me about the rest of the guys in your band.
Yeah, we got Patrick Young from Black and Blue as well playing bass, and Justin Gibson playing guitar. And Justin and Brandon have worked together quite often in the past, right, Brandon?
Yeah, I had my solo project going for a long time, and Justin was my guitar player, and I knew him since he was a teenager, and we've been really good friends ever since. So just he's a killer guitar player, absolutely, just like
Yeah.
one of the most focused guitar players I've ever met. Just really amazing
Yeah,
musician.
it's cool to have those two in the room. You know what I mean? If they play off each other really well. That's having that level of talent, super cool to have around.
I play with Black and Blue with Patrick Young too, and that guy's, I mean, as far as like trying to assemble a world-class level set of musicians, me and Jeff had this vision for making sure that everybody in the band was where we wanted to go, and Patrick and Kyle and Justin were just like top notch every single way.
Appreciate it. Great playing. And by the way, you offered last week, and we're going to tap you to do a little bit of teaching for us at the Youth Foundation. So thank you for that. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah. Well, look, we're going to
much appreciated.
Awesome. And thank you guys for joining us. Tell everybody where they can find you. TheLoyalOrder.com, Facebook, The Loyal Order.
Yep, that's it, man. LoyalOrder.com, Facebook, The Loyal Order, and our
Instagram.
Instagram as well, The Loyal Order, and our record's just finishing up this week. It's going into mastering, I think, next week, and it'll be all done.
It is out on iTunes and everywhere as a single, right? Somebody asked. It is out. It's out. That song is out everywhere. You can get that.
Yep, absolutely. iTunes, wherever. Just look it up. It's there. You can even get we did a electric version of the video too. So there's an actual full unproduced video. So awesome, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great to see you all.
We're closing in on 5 hours.
All right, good.
We said we weren't going to go that long. And
we're in the stretch now. We're in the stretch.
Yeah.
We're in the stretch.
We're about there, and then everyone can go do whatever they want to do. In fact, people over in Europe and elsewhere are probably starting their day.
I know, starting to join us.
Yeah, no kidding.
So.
And now They Might Be Zombies is back in the house, man.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you?
Something really cool we were talking about earlier. You are here involved in a toy company. Tell us about that and what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
Perfect. We partnered up with Artwood. It's they manufacture toys for made of wood, and they had agreed on give you guys a donation of 50% of the proceeds of every sale.
Oh, thank you. That's so amazing.
Thank you so much for that. That is huge.
So amazing.
Thank
Well,
you.
we're going to post about that tomorrow. You can find the links, and the toys are so cool. He sent me the links today, and I posted the URL. What's the URL again? Just say it so everybody can go find it.
I'll post it now in the chat, I'll but if you guys look it up at Artwood Kids, you'll find it.
That's awesome. Well, we'll post that link later. So we're gonna show the proper edited, clean version of the Crowns video for Creed right now, man. This is new. Tell us about the song and what else you guys have got going on, the record and everything else.
Yeah, man. So this was just a single that we wanted to do and come out with something kind of early before we actually finish the album. We're still working on it right now. But, given the circumstances of, everybody's everyday life, we wanted to kind of reach out to our fans and give them a little gift. So we made this video. I actually do all of our videos. I shoot them and edit them and everything. And so I really hope that everybody who's trying to spread awareness for the video, that's kind of what the theme is of the video and also our upcoming album. So it's just kind of to spread awareness of, everything that's going on. It's very serious, and, just some of the news lines things like that going on in today. So that's what it's about.
And speaking of gifts, not to slide a shameless plug in, but mine and David's new single, Ellison Simple Truth, came out today on all digital outlets. All the proceeds are going to Italian Red Cross COVID-19 relief efforts. So you can pick that up from iTunes, or you can stream it on Spotify, or you can go to Bandcamp. I think it's ellison.bandcamp.com. I just put the link in the chat, but you can pick that up, and all the proceeds are going to our friends over in Italy. So without further ado, The Crowned and Creed. Let me see if I can do this right. I did it.
The clean version.
Yes, the clean version. Nice. Edited. Oh, shit. Hang on. You can hear it. Hang on. It helps to hit the button, right?
It might.
User error.
Now our brains are crystal clear who I am and how I can be the only one to ruin all this life. We are all sinners here, beginning of demise. I have the right hand of your grace. Break the right hand of the right hand. What's it? Why? Only reason you are here, you are born just to die. I have the right hand of your grace. Break the right hand of the right hand. What's it? Why? Such the road, but you must fly. Understand my cry.
Watch me go into the dark. I lead the path to light. Following my steps blindly, for you cannot see without sight. I choose to obey no one. This life is mine to lead. Dare to stand before me. You'll know what it's like to bleed.
Woo! Man, I like it even better.
Super rad.
I like it even better without the F-bomb. See that I played the right edited. Last time I had to like stop it and get because I accidentally played the wrong one. So, dude, so how did you end up drumming and singing? Could you just not find a singer? I mean, that's a tall order. I mean, like Phil Collins can pull it off. How did that happen?
It was actually an accident. It wasn't supposed to be that way. So we had spent, a long time, just me and a couple guys jamming music, and I was always the drummer. And I was like, let's do things, guys. Let's find a singer. Let's find a bass player. Let's get out there and do things. It never panned out. After so many years of just sitting around, I just got tired of it. And I was like, all right, I'm going to start up my own project. Will be called The Crown, and I'll just be the lead singer. Let's try to find a drummer since we've never looked for one. And if I thought looking for a vocalist was hard to find, finding a drummer was just as hard.
Even harder, yeah.
And so we found a drummer. He played 2 shows on a tour that we booked, and then he bailed. So I was forced to do both right on the spot. And it just kind of stuck. People really liked it. And it was like a novelty act for them to see a drummer and a singer. You'll see drummers do backup vocals, for a little bit of the show. But like the whole show, like 45 minutes every night on tour or an hour on every night on tour, it's just something that you don't see. So that's how it just came to be. Since 2013, I've always just been drumming and singing.
That's awesome. That's
Right
awesome.
on,
So
man.
tell everybody where they can find the band. Where can they find the song? Give them all the details.
Yeah, so if you just type in The Crown at Google, it'll pull up all our media sites, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Also, that song Creed is exclusively on Spotify right now. No other media places, so just get it from Spotify. You're able to watch the music video. It's now live, the unedited version.
And we actually posted it on David's page and all of our pages too last week after the show. All these videos are pretty much available from David's page and all of our pages. So The Crown, Ready for Dead, The Loyal Order, and our next guys, give it up for my friends from They Might Be Zombies, are joining us again. So we're going to wrap up the show with their killer video that we saw last week too for their new track, A Dying Voice. Tell us about the song and the band and give us your story in an abridged version.
Well, thank you for having us again, and
Of course.
it's truly an honor. We've been playing together for over I don't know, like, what is it, 7 years? More than 7 years, Jake?
Something like that, yeah.
So yeah, we recorded the album that's coming up now on the 24th next week.
On Combat.
Combat. It's going on Combat on the 24th.
Yeah.
Nice.
We started like we started
with
like
headphones.
7 some years ago, and I was originally with the drummer like in another band, and we needed a singer. We were looking for like a singer too for the longest, and then when we found Ewer, we were like, hey, we wanted to be in a band. So then some guys we didn't get along, and then at the end we ended up splitting. And we already had like booked to do some songs with Matt LaPlante and over there at Beeler Brothers, and it was funny. So we had Ewer.
So this goes back that far when Matt was still in Florida and Beeler was still in Florida. Crazy.
They were already like at the end. Beeler Brothers were like, they had I think some Boca Raton or something. I don't remember. I know it was up north. We live in Florida, South Florida, and they were like towards the end. I think they were like getting ready to shut it down. Like Matt was already like I think planning on leaving. I remember. I know it was a little messy at the end of that, but that's when we started around that time.
And it's funny, Matt lives over here now by me. Matt lives in Madison. He's in Wisconsin over by me.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, look, let's check out this video, man. A Dying Voice. They Might Be Zombies. I'm going to actually share it this time properly. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And then we're going to share.
Listen for the cool and the whisper in the wind of the hills. You hear a ghostly cry fading away. The story of a loner that just moved to the edge of the door. You can't hear his breath, Lord. Could I be your identity? I am. Could you free me from the burden of sin, Lord? Is there so much for me to give from them to take for all the reasons why I have to explore? If you're just going back to the moon to see of the clouds, can I clear myself tomorrow? Purify this selfish shell. Fate is your breath and I'm still waiting for the it's love to spare. I lost my mind, can't find a way through the space. This is what you play for me, Lord. Is there so much for me to give from them to take for all the reasons why I have this life? If you're just going back to the moon to see of the clouds, can I clear myself tomorrow? Purify this selfish shell. Please, your breath and I'm still waiting for the sign. Sand you have left to spare. Set up a man looking with a burger, lost his head with an evil surface. When I stand to be as their friend, just going back to the moon to see of the clouds. Can I clear myself tomorrow? Purify this selfish shell. Fame is your presence, and I'm still waiting for the sign. Sand has left to spare. If you're just going back to the moon to see of the clouds. Can I clear myself tomorrow? Purify this selfish shell. My mind twists and crumbles. Inside the sky, cast the same one still dwells.
Killer. That's awesome. Great groove, great video. That's awesome. What a good way to wrap it up, man.
Right. Thank you guys for joining us, man.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And a big shout out to the Grammy Music Education Coalition for supporting us. Surefire Media, just wonderful supporters. And
Jackson, Hardkey, all of our friends, all of our sponsors, Cisco, Metal DevOps, Melody Myers, designed by Melody. All of our guests, I couldn't even get on the list. We'd be here for another hour.
Thank you, everybody, for all the people who tuned in tonight and all across all the social media platforms.
One last time,
TV. It was wonderful.
Everybody, give out your social media. Tell everybody where they can find the band. They Might Be Zombies. Start with you.
Yeah, they could just click that, man. I mean, type that. They Might Be Zombies, and they'll sure find us real quick.
Clayton, where can we find? Hey, well, maybe we'll do the David Ellefson with special guests. They Might Be Zombies and the Crown and the Loyal Order tour when we can all go back out and do that, right?
Yeah, let's do it. The Crown is ready.
Right, well, let's do it on. Clayton, where can everybody find Hatchet and all your stuff?
Yeah, so I play in Hatchet, facebook.com/HatchetOfficial. You find me on Instagram at Clayton, California. This is where I live. Yeah.
So guys, the raffle, people keep asking about the raffle. So look, we're going to actually pick the raffle tonight. We'll announce it tomorrow. So look, we'll send you an email if you win. You don't got to be present to win. You don't got to be here. We're going to do it tonight. We'll pick the raffle winners. We'll announce the base winner tomorrow on David's page and all of our pages. So we'll make a little announcement, the little video. So if you won, I promise you will know. Literally, the last winner, I called them to tell them. So I assure you, if you win, you will know. I promise.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. We had fun too. This was so
Thank
great.
you. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Have a good night, everybody. See you.
Stay safe.